Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched, vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, dead.
به نام پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. نام جاویده وطن صبح امید وطن جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من شور و سرمستی من جلوه کن در آسمان همچون مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خشونت بزنان ز صلابت ایران جوان به اصالت ایران کهن ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000, 6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Shah? Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
Across Iran, ordinary people took to the streets in peaceful protest. Millions of citizens, more than 400 cities. Their demands clear: dignity, justice, freedom. The response from the regime was absolute brutality. Security forces opened fire on unarmed protesters. Tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children were killed on the streets. But the killing machine did not stop there. Despite what the regime has done to the world, the machinery of terror has only intensified. Dozens of detainees, many of them children, are being forced to confess to crimes they never committed.
الان میدونیم چه حکمی به شما دادن؟ چه حکم شما محارب است.
خب میشه بگید محاربه چیه لطفا؟ من نمیدونم چیه بابا.
اعدام.
تو رو خدا آقا. تو رو خدا اعدام بده. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خوردم. تو رو خدا آقا.
با غلط کردن خودتون درست میشه؟
به خدا من اونجا بیکار بودم. من جامعه به خدا خطری ندارم. آقا من غلط کردم. گو خوردم.
Right now, at least 8 people are at risk of imminent execution. Their lives can be taken at any moment. These are not criminals. They are peaceful citizens who dared to hope for a better future. The world must not look away. The world must not negotiate with a regime that has an insatiable lust for blood. The world has a moral obligation to stop this cycle of terror, now and for good.
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه پشت سرم دعای مادر و توتم تفنگ بابامه رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتفاست هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو بگو از بخت مادرها چیر زنا و دختران بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه
سلام من به تو یار قدیمی منم همون دار قدیم
بهت سلام، چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دستای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت. سلام به شما کرکس که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که دش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین. حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک بیرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نسلی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شمع واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخه رو بگید اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترکیان. شبها عروس و داماد باشه برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه. مقصد کجاست؟ میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
ای فاهنگ به این خوشگلی با نوایده بود، اسم یه مشخواهن رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه. فکر کنم با نوایده
آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، صدای ایران بلنده، حق به حق دار میخنده. تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه، آینده این جانی ها تاریکه. فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم، نمیذاریم این کشور رو به فنا بدیم. اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن، توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن. چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن، مال دیگه از این خوندا گریزن. ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه، دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه. تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره، ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره. خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما، حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما. حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست، وقت مجازاته. تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران. شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید، گلوی ملت رو با بیرحمی میجوزید. با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید، از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید؟ ما ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند بدون سانسور و زور و این بند خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره مردم ایران و دامه بدین دارو برای شاه باز کنین این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین جا بدین به عصر طلای ایران روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده پهلوی برمیگرده با بازگشت شاه ایران بهش میشه تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go down. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we took an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
میاد روزی که سیمرغ ایران پالاشو کرده باز که دیگه مردممون نشن قتل عام. میشکنه طلسم نسل ما، پیشمون خالی جای همشون، جزو خوبای تاریخ همه رفته ها. رو تخت بیمارستان میزنن تیر خلاص، هیلگر و سیب طلا نشون میدن زیر عبا، رگ آدم و حفا میزنن ما تیغ حلال. 72 ملت رو کشتن کجای سینه زن، لای داده مردم گم میشه آژیر گشت، مامورا تو پاره میشن زیر ماشین خشم. این دفعه گلستان نشد آتیش رشت، ولی زحاک فریدون بالاخره پا میشه تشت، سر میکشه به فلک آتیش کینه آدم ها. مسجداتون میسوزن مثل سینه مادرها، طعم خون جوونا رو میچشه جانماز، ستون دینو میشکنه خیزش کافرها. با لباس عزا مادر میرقصی کنار مزار، هر کی بیشتر بکشه میگیره کلاش طلا. قهرمان اونیه که پشت در خالی نکرد، وقتی کوبیده میشد چماق سپا به درا. بار جنازه و جسد زیر شهر، دختر 9 سال تا پیرمرد، پسر میشه بی پدر، پدر میشه بی پسر. لباسامون سیاه ترن، نیمه شب کله جنین میجوشه تو دیگه مرگ. این مجاهدین دشمن ایرانی ها، این میرین عراقی ها رو واسه کی میارین؟ رقص جیر خور ساز بیخیالی ایران داره میمیره، تنفس مصنوعی میدن با گاز شیمیایی. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. سقوط با همین از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. عدود تفنگاشون مه شهر، توی جوب خون شناور کش سر. کی گفته مشکل ما معیشتی آبدانان، دونه های برنج از آسمون میواریدن مثل برف. گوشت ملت نسریه روی شله اجاق، تو تاریخ ایران پشیز دوره شما. تیرو میزدن تو گلو موقع شعار، تولدتون دلیل توبه خداست. حیف خاک ایران آخون میره ته لجن، بعد سقوط زندگی میچسبه مثل کره اصل. قسمت قشنگ قصه انقلابینه، شما میمونید ولی پیچید به بازی سگه. اصل جون ملت مفته مثل پول تو جیبا، زن کشی میکنن برسن به موی هوریا. حرف دل هممون بود خونه رو دیوار، آسمون شهر رو روشن میکرد نور گوشیا. گربه رو با تیر نزدن بدون منظور، اسلامو چپوندن به ما به زور سر. خون با هیچی پاک نمیشه، حتی سپا کل شهر رو بشوره هر روز. وطن زخم و مشترک درد همه است، نشونمون روی سر نظام حبس نفس. آبی میشه رو نقشه دوباره رنگ عرس، ما نهانیم که زبونی کشیم از چرخ فلک. سقوط با همیم از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع. سقوط با همیم از شمال تا جنوب، بالاخره فرو میرید تو خون. رسیده کاردا به استخون، شما میرید و ما میمونیم. شیر و خورشید دوباره میکنه طلوع.
مامان من میرم، مامان من میرم، اما همیشه با تو هم. پروانه بنفشی دیدی منم، ابرهایی در آسمان دیدی منم، گلی که بر سر راحت افتاد منم.
Let's go. میخوام بگم از دلم، از عشق به این میهنم، به امید روز شکست دشمن شاه برمیگرده به وطن.
برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو همشهری شاه رضا پهلوی نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن سید علی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه توپ تانک فشفشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن ها ما شاه میخوایم نه ملا بزار بشنوه دنیا ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هموطن شاه رضا پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه بلند بگو جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن خواه
ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که می جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است جاوید شاه
در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است جاوید شاه مرگ بر سرخاب گرید فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر سرخاب گرید فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است جاوید شاه در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است در خیابان‌ها هزاران لاله خونین پرپر است شور کاوه در سر است شور کاوه در سر است جاوید شاه مرگ بر سرخاب گرید فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر سرخاب گرید فاسدترین فاسدان مرگ بر بنیادتان مرگ بر بنیادتان ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است ما که بی جنگیم و این خانه سراسر سنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است شاه ما آهنگر است
We lived in shadows, cut from the light. Sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. The not our will, not our regret. Now hear us say without any apology.
نام جاوید وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که هم آواز تو منم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، ز صلابت ایران جوان، ز صلابت ایران جوان.
من به نام فرماندهی این شاهنشاهی جاودان با تاریخ ایران پیمان می‌بندم که این حماسه زرین ایران نو تا پیروزی کامل ادامه خواهد یافت و هیچ نیرویی در جهان یارای برابری با پیوند فولادین شاه و ملت را نخواهد داشت. دیگر شبیخونی نابهنگام ما را غافلگیر نخواهد کرد، زیرا که ملت ایران و نیروهای مسلح آن که از ملت برخاسته‌اند و از قدرت لایزال ملی نیرو می‌گیرند، برای پاسداری سرزمین مقدس خویش روز و شب بیدارند. دیگر بیگانه و بیگانه پرست را امکان رخنه در بنای استوار حاکمیت ملی ما نخواهد بود.
نام جاوید وطن، صبح امید وطن، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. وطن ای هستی من، شور و سرمستی من، جلوه کن در آسمان همچو مهر جاودان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم. همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان، همه با یک نام و نشان به تفاوت هر رنگ و زبان. همه شاد و خوش و نغمه زنان ز صلابت ایران جوان، ز صلابت ایران جوان، ز صلابت ایران جوان. بشنو سوز سخنم که نواگر این چمنم، همه جان و تنم وطنم 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 وطنم.
Look at us here today. We see so many flags representing so many nations. We know we are not alone, and we thank you for being with us. For all people around the world who stand today in unity with the Iranian people, this is not just because it's good for us, and you do it out of compassion and care for our rights to liberty and justice and equality and human rights. But understand that it is in your best interest too to have, unlike this regime that has been propagating terror and radicalism, we the people of Iran are peacemakers and not warmongers. We like to be friends, especially with the free world. We'd like to be able to have the best neighborly relationship with the people of our area and the region, with the Arab countries, with Israel, and all our other neighbors. We are fighting for justice, we're fighting for human rights, we are fighting for liberty, we're fighting to put an end to all sorts of discrimination. Because as an Iranian, I stand here to tell you that I've dedicated 47 years of my life because I think that my country deserves far better than what we have right now. now understand that their best remedy is to support the people of Iran, because ultimately a free Iran will be your best partner, not just to bring stability and peace, but it will be in your best economic interest and opportunities. Together we can prosper again, and the world will be so different once the Iranian people are free. I am here to guarantee a transition to secular democratic future. I am committed to be that leader of transition for you, so we can one day have the final opportunity to decide the fate of our country through a democratic, transparent process, through the ballot box and free elections. And let's make sure that this time, especially the free nations of this world and their governments, stand on the right side of history.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to day 89 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Mr. Navabi.
and your wonderful and amazing host, Mrs. Gamari.
No, it's just Goldie Gamari.
No.
Okay. I was not quoted in the Wall Street Journal, so
okay.
Mr. Navabi. How are you doing today?
Good, very happy with the exciting news. We got another quotlet, the most important one when it comes to the Hormuz Strait and the Persian Gulf.
This is a big one.
Big one. Yes, guys, we were going with that quotlet for a while, but now we got one. We got one.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we were getting a lot of quotlets every day, but we were just getting like people we don't even know, right?
Yeah.
Just like random quotlets. We were
mini quotlets.
Yeah, we were mini quotlets. We were waiting for like a big one. And we got it. We got it. So look at this. So here's a statement from Admiral Brad Cooper, the CENTCOM commander. So he says, the death of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy commander, Admiral Alireza Tangsiri, from an Israeli airstrike makes the region safer. Tangsiri commanded the IRGC-N, that's IRGC Navy, for 8 years, during which time the IRGC harassed thousands of innocent merchant mariners, attacked hundreds of vessels with one-way attack drones and missiles, and killed countless innocent civilians. He was designated as a specially designated global terrorist by the US Treasury in June of 2019, with additional secondary sanctions added in 2024 related to drone development. Since the commencement of Operation Epic Fury, 92% of the large ships in the Iranian Navy have been eliminated. As a result, the IRGC-N has completely lost their ability to project power in the Middle East or around the world. Now, with the loss of their longtime leader, the IRGC-N is on an irreversible decline. Armin, this is my favorite part. U.S. military strikes on the IRGC-N will continue. Therefore, we call on every Iranian serving in the IRGC Navy to, and then this is in bold, immediately abandon their post and return home to avoid further risk of unnecessary injury or death. Admiral Brad Cooper, CENTCOM commander. That's
amazing.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. Goldie, this is going to really limit their ability to be able to show any type of force in the Persian Gulf. This guy was the main guy in charge of, holding the Strait of Hormuz and defending Khark Island and Qeshm Island and Kish Island, and all the other islands in the Persian Gulf. This is a big loss.
So apparently this is the building. This is a building. It wasn't
Bandar Abbas?
Yeah, in Bandar Abbas. It wasn't just him. It was also this other guy. I don't know his name, but he was like the head of like the IRGC Navy Intel.
Yeah, it was a couple of other commanders too. Like they were having a meeting. Goldie, they were having Meeting again. Again, these people never learned. Guys, there was a meeting between the IRGC top Navy commanders in the same, like all of the most important ones in the same place.
Yeah, like guys, we're only mentioning Tank City because Tank City was like the leader, right? He was the commander, but there's a whole bunch of them, and they were all meeting in this building, and you can see like the building has been decimated. Look at this. And Armin, do you see how precise this is? Because the buildings right beside are completely intact, like not even like damaged very much.
Yeah.
But the building that's like the building that he was meeting with all of his commanders, that Armin, I don't understand. Like, how stupid are these people?
I'm very grateful to the IRGC right now for making this easy for us. Just all gathered in the same place, the most important people, as much as you can. Just keep doing this.
Stupid. So stupid.
Right.
Like,
oh my god.
And you know, Armin, look at this. This is him. So you know, the curse of the pointy finger strikes again. Guys, don't ever like threaten Israel and point your finger. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. Oh my gosh. And Armin, everyone is trolling. Everyone is trolling. So I have a few videos I want to share with you really quickly about Tank City. And then, guys, we have a lot of news to get through. We'll get through it all. Don't worry. We have a lot of news right now. I know about like President Trump and his meeting that he had earlier. We're going to go through that. We're going to speak about the call for soldiers. I don't want to say what, but Armin, I see it on your screen. We have to speak about that as well. But guys, look at this. So in this video, the commander of the IRGC Navy is casually threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz with his Timu Navy. But now Tang City is dead, and the Timu warboat he's sitting on is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Never go full jihad. Armin, let me send this to you so that you can play and translate this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there was also a pager attack, like a pager style attack. Armin, did you hear about that?
No, pager. I didn't see that. What did
Armin,
you see that?
There was like a canned food delivery, and then the canned food exploded and killed a bunch of Besij.
What?
Yes.
I haven't seen that one. Is that Gardej Avidan or is Israel?
I don't know. But yeah, there's like a whole bunch of news. I actually have to make a list here. I had a list, but let me make like a new list because so much has happened, Armin.
Yeah. Also, Goldie, look at this. When Israel posted this for Iranian people, the comments are really funny. So, like, look at this. So, the Israel posted the same picture saying, "We had warned you, do not point the finger of threat at us." This is Israel's official account in Persian saying, "Ali Reza Tangsiri, the commander of the IRGC Navy, has passed away, or has been killed." And they posted this, and then the Iranians were like, "Can you hey Israel, look what this is, a finger right here." This guy is saying, "I know this guy's worthless, but can you also take him out? Because it's funny if you take him." And this guy posted, "Well, AJ has two fingers." Look at this. Like, look, this guy has two fingers. Please take him out as well. Iranians are commenting and showing fingers. And like this guy's posting, it's like, okay, well, look at all these fingers. Take all of these people. So Iranians are collecting pictures of people who they want to be taken out with proof that they need to be taken out as well.
Honestly, guys, the comments are so funny. Guys, if you ever need a good laugh, or if you ever want like a pick-me-up, literally just go to the IDF Farsi X account or go to the Israel Persian X account and use like the translate feature to translate the comments. It's so funny. Like it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gosh,
all right. It's like, Goldie, the relationship right now between Iranian people and the IDF is kind of like the relationship between like people at Christmas with Santa Claus. Like people are just sending their wish list. they're, they're sending their wish list to the idea.
Armin, it's the Nowruz wish list. It's the
Yeah,
because we're still in Nowruz, guys. So the Persian New Year, it's like a 2-week-long celebration. So we're still technically in the New Year celebration.
Yeah.
So it's like the 12 days of Christmas, and we get like a gift every day. So yeah, you're right. This is our Nowruz wish list.
Okay, all right. So let's read the caption. Goldie here saying, in this recent video, the commander of the IRGC Navy is casually threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz with this Timu Navy. Is this the one that we played with this person, with this woman flirting with
No,
him?
this is different.
Oh. This is different. Okay. Saying, but now Tank Siri is dead, and the Timu warboat he's sitting on is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Never go full jihad. Okay, let's watch this.
دیگه بستن یک تنگه که مهم نیست اما ما این کار رو نمی‌کنیم فعلا.
And like closing a strait is not that important, and we won't do it for now.
تا زمانی که ما خودمون داریم از این استفاده می‌کنیم.
For as long as we are using it ourselves, like we're using the strait ourselves, so we're not going to close it.
اون موقع تصمیمش اون موقع گرفته میشه. اگر
Like we will make that decision at that time.
اون بزرگان اون موقع بعد تصمیم میگیرن.
Like the great people, like the main decision makers in the regime, they will have to make the decisions.
من سرباز عمل میکنم.
And me as a soldier will follow their orders. Will do it.
من نظامی جواب اینطوری نباید بدم. اما این آمادگی
Like me as a military person shouldn't be answering like
رو
this.
در خودم ایجاد کردم.
But I have prepared. I have created this level of preparedness in myself.
شما میدونید.
You know.
موشک‌های ما.
Our missiles.
شناورهای ما و
our boats and our boats and ships.
امکانات ما.
And our abilities, or the abilities that we have.
پهپادهای ما و
our drones. And
فراتر از این بحث‌ها اینجا هست.
Like it has abilities, more abilities than what we're discussing here. Zart? Okay. Yeah.
2 more videos I sent you about this.
Okay.
In the studio chat.
Okay.
So the first one is a post by Israel.
Ooh.
And I actually know the account owner that runs Israel Persian. She is amazing. She's like such a phenomenal person. Yeah, I know her. She's lovely.
Why is Israel so good at memeing in Persian?
Because she's Iranian. Armin, the woman who runs the woman who runs this account. She's Iranian. She's an Iranian Jew. I've met her when I was in Israel, and she is the most amazing, wonderful woman. And she's huge, like pro Pahlavi too.
So Goldie, this confirms my theory that to win the battle of narratives against the Durka jihadis, you need Iranians. Okay. So, Israel has been really good at so many things. There was one thing that they were lacking in. They're good at military, intelligence, technology, entrepreneurship, academia, science, finance. Like they're like ahead of the whole world in every field. Okay, but when it comes to the battle of narrative and meme wars, they were a little bit behind. Okay, and now they're catching up. And you're telling me that they're recruiting Iranians. That's why they're getting Iranian Israelis. Look at this caption. Guys, this caption, if I translate it to English, it's not just, it doesn't hit the spots the way it does in Persian. Okay? So these are bad shit.
Listen to what they're chanting here.
Yeah, let's listen to their chant first. Okay, so these are the pro-regime Iranians inside Iran. This is what they were chanting. So the precision hitting, Tanks Free, the guy that just died. Tanks Free, the person who is a very precise hitter. hit more, right? Like this is what they're saying in the first, like keep hitting them, hit them more. And and that's what the chant is. And the caption is bad shit ke تنگسیری نقطه زنی شد. So like, oh, what a shame. Oh no, what a shame. the precise hitting تنگسیری was hit precisely. Wait, let me see if the AI translation. Oh yeah, that's good. It's a shame that the تنگسیری, no, the precision hitting, no, the AI translation is not good. The precision hitting thankstery was hit precisely with a missile. Well, okay. I don't know. It's not as good as the Persian. It's so funny. Bad shit. Oh no, what a shame.
There's also a lot of like jokes coming out about Tank City because so I'll explain this to you very briefly. So we call the Strait of Hormuz, we call it, what is it? Tange Hormuz? What is it?
Tange Hormuz.
We call it Tange Hormuz. So strait, like the you know, Persian equivalent of like Strait of Hormuz is Tange Hormuz. So but tang in Persian also means narrow. So the, you know, Strait of Hormuz in Persian translates to like the narrow of Hormuz, right? But what's funny is that this guy who was the commander of the IRGC Navy, his last name is Tang Sidi as well. So he also has the word Tang in his last name. So what like Iranians are joking about right now is that, like, you know, tight or whatever. So Iranians are basically saying Tang Sidi Goshad shod, which means like Tang City became loose. So the narrow became wide, basically. So it's like this.
So Goldie, that means the missile went up his, you know what?
That's I know.
Okay. His tight parts are not so tight anymore, basically. That's what they're saying.
Oh wait, does straight also mean narrow? Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, there you go. Okay, so straight also means narrow. Oh, there you go. You learn something new every day. Thank you for that. So yeah, so there's a lot of Iranian jokes right now and like memes about how like Tang City became wide because his last name also has the word Tang in it, and then he was the one that was claiming how he's gonna like control the Strait of Hormuz, like Tange Hormuz. So, anyways, there's a lot of that. It's really funny. Okay, I sent you another one, which I think you're gonna appreciate.
Oh my god, my fellow nemesis, like my former nemesis, the Kung Fu Panda Raifi, poor guy. Guys, this guy is such a conspiracy theorist that in our debates, whenever somebody goes full conspiratorial, we tell them like you're analyzing like Raifi poor. Like if somebody comes up with like weird conspiracy theories, we compare them to Raifi poor. That's how much this guy is known from conspiracy theories. So this is okay. So Ali Akbar Raifipour, Madina Maasaseh Mustafa. Oh, let me actually read the English. So Ali Akbar Raifipour, director of Masaf Institute, on April 4th, well, just recently, just a few days ago, he said the Strait of Hormuz has fallen into the hands of Sardar or Admiral Thangsri. He too has said what is negotiation? The strait is in my hands. There's no issue. So let's listen to this. This is
so Armin. This video, apparently, this message came out last night. So this was less than 24 hours ago.
Wow, guys. So the context is like in 24 hours ago, Raifipour, which is a regime propagandist, a huge regime supporter and propagandist, was like, yeah, we're strong. Thangsri has control over the Strait of Hormuz. And then less than 24 hours, he dead. Okay. All right, let's watch this. Oh my God.
عجیبه مثل تنگه هرمز افتاده دست سردار تنگسیری نمیدونم چه.
Oh no. Look, they're laughing like, oh, this is so amazing, so strange that the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz has now fallen in the control of Thangsri, and now the people in the crowd are chanting, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, we have control. Like,
ایشون هم به شوخی نوشتن گفته آقا مذاکره چی تنگر که دست منه من.
So he also, like, he said, he's like quoting Thangsri. He's saying that, what are you talking about negotiation? Negotiations? What negotiations? I don't know what everybody else talking about. The whole strait is under my hand right now. I have full control over the Strait of Hormuz.
خبری نیستش خب.
Okay. And now he did.
Is savage, Armin. This account is pure savage because they posted this morning. It's so funny. I think I put a comment under them because I know, like, you know, they're anonymous, but I was like, I'm pretty sure that you're like laughing your butt off like behind the computer screen right now.
Yeah, because they're a very professional account, so they can't be joking. But Goldie is saying that's really good. I know you're sitting behind your computer right now, dying of laughter. So, so yeah, you're right, Goldie. Like this is a very good account. They always post the most the right video at the right time. Even it might be from yesterday, it might be from a few hours ago, it might be from 40 years ago. But they bring it, everything that we need to remember exactly when we need to remember it. They post it. It's a really good account.
Armin, so Tusi's starting shortly, but before we go, I know you had some breaking news about the soldiers. Did you want to share that first before we go to Tusi?
Are we talking about the young soldiers that are being okay? So I have a couple of reports on that, and also President Trump said a whole like a lot of stuff as well.
So so Tange, go back to Hafizeh Tarikhi because they have this video in English with they just posted this with English subtitles.
Oh, they just did. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, guys, we'll go to Tusi in 1 minute. This is really important. Just watch the subtitles here, and then Armin's going to give a few quick, bullet point updates about President Trump because I know he wanted to say those, and then we'll go to Tusi, and then we'll come back with more in-depth analysis.
Okay, so Rahim Nadali, Cultural Deputy of IRGC's Tehran branch, on March 26, 2026. He's saying 12 guys, we're not telling you this. They're saying this themselves. 12 and 13-year-old children wanted to participate in Basi checkpoints across the cities. We have lowered the age limit to 12 and above.
Yeah.
Guys, we already knew this, but they're so masked off.
Full on admitting using child soldiers.
Look at this. So saying in Basi checkpoints that see happening across the cities. We have had many requests from teenagers and young people who want to participate in these checkpoints. By the way, they're actually advertising to try to get them. He's acting like they're coming to them. It's the other way around. They're advertising it. I'll show you the ads. And given the age of those seeking to participate and requesting to be present, we have lowered the age limit to 12 years and above. Unbelievable. So now 12 and 13-year-old children want to be present in this setting. There is also the matter of supporting the combatants. By the way, guys, this makes the Iranian people's jobs very difficult because now when the Iranian people want to do an uprising, there's going to be children shooting at them. And it's really hard what are you going to do? You're going to kill the children? There is also the matter of supporting the combatants. Where any individual can register and provide support for this environment in any way they can. Yeah, and also, so look at this. So Sohail posted this saying Iran IRGC announced recruitment of children 8-12 and older, and they had this ad for it as well. And these are the positions that you could apply for. And they're and they look at this. Adults and children.
Yeah, we'll definitely translate this poster when we come back from 2C because I know we want to go in depth on this, guys, and really speak a lot about this. Did you want to say the few quick points about President Trump? Because I know you wanted to share that, and then when you say that, we'll go to 2C.
Just a really quick video from President Trump, which Goldie might actually confirm my guess on what the gift was. You know, like I don't know if it. Like, let's see.
No, he already confirmed what the gift was.
Yeah,
He said it was, yeah. Go ahead.
So here we could play it right now. And
well, let's play it after. Why don't you just say what the gift was, and then we'll play it after, because I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says okay. It said there were some boats that went through with oils and gas that went through the Strait of Hormuz. I'll just say that, which was kind of my guess.
8 boats. Yeah, we were. Yeah, that was right. All right. Okay, let's go to 2C. Well, guys, we'll be back in like 30 minutes. We won't be gone for too long. But I'm going to be here. I'm going to be watching this with you guys. And Armin, if anything 2C says like you want to pause and comment on, just let me know and I'll pause it because I'll be here.
Welcome to 2C TV, ladies and gentlemen. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and it's all kicking off in Iran, especially in the south of the country. The Mossad intelligence services have managed to do yet another secret operation, a pager-style attack on the IRGC using canned food or tin food, depending on how you would say it. We finally have confirmation that the IRGC's head of Navy has finally been eliminated following a number of attempts by both Israel and the US. There is also the situation that we will cover in regards to the decision from the IRGC, because they are running out of military personnel, and so they have had to deploy child soldiers, teenagers, anybody above the age of 12 can now join the IRGC military and help, because obviously all the grown-ups are now getting killed or running away. So it's quite tough times for the IRGC. Of course, this is also a bit of a war crime, but I don't really expect the United Nations or anybody to actually kick off about this. They didn't really care about their cluster warheads on the ballistic missiles. We're going to give you guys the latest videos coming from Iran and some reaction from around the world in terms of what's been going on in Israel today as well, because they've been hit a couple of times throughout the day. And we'll get your reaction live as well. First, we're going to go to Lorestan, the region of Lorestan in Iran, as a joint operation by the US and Israel hugely destroyed the IRGC positions. Let's go.
این فیلم الان زنده در این حملات گرفتم براتون میفرستم. ببینین چجوری دارن با شدت اینجا رو میزنن. اینجا لرستانه. لرستان و ایلامو دارن خیلی شدید میزنن. حکومت سعی میکنه که تمامی این موارد رو از جوش و چشم مردم پنهون کنه تا کسی ندونه چی میشه و چجوری. ولی دیگه توانش از دست داده و قدرت مقابله با این حملات رو اصلا نداره. دم آمریکا گرم. آزادی نزدیکه.
I'll translate in a second. Wow. So the woman filming this was saying a huge attack by the Americans and Israelis hitting the positions in Lorestan, and she also said, well done, America, well done, President Trump. She then mentioned that the Islamic Republic are trying their best to prevent this from getting out. That's why, of course, there is an internet shutdown. That's why their own media propaganda machine are not showing people in Iran what's actually happening. So they are hoping that people around the country don't really find out about all these attacks. The problem is there's still a lot of people who have access to Starlink devices, and they are sending out these videos, and they are going to obviously satellite TV channels, including Iran International, and people in Iran can still watch that, by the way, using satellite dishes, and the truth is getting out. Also, just a quick announcement, in a couple of days' time, I'm going to be back on Fox News to give the latest, of course, update on what's been going on this week in regards to the conflict in the Middle East. So I'll give you guys, obviously, the details on exactly when and what time I will be on Fox News again. Now, let's go to the Meshkin Shahr in Iran. More attacks by the Americans. Also, this whole situation with the it's crazy. This whole situation with the pager style attack is peak Mossad at this point. I thought they can't do anything else that could top the secret operations that they did with Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they have managed to do it. Firstly, we have a major announcement, as you might have seen in the thumbnail of the live stream. Targeted attack on the leader, the IRGC leader of the Navy in Iran. This was a very precise attack. We also have a statement from both Israel and the US on this. This was his apartment. He was having a bit of a nap because he was tired, but that's what happens when you take a nap in Iran. Oh no. So it's the building on the right. You can see, well, it was on the right. It's now obviously gone down. These are the IRGC apartment blocks, by the way. So they have all their members and their families and the relatives and everybody who are there. We do have the information about this. That's him. It's gone. Finally. Some of you might be familiar with his face. Some of you, if you've been watching this channel, his name is his name was Ali Reza Tangsiri. He was also targeted a couple of times recently, including the beginning of the operation in Iran. The Israelis and the Americans decided to do a joint operation, both in terms of intelligence gathering to find out exactly when and how they should do this, and also in terms of military. This guy was hit before recently, and he was injured a couple of times. He survived. He kept surviving. Well, he's not laughing now, is he? So Tangsiri is now finally dead. This man was single-handedly in charge of closing the Strait of Hormuz. The man responsible for the closure of Strait of Hormuz has now been closed himself. And now let's talk about Mossad. This is a fascinating update we have been getting. Once again, another pager-style attack. For those of you, if you're not familiar, a couple of years ago in Lebanon, Mossad decided to do an operation, which, by the way, they worked on it for years, and they tricked Hezbollah to order a huge number of pager devices, because they didn't trust the originals that they had. But the Israelis managed to infiltrate the company that was going to be making them and the warehouse that was supposed to be delivering it. So inside the pager devices, they had explosives. And then once the pagers all went off, everybody died. And a lot of them got injured. They lost their arms and their eyes and everything else. They've done it again. Explosive devices were hidden inside canned food that was distributed amongst the IRGC members in the Pars province in the south. So essentially, these the cans that you see, they were supposed to have food because they are not able to actually live like normal people right now, because they are hiding in their bunkers and in their holes. So they have to have food for a long time. So they decided to obviously get some canned food. The problem with this was that Mossad realized, okay, well, we could probably infiltrate this this whole idea, and the cans all went off. And we also have this video from Iran. The IRGC themselves filmed this, explaining what's actually been happening with these canned foods and the explosive devices inside them. Mass casualties. A huge number of people have been killed and injured as part of the IRGC.
این نمونه بمبایی است که توسط جنگنده ریخته شده تو روستا. خیلی باید مواظب باشن خانواده ها، اگر همچین چیزی دیدن دست بهش نزنن، صبر کنن تا بچهای چک و خونسا بیاد خونساش کنه. به هیچ عنوان نزدیکیش هم نشید. اهالی محترم، لطفاً از منازل خود خارج نشوید.
Watch this.
پنجره نباشید و پنجره خودتون رو باز کنید.
Keep watching. Keep watching. Wait. Oh no! What a shame. So yeah, the IRGC media are not happy about this, and they have said that we've given a huge number of martyrs just because they were hungry and wanted to eat some food. What a shame. What a shame. Anyway, CENTCOM commander, Admiral Cooper has decided to release this statement following the successful assassination of the IRGC Navy chief, saying that the death of the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy, or IRGCN, commander Admiral Alireza Tangsiri from an Israeli airstrike makes the region safer. Tangsiri commanded the IRGC Navy for 8 years, during which time the IRGC harassed thousands of innocent merchant mariners and attacked hundreds of vessels with one-way attack drones and missiles, and killed countless innocent civilians. He was designated as a specially designated global terrorist by the US Treasury in June 2019, with additional secondary sanctions added in 2024 related to drone development. Since the commencement of Operation Epic Fury, 92% of the large ships in the Iranian Navy have been eliminated. As a result, IRGC Navy has completely lost their ability to project power in the Middle East or around the world. Now, with the loss of their longtime leader, the IRGCN is on an irreversible decline. US military strikes on the IRGC Navy will continue. Therefore, we call on every Iranian serving in the IRGC Navy to immediately abandon their posts and return home to avoid further risk of unnecessary injury or death. Brilliant statement by Admiral Cooper. This is crazy stuff, guys. The man who was supposed to be invincible, because every time we hit him, he survived. He kept getting injured and he survived. He's finally there. The man who was single-handedly in charge of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is dead. Also, 92% of the large ships belonging to the IRGC Navy have now been destroyed. Huge success in less than 4 weeks. It's only been less than 4 weeks, and this is the biggest achievement. We can also go to the Prime Minister of the land of Jews, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and his reaction to this successful operation.
אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף בעוצמה את המטרות של משטר הטרור האיראני. אמש חיסלנו את מפקד חיל הים של משמרות המהפכה. לאיש הזה יש הרבה דם על הידיים, ובנוסף הוא זה שהוביל את סגירת מצרי הורמוז. זוהי עוד אחת מהדוגמאות של שיתוף הפעולה בינינו לבין ידידינו ארצות הברית, במטרה משותפת להשיג את מטרות המלחמה.
Absolutely huge day for both the Americans and Israelis, and also the Iranian people who have been held hostage for 47 years in their own country. Now, in regard to the latest decision from the IRGC, as I said, unfortunately for them, they are running out of military personnel, actual professional grown-up adults. So they have had no other option but to make a radical decision, which for them is not necessarily radical. Yes, the introduction of child soldiers. Anybody above the age of 12. Now, this is crazy stuff for those of you who are normal human beings, but this has happened before in Iran, especially in the 1980s during the war with Iraq. Now, Rahim Nadali, who is the deputy of the IRGC's Rasulullah unit in Tehran, in charge of this, has announced a new initiative called Defenders of the Homeland for Iran. The program is deploying anybody aged above 12 and above, and their jobs, these kids, will be to man the checkpoints, the same checkpoints that the IRGC Basij units have been technically manning until now, and then the Israeli drones were used to basically eliminate them, wipe them out. They ran away, they were in hiding, so the IRGC thought, okay, so if we get kids to man the checkpoints, then obviously if the Israelis or the Americans hit them, we could say they killed children. But it's not just the checkpoints. They're also going to be using for operational patrols. Kids will also be doing vehicle convoys and effectively making them part of the repressive apparatus against the Iranian people. And they will be based in the military bases who are temporary right now, including in schools and other civilian sites. But in terms of what they have actually been up to with this, as I said, during the 1980s, when the war between Iran and Iraq was happening, they also used kids, primarily also to use them to do some suicide missions on landmines. There was a 13-year-old boy at the time, Hossein Fahmideh, who became the symbol of this unconventional military unit of child actors, and they turned him into a hero. Obviously, he died, so he became a martyr, he became a hero, and for the next few decades in the Islamic Republic, he was used to brainwash other children in the future just in case they need to do the same thing. And now they are desperate because they are running out of adults who were part of the military personnel. A lot of them also ran away, a lot of them defected, and so they have to use this, which again is the fact that they are doing this. And I'm going to go to the state media in Iran when they also made the announcement. They are saying it in a proud way, which is interesting because you are admitting that you are losing. You're admitting that you don't have enough adults, the people who were supposed to be experienced and trained as your military personnel to be there. It's desperation. Now, put it aside to the fact that it's evil and slightly a war crime. This is how the IRIB, or the Islamic Republic State TV, discussed the idea.
یک طرحی رو ما به نام برای ایران که طرح ثبت نام رزمندگان مدافع وطن هستش راه اندازی کردیم. عزیزانمون در حوزه‌های مختلف که مراجعه می‌کردن و می‌خواستن کمک کنن در کنار این رزمندگانی که در این شب‌ها و روزها در مقابل استکبار جهانی ایستادن، ما این طرح رو در حوزه‌های مختلف راه اندازی کردیم. بحث گشت‌های اطلاعاتی و عملیاتی هستش که خب عزیزانمون، جوانان و نوجوانانمون به کررار حضور پیدا کردن و گفتن ما می‌خوایم در این گشت‌ها حضور پیدا کنیم. در تورهای ایست و بازرسی بسیج که الان در سطح شهرها می‌بینید اتفاق افتاده، مراجعه بسیار زیادی داشتیم از نوجوانان و جوانان که می‌خوان در این تورها حضور پیدا کنن و با توجه به اینکه سنینی که حضور پیدا می‌کردن و مطالبه می‌کردن که می‌خوان حضور پیدا کنن، ما این سن رو روی 12 سال به بالا آوردیم. یعنی الان برای بچه‌های 12 ساله 13 ساله می‌خوان حضور پیدا کنن در این فضا.
I love how it's like, well, obviously we have to discuss this to see what age, but we are moral. So obviously we're not going to get kids who are 8 or 9 or 11, but 12 is okay. 12, 13, 14, 15. Go and get yourself killed, because at the end of the day, as I said, if they get killed, then the Islamic Republic could say, look, the Israelis and the Americans are killing children. And of course, you're going to have a bunch of weirdos in the West, including Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and everybody else, saying this is a war crime, they're killing kids, innocent children. Now, it's going to be very difficult now because the Israeli drones are going to be monitoring these checkpoints, the same checkpoints that they've been hitting until now, but they killed all those guys, all the IRGC Basij adults. But now the drones are going to see the kids. Now, what are you going to do? Technically, the kids are IRGC members, but they are children. They have been brainwashed. You might say, well, they make their decision, but a 12-year-old can't make up their own mind. They've been brainwashed. So the Israeli drones are going to find it difficult to even hit them. But at the same time, they are not really a threat. So that's the only good thing, because they are not professional. They're all, again, their brain is still not developed fully anyway. You don't necessarily need to kill them because you can't kill them. All you have to do is just basically ignore them, and you limit the powers that they have. You send a bunch of adults to go and disarm them, and you take them, you detain them, and you take them away. That's all you have to do. So if the IRGC think this is a smart idea, it's not really, they're not going to be able to cause much damage because they are not professional adults. Having said that, the Islamic Republic have renewed their attacks on their Arab neighboring countries, including Kuwait. Once again, the international airport in Kuwait was hit second day in a row. I am slightly questioning the self-defense, the air defense system in Kuwait. I'm not really sure what they're up to, considering that only a handful of missiles and drones are being launched. On the other hand, the Emiratis have been very good at intercepting them. And for the record, the Emiratis have been under a lot of pressure, especially in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, because the IRGC have been launching a huge number of missiles and drones every single day. Yesterday, until late afternoon, we didn't see any missiles for the first time towards the UAE. But we did see late afternoon, early evening, we saw a couple of missiles, a few missiles that were launched. So today, so far, they have been renewed again. The UAE Ministry of Defense have said that our air defenses are engaging the Iranian ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, as well as drones. So 15 ballistic missiles from Iran today, 11 drones, suicide drones, the Shahid drones, and also we had a number of cruise missiles since the beginning of the conflict, which was about, I think, about 15. Overall, 372 ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran towards the UAE, and 1,826 suicide drones. That's insane. Huge number of drones continue to be launched towards the United Arab Emirates. They also launched a number of attacks on Israel from both Iran and the Hezbollah bases in Lebanon. Earlier on, we had a missile with cluster munition that hit Kaf Qasim, which is an Arab neighborhood in central Israel this morning. So watch this. There is a couple of people on the right-hand side where the car is, that car. They got out of the car. Those guys hear the siren. They go inside the house or wherever it is. And then the same car they came out on, look at the car, gone. There have been reports of injuries in this area. As I said, there are also a lot of Arab Israelis, Muslim Arab Israelis who live there. There is also another attack in Nahariya, which we're going to talk about in a second. Before we do that, we also have to talk about the role of Pakistan in this conflict, because earlier in the week, they tried their best to help the IRGC, and they were miserably, well, once again, a huge failure on the international stage. Now, Pakistan proposed to be a mediator between the Americans and the Islamic Republic. A few days ago, there were also rumors that there are going to be negotiations. The Americans sent a huge list of demands, which were absolutely crazy demands. So the IRGC said, whoa, we're not going to accept this. We're also not going to do ceasefire. Pakistan, during that period, since the beginning of the war, they pushed for an idea to the Americans and the Israelis. And the idea was, which didn't actually work out well for them, was to keep these two alive. On the left, you have the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi, and on the right-hand side, you got the Speaker of Parliament in Iran, Ghalibaf. Because of that, they basically told, Pakistan saved them for a few days. They told the Americans, you shouldn't take them out. So the US told Israel to stand down because they were going to take them out. Both of these people were removed from the hit list for a few days until now. The idea has fallen apart. Pakistan warned that if you kill everybody, including these two, then there won't be anybody that you can talk to. That idea was tried for a few days and obviously didn't work out well because Ghalibaf is insane and has declared a massive war on President Trump personally. He wants to kill President Trump personally with his bare hands, apparently. And but this is also why the legacy media and social media hacks fell for this lie the rumors saying, oh, Ghalibaf and President Trump are speaking, guys. President Trump is going to pick one of these guys to be the next supreme leader in Iran. Ha, ha, ha. Like, you are all retards, absolute idiots who don't understand how anything works, not just in Iran, but geopolitically speaking. So this plan of Pakistan once again failed, but it's not really a surprise. They are not the sharpest tools in the box. Let's go back to the attacks on Israel. We had the IRGC missile that we showed you, but we also have a few from the IRGC Hezbollah wing in Lebanon that launched rockets towards Nahariya, hit so far one person in his 30s has been confirmed killed, and one other person seriously injured. This is in Israel. Yeah. Someone says, what video was that yesterday from Tim Pool? I went looking for it to put on blast and couldn't find it on any of his street. It's on Timcast IRL, the main channel for the podcast. And it was yesterday's live stream, which is titled, US deploys 3,000 more Marines, 82nd Airborne deployed to Iran. That one, and it's at the end of the live stream. It's 2 hours and 2 minutes, and it's at the end of it, which was mentioned literally the last couple of minutes of the live stream. So if you want to go check it out. We also have something from the US Central Command, another quick video that they've just released. Someone says it is not fair to parachute in exploding goats. Exploding goats, not bad. Margarita saying, where is the UNICEF? Child soldiers are being exploited also in organ trafficking, as already happened in Europe. Yeah, they don't.
Okay, so 2C's pretty much in the super chat mode. So let's continue with the news. So Armin, the floor is yours. Let's continue.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go finish the topic regarding. Should we go to the comments by President Trump first, or the child soldiers?
Up to you. Up to you.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to go to the comments, why don't we finish child soldiers, and then we can go to the comments by President Trump. I mean, I'm going to play the full briefing anyway when you go to your group discussion chat, but it would be helpful to get your comments and your thoughts on that before you go. But let's finish up the child soldiers.
Okay, let's do the child soldiers. So Iran International also is saying here. Well, this is basically the same news of the video that we showed you. So Iran International was covering it as well. We saw that the IRGC also, like their media, is showing a lot of women being recruited. But let me actually go, before I do that, let me actually translate this poster that Sohail sent us from the ad that the IRGC posted. So ثبت نام رزمندگان مدافع وطن داوطلبان مردمی. So basically they're recruiting people to come and apply to come defend. They say defend the country. بسیج با مردم برای مردم. So I think بسیجی for the people, by the people. So they have a quote from Ali Khamenei here regarding the Basij. You can see in the picture they have adult men, women, and children here as well. And there are different positions that you could apply for. Like these are the different activities. So Gashtoy Etilati, so intelligence gathering, units. This is for checkpoints. This is for like more operational activities. پشتیبانی از رزمندگان. Oh, so this is backup for the fighting forces. راه اندازی کاروان‌های مسیح. So basically food distribution and also taking responding to the injured, like being a first responder. So that shows that that's what the ad is. But let me look at this video, like a video that the Islamic Republic posted regarding women now joining the armed forces, like getting a woman to their civilian women to now join as well. Wow. Whoa. Guys, you see the background says hey there, hey there. Listen to the background, it says hey there, hey there. Okay, so apparently they're running out of men, so that's why they're advertising women picking up AK-47s and joining the fight. By the way,
guys, I just want to clarify something about this. These women, jihadi Durkha women that are joining the fight, they're not here, like they're not joining the fight against the United States and Israel. They're joining the fight against the Iranian people. So this is not meant for United States and Israel. This is basically meant to intimidate the Iranian people who want to rise up and overthrow the regime, right? So this has nothing to do with United States and Israel. This is how they're trying to intimidate the people of Iran by basically saying, if you come out into the streets, even our women will, come after you and shoot you. So basically, I mean, ARMIN, to me, they just, like, I've been saying this all along, but the Islamic regime just made my job very easier. They're now basically confirming that even the women are evil and should be destroyed, right? So when I say don't show any mercy to the women, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating, because look at the women. Guys, the women are even more evil than the men, because keep in mind, it's these women that are raising the terrorist men, right?
Yeah, it also confirms that they're running out of people, that they're recruiting women and children. It shows that they're running out of people as well. So, and also this was confirmed by Iran International, saying a video published in state media shows that the Islamic Republic has armed a number of its female supporters. Guys, but when it says female supporters, it means that these people were not like soldiers, like female soldiers. These were civilian supporters, female supporters of the Islamic regime, and they are now being given weapons. With weapons in the streets and public places of Iran Shah. So again, this is the same video. Iran International is confirming that. So here's an example of what this looks like when it's not a promo video. Okay, because that was a promo video. So this is an Iranian woman holding a gun in Lahore. Let me translate the video. So she's talking to Netanyahu. So she's saying, like, I'm standing in front of you. Come to me. You're nothing. So she's saying challenging Netanyahu directly. Like, come and fight the Iranian woman. But what? Like saying Iranian lioness woman lore. Oh my God. Okay, we already have a lioness here. It's the Goldie. With lions, Iranian lion lore men.
Yeah, you know what? She is insulting Iranian lores, and as an Iranian lore, I take full offense to this jihadi. We Iranian lores, we're gonna deal with her ourselves. Save this one for me. Save this one for me.
ایران بجنگه بیاد فقط بیاد با من بجنگه
خودم میام با تو جنگم بیشرف.
She wants Netanyahu. She wants to fight Netanyahu. She's challenging Netanyahu. Say, come fight me directly. But Goldie is gonna fight her instead.
یکی بیشتر نمیزنم.
Like, I will kill him with one bullet.
شبم میام من هر شب با این میام.
Like every night I will come up with this gun.
با این اسلحه میام بچه‌هامو میارم شوهرمو میارم.
Like I will bring my children, I will bring my husband every night with this gun.
یعنی هیچ وقت میدون خالی نمی‌کنیم.
We will never empty the field.
به هیچ وقت نیروهای عزیزمون بزنن محکم‌تر بزنن اگه یکی میزنن 100 تا بزنن.
Anyways, I think I got bored with this.
But you know what, Armin, so, but that, you know what, that's a really good example. Like this crazy lore woman, this is a very good example of how, you know, the people who support the Islamic regime, right? They're found in all various parts and aspects of Iranian. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I need some water. I need to go get some water. But these crazies are found in all various aspects of, you know, Iranian society and culture and, you know, whatever, right? So it's basically this cult that has been brainwashed. And so because this cult has been brainwashed, you find them in all parts of the country. But ultimately, they are a minority. They are a minority, but they're the minority that is armed. But I look forward to getting rid of them. I look forward to getting rid of her husband, her children, whatever, right? Like just, and you know what, Armin, to me, when I see like a, you know, crazy jihadi like this, and, you know, she's waving around a gun and she's like, I want to like go after Netanyahu. I don't know. That looks like a combatant to me. Does she not look like a combatant to you? And
oh no, she is for sure,
yeah,
for sure.
She's a legitimate military target.
Oh yeah, for sure. She is for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
yeah, I'm gonna
right.
get some water. I'll be right back. You
Okay.
continue.
Oh wait, I want you to. Okay, let me.
I'm listening. No, I'm just gonna get some water, but you continue. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, get some water.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say because I did taunt you.
So Goldie, this is one of the times that I can say, "Oh my God,
you were right."
I guess that, oh my God,
you were totally right.
Wow.
You know, Armin, this is so bad for the regime. By President Trump revealing this, right? He's basically saying the people that I was speaking with, well, they gave us 8 boats, but then I think he ultimately ends up saying they added 2 extra boats to make it 10.
I'm a 10.
So your guess was right on this. Your guess was totally right. And
wow.
Like Armin, the fact that President Trump is now saying this is going to make the Islamic regime go after one another even more.
Exactly.
Because
they were trying to do him a favor to save their own lives, but now the Trump was like is making the old regime go after them.
Because they have been saying like it publicly, they're like, well, you know, like no negotiations, we're not going to let any boats pass. And then the regime has been putting out like some propaganda about how, yeah, you know, we're only letting the boats from like our allies go through.
Right.
And then now President Trump's saying this, Armin, like this is masterclass psychological warfare.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. And Goldie, the fact that they were put on a no-kill list is a lot of people thinking that this is doing them a favor, but it also brings them out of their holes so that you could track them back to their holes in case that you want to put them back on a kill list. So there's also that.
Well, Armin, it also puts them on the IRGC kill list.
Kill list, yes. Okay. Yeah, true,
guys,
true.
So you have to remember something. Like, this is very, very important. Wait, let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up, because the IRGC, okay? Let me just pull it up. I mean, like, for we Iranians, like you know, we know this, we're familiar with this, but very, very quickly, Armin, for like, I just want to give like a quick explanation of this. So, guys, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, okay? So first of all, that's not the actual military, okay? The IRGC is not the military. It's a paramilitary terrorist organization. It was created by the Islamic regime. Guys, it was created by the Ayatollahs, okay? So after 1979, when the Ayatollahs took over, they created the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, okay? Right, see? So the IRGC was established by Khomeini as a military branch in May of 1979 in the aftermath of the revolution. So where is the Artish is supposed to protect the country's sovereignty and traditional capacity. Guys, this is the key part. The IRGC's constitutional mandate is to ensure the integrity of the Islamic Republic, okay? So the Islamic Republic is there to protect the existence of the Ayatollahs. The Islamic Republic only answered to Khomeini, Khabar Margesh, like this evil demon man. And then after Khomeini died, and then Khamenei became the supreme dictator, the IRGC only answered to Khamenei, right? The IRGC does not answer to like any politicians or any other leaders or nothing like that. The IRGC was loyal to Khamenei. When Khamenei was boomed on the first day, thank you US and Israel for that. So when Khamenei was boomed, and then there was like, okay, who's going to be the supreme dictator? Who's going to be the next one? From what we know, there was an internal pressure campaign from the IRGC to have Mojtaba become the supreme leader. Now, Mojtaba is in a coma. We haven't seen him. We haven't heard him. The guy's like missing a leg. He's disfigured, right? He's probably brain dead. Armin, I think that the IRGC put Mojtaba in that position. They forced everyone else to put Mojtaba in that position so that the IRGC can just do what they want to do. And right now, guys, the IRGC is running around like a headless chicken because the person that they're supposed to be loyal to doesn't exist, is dead. So it's the IRGC itself that's running the country. They're not, I mean, they might have been loyal to Larijani, maybe. Like, they might have seen Larijani as like the de facto regime leader, but Larijani's dead. Yeah, Armin.
So can I add some context to all of this? Because this is very, okay. So you're very, Khomeini started the IRGC as an anti-coup measure, so that the Artesh never starts thinking about a coup. But the vision that Khomeini had for IRGC was completely different from the vision Khamenei had for IRGC. Khomeini wanted IRGC to never be involved in politics. He actually warned them that you do not dare get involved in politics. You're just military. However, when Khomeini died, Hashemi Rafsanjani, which was the president at the time, wanted to pick he's the one who picked Khomeini as the next supreme leader. He lied that Khomeini picked him. Khomeini didn't pick him. Hashemi Rafsanjani picked Khomeini he thought this is a weak supreme leader, that if I make him the supreme leader, I will have all the power in the country. But Khomeini, with the IRGC, they worked with each other, and they pushed Hashemi Rafsanjani aside, and Khomeini became more and more powerful. Because also with the help of Khomeini, the IRGC became so much more than an anti-coup versus Artesh military unit. They took over politics and the economy in Iran against the visions of the first supreme leader Khomeini, right? However, what happened after is that as IRGC became more and more powerful and managed to control so much of the industries inside Iran, their power started increasing compared to Khamenei himself. And there was a transition of power from Beit Rahbari, which is the Office of Supreme Leadership, towards the IRGC. And IRGC always wanted to make Mujtaba Khamenei the next supreme leader, because their understanding was, because Mujtaba is not very influential, he's not very recognized. So their understanding was with the supreme leadership of Mujtaba, the transition of power to IRGC will be complete. Like there will be no but what they didn't take into account is that, I mean they did, but like they can't do anything about it, is that the IRGC is now fragmented, and there are many different IRGC that have their own agenda, and Khamenei was the only uniting factor, putting them all in the same line. And now without Khamenei, the internal division between IRGC, different parts of IRGC, is now increasing. And Goldie, you're right.
Armin,
the only person,
more than that, the IRGC, like wherever they are, like, you know, fragmented, whatever, all around, they don't answer to the politicians, because the politicians are all fake, right? So Pezeshkian is a nobody, Ghalibaf is a nobody, Arakchi is a nobody. I mean, you saw the president's Nowruz message. The guy looks like he's being held hostage in like some weird underground bunker, right? So Armin, so going back to what President Trump said today, right, where he's like, well, you know, they agreed to let eight tankers, or 10 tankers go through. The IRGC, like, sure, President Trump might have, temporarily put Ghalibaf and Arakchi on the no-kill list, but I think that's actually going to upset the IRGC, and I think the IRGC might go after Ghalibaf and Arakchi, because they're going to be like, what the hell? Like, why did you agree to this? And why did you agree to give them these boats, right? Like, what's the saying? Like, yeah. You need to, what's it? داره کاری میکنه که به جون هم بیافتن. دارن به جون هم میافتن. They're going after one another based on the psychological warfare by President Trump.
Yes. This goes again, when I said they're fragmented, this highlights the fragmentation, because there are people within the IRGC that want to go full resistance, but the Ghalibaf camp seems to be wanting to secretly give certain things to President Trump. And you're completely right, because the only person, Khamenei was the only person that had some uniting influence in the IRGC. If there's anybody that could have done something, like if 1% of that, was Larijani, because Larijani was smart enough not to be his own camp. He had somewhat of a good relationship with all parts of the Islamic Republic, unlike Ghalibaf, which has his own camp. Like Larijani was good with like different parts of IRGC, with the reformers. He always had his network with everybody. Everybody was somewhat okay with him. But Ghalibaf, he has the Ghalibaf camp. For example, in the Islamic Republic, we have these people called Jebhe Paidari, which is part of the hardliners who don't like Ghalibaf. So Ghalibaf has a problem that he doesn't have the respect of many different elements of the Islamic Republic. So he's not going to be able to act like a unifying factor. But it seemed like he was trying to save his own skin. and that's why he was trying to do this with President Trump. And by the way, Goldie, remember?
But you know what? Like President Trump just threw him under the bus, right? So Ghalibaf is trying to save his own skin by giving these gifts to President Trump, and then President Trump just casually says, "Yeah, you know, this is what they gave us." So he literally just threw them under the bus.
Right,
like these are literally dead men walking.
And Goldie, remember, like when I gave my guess that probably it was some ships with oils that was or gas and oil that was given. That was the thing. Like people was concerned with the concern with my theory, which is a legitimate concern, is like, well, 8 or 10 like oil tankers are not going to make much of a difference from President Trump. But I said, well, first of all, by announcing this, you're causing division within the regime. So that's the reason why you would say that I got to get from them. And also, it did confirm it's not about 8 or 10 oil tankers making a difference in the oil market. It's also President Trump was selling it as a idea that, oh, I saw that these are people with some influence, which is also because they managed to do that, which also shows to the other parts of IRGC that, yeah, they have been talking to somebody with a lot of influence, because they visibly could see that 8 or 10 oil tankers did, like, that really happened. So it causes, it confirms to the other parts of IRGC who might be concerned about this that President Trump is not bluffing, because they could visibly see that actually happened, which makes the internal division a lot more serious, because it can be confirmed by the other parts.
Quick question, Armin. So the IRGC are now separate from each other and now working in separate little groups because they have no head to control. That's what we think. That's what we think. Like, because there's no leader. There's no leader. So they're basically operating in their various bubbles. And that's why you're seeing like the Islamic regime. That's why you're seeing, Iran, the Islamic regime, just randomly attacking countries and randomly throwing like missiles around, because they don't have a battle plan. They don't have a strategy. Like, each group is sort of working independently, and they're all freaking out, and they're all just basically like going like full haydad. Like, it's really like it's really insane to watch. Like, they're literally having a meltdown here.
By the way, Goldie, where do people get information at this level? Where do they get this information at this level? Nowhere else. There's nowhere else on English-speaking media that people, only on Iran Revolution Live, guys, you will get this level of detail about what's.
Of course.
Yes.
Before you go, and before I go to President Trump, can I just share the newest IRGC promotional video with you?
Yes. Yes.
This is like crazy, guys. So the Islamic regime, they're losing the war. Okay, they're losing the war, obviously. All they have left is AI. And like, what's crazy to me is that like on social media, right? Like look at this account. And guys, this account is in Iran. Okay. So remember, when 90 million Iranians are cut off from the internet, there are accounts in occupied Iran that are promoting Islamic regime propaganda, like this one here. And guys, even though this has a blue tick, guys, all of these accounts are like propaganda, Islamic regime government accounts, right? So these are literally terrorist accounts. But look at this. So they posted a new video, and like, all like the Durka jihadis are loving it, and they're sharing it, and they're like, we are winning, like, I don't know, whatever. But the message is to all American soldiers: we hope you've been informed that Iran is a place where Palestinian, Lebanese, Iraqi, and Yemeni fighters have mastered ground combat at a highly professional level. I mean, first of all, the ground combat for Palestine, Hezbollah, Hashd al-Shabi, and the Houthis is not very good. So, I mean, that's not like, that's not that's not like the compliment you think it is. It's not the flex you think it is. But second of all, they're also pretty much admitting that the Islamic regime supports and trains terrorist groups, right? And then they're like, you're about to face a true master of ground warfare. Welcome to Iran. And then they put Habibi, and Habibi is Arabic. So like, no offense to, all of our Arab speakers and all of our Arab friends and supporters. The reason that like we criticize this is because we're Iranian, we speak Persian. So for this account to say, welcome to Iran, Habibi, is very weird, because like they should have said like Azizam or something. So anyways, but that's just how like these Durkha jihadi terrorists are. Anyways, Armin, let me share this new AI, this new video with you from the Islamic regime, right? Because guys, and for all you Americans, just pack it up, go home, because after this video, like, I don't know how you guys are gonna win. It's very scary stuff, very serious stuff. Armin, I have so many questions. Wait, first of all, I don't think this image conveys what they wanted to convey, because this looks like the United States and Israel are like booming the flag of the Islamic regime, and then
they're running away.
Yeah, and they're running away.
Oh my god! Yeah, one job. You can't even do propaganda right.
Like, I don't understand. Like, when I see this image, I just basically think of, oh, okay, like the United States and Israel are, destroying the regime because the Islamic regime flag is burning.
Burning, yeah.
Right?
Exploding.
And then Armin, I have questions. There's this guy, and I'm like, I don't think this guy looks Iranian. I was very confused about that. Maybe I'm wrong, but
maybe from Bandara bus.
Oh yeah,
that looks fun.
But yeah, you know what, guys? Like, apparently the Islamic regime is going to win the war with like, ATVs.
I did that in Mexico. That was fun. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I did scuba diving. I have like my PADI. I have like my beginner's PADI, so I can be a scuba diver.
That's all you need to win a war, Goldie. We could send you right now.
Yeah, just ATV and scuba diving. Like, okay, wait, it's this guy. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this is so weird.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's weird. Anyway, so guys, I know that this is like an older video. I know it's an older video, but this was like, so this like jihadi account just posted this video on X, like, 13 hours ago, and it already has 75,000 likes, Armin. Do you see how
they're desperate? They're desperate. They're desperate.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I held you up too long.
Yeah, no, it's okay. No, they can't win in the battlefield, so they just have to win with, fake videos and stuff like that. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to go to our discussion group. If you want to come and talk about, the way that these military operations are going, our predictions for the near future and the longer term future, I'm going to be in my discussion group. The link is in the chat. Oh, let me just post it one more time. So, yep, just click on there and I will be there, and just come there and I'll answer your questions, and I'll be back with you guys pretty soon. Okay? All right, guys. Bye.
Bye, Armin. See you soon. Okay, wait. I'm just texting someone. Wait. One moment. I'm just going to text someone. Okay. So we're now going to play President Trump, because this was very, very important. And I was watching it earlier today. And the Major, could you please check your phone? I just sent you a message. Okay, we're going to start this.
Nice to see you, Brian. Brian's been on an excursion. Right?
All right. Okay. I don't want to put the Major on the spot, but I sent the Major a message, and if he's available, if he's feeling okay, because I know he's been a little bit under the weather. But if the Major is available, and if he's feeling okay, and if his internet connection is good, we're gonna have the Major join us after we hear from President Trump. Oh, look at this, Major! Welcome. How's it going?
We are alive. It's been kind of a rough month. That's why I really haven't been here too much.
That's okay. I know.
I am mostly good to go now. I've gotten the principal text on tomorrow's article done. That's
okay, well,
doing the last 2 hours. So.
Okay, so I was going to play President Trump first, and it's about like a 30 to 40 minute video. So maybe why don't you stay with us while we watch President Trump, and then afterwards I have a lot of questions for you, as do our audience, with respect to the Marines and like the 82 and like what it all means and all that like military stuff, because I don't know that stuff, and I'm looking forward to learning about this.
I'm here to help.
Amazing. Okay, so stay with us on stage, and let's go to President Trump, the Commander in Chief, and the Major. If at any point in time, if President Trump or someone says something that you want to like add commentary on, just let me know, and I'll pause the video so we can hear from your commentary as well. And guys, everyone, put an M in the chat or put a salute in the chat for the Major. Because we're always thankful to have the Major here, and he's a former he's a veteran, so thank you so much for your service, and always great to have you with us. All right, let's go to President Trump.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Are you all ready? A lot of media, as usual.
And guys,
thank you to the incredible members of.
Was just gonna say, with respect to the volume, this is as loud as it goes on YouTube. So you guys are just gonna have to like boost the volume on your end while the video's playing.
My cabinet, they're doing a phenomenal job. Everybody pretty much agrees to that, including our newest member, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you, Mark. And we all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator, very effective senator. Effective probably being the more important word, JD, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck. I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. An amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family's amazing. So thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. You came into a department that shut down by the radical Democrats. Right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now. Because of us, we got them out, but still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them.
Also, Major, I just want to say, since you're wearing a lion and sun hat to support Iranians, I changed my flag, so I'm wearing my American flag. There you go. In honor of the U.S. military and Americans, and of course, President Trump and everyone. So there you go.
Excellent.
Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. That was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying the defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the.
Could I say something for a sec?
Yes, please.
On the, because I haven't been here since this happened, but all the dust up over sinking the regime ships off of India. I'm not going to talk about the legality of that because that would waste time. If I have very strong feelings about that, because if the captains of those ships are still alive, they should hang them. Not because they're officers of the regime, but because they violated basic naval rules that go back centuries. And it was that entire episode was criminal dereliction of duty on their part. And
are you referring to the fact that the captains did not give the opportunity for the other people on like the IRGC Navy ships to like defect and leave?
No, what had happened, those 3 ships that were, the one was torpedoed off Sri Lanka and the other 2 suddenly developed engine trouble.
Yeah.
They had been in India, at Vishnupuram, I think is what it's called. I'd have to look again. They were there for the they were there for the Indian International Naval Review, which they do like every couple of years. It's basically show up, show the flag, sail around and say, hi, we're here. All the shooting started a couple of days before they left port. And they had the opportunity, the captains had the opportunity to get off their ships, go to the Indians and say, would you please intern us during this combat operation against our country? Because if you're the captain of a warship, it doesn't matter if it's a sailing boat or a battleship, you have 3 responsibilities before you have to obey orders. And those are, you are responsible for the safety of your ship, you're responsible for the safety of your crew, and you have to keep in mind the idea of the fleet in being. What that last one means is, are you going to is taking your ship out of port into battle going to actually meaningfully impact the conflict? And the answer for them was no, because the U.S. Navy knew they were there. That's why there was a submarine in the area. We don't usually have attack submarines off of India. It's very uncommon. So we knew they were there and we were waiting for them. And they knew it too, because they stayed in Indian waters until they couldn't be anymore. And the instant they went into international waters, they got sunk.
Do we know what kind of submarine it was, or is that like classified?
Yeah, it was a Los Angeles class attack submarine.
What? Let me look that up. Los Angeles.
For anybody who doesn't know what that means, if you've ever seen the movie The Hunt for Red October, that was the American submarine.
Wait,
was a Los Angeles class.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
So
this was the submarine. Okay. Sorry, I'm only asking because I'm not like geopolitics, I'm good. Military, not as much, which is why you're the expert.
Absolutely. That's not a problem. The thing is that submarine was parked out there waiting because they knew where they were. They knew what their engines sounded like. So they just waited and they walked. Obviously the regime captain sailed right into the trap. And, one of their ships is now on the bottom of the ocean. The other 2 have now been interned in Sri Lanka. So what's going to happen to those ships after everything is over and done? Kind of up in the air. I would throw their captains in jail at the very least, because there's no universe where they were going to have any impact on what's happening. They basically went out to commit suicide. And yeah, that's reprehensible.
So the major, but that ties into what Armin and I have been saying about how they have like this Shia death cult mentality, where these are literally like Muslim Nazis. They're part of like this savage death cult, and they don't respect any sort of law or code or nothing like that. The only thing that matters to them is like their Shia cult jihad mentality. So that's why these captains, did what they did, because all they care about is like Allahu Akbar Durka jihad.
Right.
Yeah.
And I completely, I'm right there with you. But they still have a responsibility. The responsibilities that I laid out, they have that responsibility, and you're going to find that's pretty common in any actual military. So if those guys are still, if they're still alive, and I presume that the other two captains are, if they get released and sent back to Iran, they immediately need to be court-martialed. That is something I would not, that's something I would very strongly, that's something I would very strongly respond to. Like I said, I have very particular views about that. That really aggravated me when I saw it.
I mean, that's the least of the crimes that they've done, but yeah, it's definitely wild. But thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
That was just something I want to get off my chest. So I appreciate that.
No, and listen, everyone always appreciates when you're here. So yeah, just let me know whenever you want me to pause when President Trump is speaking, or during the video, and we'll get your commentary.
Absolutely.
Between some they fired and % of those don't do, and the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones too are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know they're talking. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators.
Oh, sorry. We just have a quick super chat. So, and Neohev Israel says, hi, everyone. I'm new to this channel. Free the Persian people, free Iran. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Welcome to the channel. I'm Israel Chai. And of course, God bless America. And the Major, Sohail sent you a message in the private chat, in the studio chat. But Sohail, did you want to really quickly just repeat what you said to the Major so that our viewers can hear your message as well before we continue? Sohail, are you there? Oh, he might be taking a quick break. All right, that's okay. So guys, Sohail sent a message to the Major, and he said, God bless American troops. We'll have Sohail repeat the message when he gets back. But there you go. I just want to share that as well.
I do. I appreciate that very much. One thing, though, for everybody who might be wondering, when you see me kind of lean in and with my face looking somewhere else, it's because I'm partially hard of hearing. And on my phone, I've got the volume cranked up as far as I can, but I still need to lean in to listen. So, but only for President Trump. That's in case anybody's wondering.
Go for it. That's what I figured is going on. So all good.
Yeah. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that. Negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. What he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but they happened to come along. So,
can I answer something here?
Go for it.
Yeah, on the drones and missiles going into the Gulf states along the southern coast of the Gulf. 2 things. First, from the beginning, I knew that was absolutely deliberate because, you know, you'll get misfires every now and then where things will go sideways and they'll hit something you didn't intend. But from the beginning, these things, there's too many of these things landing in obviously civilian areas. And you don't make that kind of mistake on that scale. The second part of this is that I think in a lot of cases, the Gulf states, governments allowed it to happen. With the whole thing before all the shooting started about how, no, they weren't going to let the United States or Israel, you know, operate from their territory to attack the regime. I think that they did that specifically because they knew that the regime would attack them because the regime were crazy. The problem for the Gulf Arab states is that when you see all those little bitty states, Bahrain, Qatar, you know, even Saudi Arabia, the population in that region is mostly Shia. And they're not, or they were not really opposed all that much to Tehran. But their rulers are Sunni, which means for the Sunnis, they have a really serious security problem. But the best way for them to deal with that was to let the regime attack. And, you know, then they can look at their Shia population who are standing there wondering, oh my God, why are we being attacked? And they can look at them and say, well, hey, you know, we told you these are bad people. You guys didn't want to listen to us, but, you know, we're working on it now. So I don't know what else to tell you. Just take cover and we'll deal with it. I think very much that's what happened. So that's just me. Everybody knew in advance that the regime are nuts and that they're going to go out with a bang and try to take everybody with them. They just didn't get the calculus right.
Well, I think they just didn't realize how insane these people are. And, you know, these other like Persian Gulf countries, they thought that if they tried to appease the regime, then the regime would go easy on them.
The people did. The rulers knew better, but they also knew that they couldn't actually step up and say that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the rulers knew better, but they still went along with it. Like
yeah.
Even Senator Lindsey Graham was speaking about this a few months ago before the conflict began. And Senator Lindsey Graham was calling out the Arab countries. And he was like, I cannot believe that there's like, you know, certain Arab countries that are trying to discourage President Trump from getting rid of this regime and, you know, freeing the you know, Iranian people and all of that. So, I mean, the rulers knew better, which to me makes them even more culpable. because they knew better, but they still tried to appease the regime because all these Persian Gulf countries wanted the bad guy in the area because that makes them look better. But once,
and that's something that's a rule of thumb that everybody needs to learn when dealing with the Middle East. If you're dealing with Arabs, you have to remember that the enemy of my enemy is my friend does not apply. What applies is the enemy of my enemy might be my friend for right now, but they're probably going to try and stab me in the back later. That's been the case for my entire life. Iran, until 1979, did not fall into that orbit, but it very much does now. As the people on the street in the Persian Gulf states are figuring out. So,
yeah. No, I agree.
Wanted to interject that.
Wasn't so easy. So right now their navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their air force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone and they met to pick a new level and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel and they would have used it on the neighbors. And then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. They took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. It's one thing we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said 25 years ago, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated. They said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother.
Can I interject?
And we don't need it. We don't need them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. On NATO, President Trump is correct. NATO has always been a paper tiger. even at the height of the Cold War. Because what most people don't realize is that NATO's battle plan for a Soviet invasion was to try and hold the Soviets for a week, maybe two, and then start nuking everything from Warsaw east. That was the plan. There was never any assumption that we were going to be able to hold the Soviets and beat them back. It was the Soviets attack, and within 2 weeks, we're going to be throwing nuclear weapons, because they weren't willing to spend the kind of money that we were spending to create militaries that could actually hold the Soviets. And we knew that back in the 70s, and all the way through the 80s, which is my time. That was the plan for land war in Europe. NATO would try to hold on for 2 weeks, and then we'd just start nuking everybody. So, that's one of the reasons I learned that. 1985, which is why I didn't expect to live to see my 30th or 35th birthday, because the threat at the time was very real. So, yeah, President Trump is 100% correct. And I'm so saddened, is the best way to put it, by the Royal Navy and the state the Royal Navy has been left in by Starmer and the people who came before him, because they're incapable. They've fallen so far, they're worse than South Africa. South Africa has 27 admirals for a navy of 12 ships. The UK has 67 ships, I think, and 136 admirals. That's a terrible, terrible look, and it shows when they said, well, gee, we had RAF Akrotiri attacked by a drone. We should send a warship to protect Cyprus. And suddenly we can't send a warship inside of a week, anything. And if you look at videos of the Royal Navy as they're trying to sortie ships out of port, those things look awful. Those ships look terrible. They're rust stained. They're not, it's obvious that they're not ready to actually do anything. They're in worse shape than they were in 82 during the Falklands War. It's just, it's sad. If you know anything about the history of the Royal Navy, this is the worst I've ever seen the Royal Navy. It's just, and it directly impacts us, because we have to pick up all of the slack now. And it just, of all people, the Japanese have a better chance of helping us out in their respective theater than either the Royal Navy or the French or anybody else. And it's very disheartening. But that's not us. That's unfortunately the people we ended up siding with. So President Trump is not wrong.
We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, we're way.
I just want to say, I always one of my favorite things about watching President Trump's speeches in the last 4 weeks is how he always says, we're way ahead of schedule. Everything is destroyed. Everything is gone. They're all dead. The leadership is all dead. We don't know who we're speaking with. I just find it's music to my ears. It's music to my ears, because this is what we have been waiting for so long. And, guys, for everyone who's watching, The Major is one of my OG members and subscribers and mods on YouTube. So The Major, joined my channel and started watching my YouTube channel back in October, right? So back in October, when my channel, right now I'm almost at 200,000 subscribers. But back in October, when I started, I was only at like 1,500 subscribers. And, you know, when we were doing I was doing my YouTube lives, you know, maybe like 300, 400 people max watching. And then, you know, all of a sudden it became big. But, you know, even like, do you remember, Major, like back in October, I was talking about like terrorism and jihad, and I was trying to raise awareness about the Islamic regime. And I was like, these people are occupying us. And, you know, you're like one of the OG people who was there from like back in October. And, you know, you've always been a supporter of the Iranian people. And like, Major, if someone had said to me 6 months ago, okay, if someone had said to you 6 months ago that we would be here today, I wouldn't believe it.
I've never told you this, but I actually didn't find you on YouTube.
Oh, where did you find me?
I found you on Instagram.
Oh, was it one of my Iranian here videos?
Yeah, because it was, I can't remember which one it was. It was probably 7 or 8.
Okay.
Maybe. And I was just scrolling through and I was like, oh, what's this? Click, turned on the audio, and, you know, there you are. You're saying, you know, that's your pro tip for anyone who's not in the Middle East. And I was like, well, that's pretty interesting. And, you know, like you do on Instagram, I just kept scrolling along. But then the way the algorithm works, it kept feeding me more of your Iranian here. And after watching 2 or 3 of those, I was like, huh, this is pretty cool. Click on the bio, and it's like, oh, she has a YouTube. Oh, I'll click on that. I'm always on YouTube. I use it for research. So click, and that's how I got to this channel. And that's, you know, I was really surprised when I, you know, opened up your channel one day, and I'm suddenly a mod, and I'm like, huh? What happened? Because for those who haven't been here that long, I don't know that you had any mods, you know, in October, November. But I was just going after the trolls because I couldn't kick them. So I would just go and humiliate them as best I could, you know, just really quickly. And then one morning I open up, it's like, oh, you know, Goldie's going to be on, and I turn on your channel, and it's like, hey, my name looks different. And suddenly I can kick people. Yay!
And I really appreciate that because, yeah, like when I started out, like no mods, no nothing. It was just me and my small little channel. So, yeah, but like you were here for, you know, all of the, like, you know, the live streams that I did about like jihad and like, you know, pointing out like radicalism and like America, you know, with like the infiltration, you know, and all of that.
Then there was the documentaries.
Yes.
With where Gandalf and I really hope he's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine.
Gandalf and I, on that one video talking about the late Shah's medical condition, Gandalf and I, towards the end, we're like, they killed him deliberately, and went into detail why. You know, I still recommend that to people. Go watch that. You know, that's what happened.
Yeah.
And, you know, those were really good things, even though a lot of those documentaries were abysmally bad. And, you know, we were giving them like -5 or -10.
Remember the Al Jazeera one? We rated it a middle finger. The Al Jazeera documentary was rated the middle finger.
Yeah. And that was the thing. I got to Al Jazeera in a really weird way, but I always knew they were basically the Muslim version of, you know, CNN or MSNBC. You click on an Al Jazeera link to get the pictures, and that's about it.
Yeah.
You know, don't expect any kind of neutral commentary out of Al Jazeera.
Of course not. Of course not.
But too many people do, and that's one of the problems. Like people have said, including me in the chat, you don't hate the mainstream media nearly as much as you should. And I speak as a member of the media. Woot. So, yeah. Fox is better, but still take everything with a bucket of salt that you see on the MSM. And as far as President Trump's comments about how we're all ahead of schedule and everything, battle planners, tend to be very conservative. And that happened in Desert Storm, where people were very antsy because they were afraid, you know, we're actually way ahead of schedule. But that's not really a bad thing. Let's commit forces a lot sooner than we probably should. And it ended up working. It's the same thing here. They had a plan laid out, but as I'm watching it, I'm seeing, yeah, this is going about as well as you could reasonably expect. What I like is that we're limiting, there's no combat losses against, from the regime, that I know of. And we have really limited friendly fire incidents, which is really good. A lot better than I was expecting, because we don't really work with Israel that much. So a lot of weird things can happen when you're not used to working with an ally. And we haven't worked with Israel at this level, I don't think ever. And I was really pleased to see that. And
so I did want to pick your brain on this. After this talk by President Trump, but I just wanted to ask this question just so that you can think about it and ponder on it, and then I'd love to delve into this after we're done hearing President Trump's update. But the way, the strategy to me between the United States and Israel, it almost looks like the United States is going after like the big military assets, and then Israel is doing more precision strikes where they're going after targeted buildings. Israel's going after the besieged individuals, right? So it does seem to be some sort of collaboration there between the two, right? Where you have the US being like the big booms, and then Israel being more targeted.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true.
So let's dive into that after this, because I want to pick your brain on that as well, because that's a very interesting tactic and strategy that I've noticed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ahead. Think of it. They have no navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise, but they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. They have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention.
Oh, wait, so someone in the chat is saying, Goldie, maybe a new Iran can buy Trump-class battleships. Oh, guys, 100%. When Iran is free, we're literally going to rebuild our military using the top level American military, because that's actually what Iran did prior to 1979. And for those of you who've watched our documentary, watch parties and everything, I've already shown you footage from the 1960s and 70s where the Shah of Iran would go to the United States, and they would America would put like military displays on for the Shah of Iran, and the Shah of Iran would basically just pick and choose what he wanted to buy. So I'm very happy that all of these ships and planes and whatever are being sunk, because all of them are either very old, they're either from before 1979, and therefore like pretty much in ruin, or they're newer, but they're basically like second or third hand garbage bought from like China or Russia, which is why I call the Navy like a Timu Navy. So we're gonna rebuild. We're gonna rebuild our military and Air Force, everything, and we're gonna do it with the help of the Americans, because that's guys, like Iran and America used to be huge allies before 1979. I'll play that clip again in the future, but put that thought on hold, and I will show you a clip from the 1960s where the Shah of Iran was visiting the United States, and he was with JFK, and the Shah of Iran was there to purchase military equipment. But let's go ahead.
I have some very particular views about how Iran can rebuild its military, but we can leave that for a little bit later. But yeah.
Okay.
So every one of those see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. They have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective, but they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea, 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2%, because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. They now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything.
I just want to add, what's really funny about this is that this was happening at pretty much the same time or just after we got the news that the IRGC Navy commander was exterminated, right? So it's so funny.
I got to tell you, Moxie with those little boats with the rocket launchers on top, and the dishka super glued onto the bow. That's some chutzpah right there. Great against a civilian tanker, not against a warship. Just saying.
Yeah.
Keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country. And I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming, because they've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing. And nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to. But if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from...
He's no longer with us, and it's very sad.
Well, you can't make fun of him now because he's dead. You can't. It's to make memes about dead people, not because you're being nice to dead people. It's just there's not a lot of point. I mean, what else are you gonna do, right?
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh my God. Armin's gonna wait. What's the time? Okay, what's the time here? I gotta make sure. Okay, it's like okay. Oh, I don't even know what the time is. 1:21. Wait, let me refresh this. Maybe if I refresh it, it'll. Okay.
Pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations and investment is pouring in from. Said, well, now we have to take an excursion.
Okay, here we go.
Just at a fraction of the kind of.
Okay, I found it. I had to refresh it because the live was over. So I think it's around the 17-minute mark, if I'm not mistaken.
So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy.
No, wait, I missed
that. Operation getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people.
Okay. I just had to refresh so I could get like the proper time here. Oh, come on.
It's television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming. Very.
Oh, wait, someone's asking, would I support the U.S. annexing Harg Island under the condition that the money actually goes? Absolutely not. One of the most important things about the Iranian Revolution is, maintaining our territorial integrity. So I absolutely do not agree with annexing any part of Iran. One of the main reasons that Iranians, Israelis, and Americans are allied right now is because the United States and Israel have made it very clear that they're not interested in annexing any land. They're basically interested in eliminating the threat. And President Trump made it very clear that when they have eliminated the threat, the IRGC, he said in his speech back on February 28, he said, once we're done, Iran will be yours to take and reclaim. So do I support annexing? Absolutely not. But there really is no reason to annex because Kharg Island back in the 1950s and 60s was actually built by American companies. So like this whole annexing thing, like that's basically just like more like propaganda to try and drive a wedge between Iranians and Americans because the Islamic regime is desperate and you know they want to try and create division however and wherever and whenever they can. So no, there's not going to be an annexing, but you know, do I want to see American companies there help rebuild? Absolutely. And you know, in terms of like oil, I would like I've already put this on X. I put this on X like before the conflict started. I said I would be happy to see Iranian oil be sold to the United States because right now Iranian oil is being literally given away to China for free, right? For cents on the dollar. So 100%, I would rather see a free Iran enter into a trade deal with the United States for oil because I want to see Iranian oil go to a free democratic country like the United States as opposed to you know, some terrorist communist country like China or wherever, right?
Yeah, there is one thing I do want to point out concerning Kharg Island, and a lot of people, for some strange reason, tend to see this differently. Invading and capturing Kharg Island is not annexing Kharg Island. The reason why we would go after Kharg Island is not even really to keep it, you know, to cut off the finances for the regime, because it's a moot point right now. The reason we would go into Kharg Island is to try and keep the regime from destroying it in a scorched earth plan, because that way we can turn it over to the new government and say, here, because that's what's going to actually help Iran move forward after the regime is gone. Not having to rebuild Kharg Island completely is going to be a really positive thing. That's why we would probably take it. I'm not saying that we are.
Well,
you know,
we'll
but
get into that. We'll get into that because that's why I wanted you here because that's what I wanted to speak with you about. But let's get back to President Trump, and that's a very important conversation. And I have a lot of questions for you on that. So guys, there's a little bit of a teaser, but I agree with everything that the Major just said. So anyone who's talking about like, oh, United States is going to annex land and they're going to like, guys, it's not happening. It's literally not happening because everyone knows one of the major points of you know the Iranian national revolution is respect for the territorial integrity of Iran. So don't believe the Shia jihadi woke leftist narrative. Okay. All right, let's continue. But this is very important.
Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. They now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best We have the best military equipment in the world, no, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela? They had other equipment, they didn't have ours, it didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it, we did the situation in Venezuela, it was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country. And I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming, because they've really sued him just at a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing. And nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test.
Oh, remember I said this earlier, Major. Remember? I said this in one of my earlier live streams. I was like, guys, this is when President Trump is asking NATO to come and support. It's not that America actually needs NATO's support, but this was a test. President Trump was testing to see who is a real ally of the United States. And now he's calling out NATO.
Mm-hmm. You can't trust the Turks, because the Turks have their own agenda in the Mediterranean and down into the Horn of Africa.
They're the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah, you can't trust them. And let's face it, France got itself kicked out of Africa largely during the Biden administration. As I just said, the Royal Navy can't even deploy a single destroyer in less than a week. And Germany has a navy that's really good for the Baltic, just because they don't have any reason to build anything bigger. So they're not going to send anything. Italy, I love Giorgia Meloni. I think Giorgia Meloni is awesome, but she's got a major internal problem. So does Greece, because they're staring at Turkey. And then you got Spain. Don't get me started on Spain. We'll be here all night. But they made great ships. Now they're just largely useless, which they demonstrated when they told the U.S. to move its tankers out of Rota. And I'm like, you want to talk about pathetic. I mean, wow. Essentially nobody in NATO is doing anything until later, when, we're obviously winning and it's not going to be that heavy of a fight. Sure, we can help. Yeah. About the only people in NATO that we can actually rely on right now is Poland and Hungary. And neither of them are really big naval powers. So there's not a lot for them to do. And Poland has its own concerns with Russia and Ukraine right now. So that's probably not going to happen.
Major, I have a feeling that, when Iran is free, we're going to see a new world order. Well, not a new world order. We're going to go back to the world order that existed prior to 1979, which was this alliance between United States, Israel, and Iran. Because those countries were... And Iran is a key player. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Iran is a key player in world peace and global dominance. Iran, prior to 1979, was the reason why there was pretty much mostly peace in the Middle East, except for the jihadi Palestinians, right? And it was only when Jimmy Carter backed the Ayatollah and then, helped turn Iran into an Islamic hellhole in 1979, that's when all the big terrorism problems really started in the Middle East.
Well, I would actually kind of push back there a little bit, just a little bit, because
I won't dirka you. That's okay. I'm not a jihadi. I'm Iranian.
The reason it's going to be a new world order, and it's important to understand, is that there's no longer a Soviet Union. Because until the mullahs took over Iran, the only state sponsor of terrorism, as we understand the term, was the Soviet Union.
Well, they
were the ones who were funding the PLO. Right?
They also funded the 1979 Islamic Revolution.
They did.
The Soviets were behind the Islamists, and Jimmy
I
Carter
wrote an article about that.
for backing them. Yeah.
But the thing is, there's no Soviet Union anymore. When I won't say if, when the Islamic regime goes down, all that funding goes away. It's already gone away right now because they can't. They're too busy trying to get their own money out of the country. There's not really support going out to terrorist groups anymore from Iran, at least temporarily. Once they're gone, once the regime is gone, there's nobody to support those terrorist groups. They're all going to starve on the vine because they're not going to have any income at all. Because say whatever you want about Donald Trump, he is not going to send C-130s loaded with pallets of cash to a state that is funding terrorism.
100%. But you know what? So the Islamic regime is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. 100%. I agree. So when they're gone, that's going to reduce funding for a lot of these terrorist groups and proxy groups. But we still have to deal with Qatar. We still have to deal with Turkey. And, you know, Russia and China, in their own way, behind the scenes, are sending money to various groups, especially what's that guy? What's that American guy who's in like China right now, who's funding all like the lefty groups? Neville something. His last name starts with an S. We watched like a whole Fox News like expose on this, but so we still have to deal with the communist threat. But getting rid of the Islamic regime, I agree. It's going to be, Neville Roy Singham, that guy. Neville Roy Singham. So you know, getting rid of the Islamic regime is going to counter a lot of that. But there is still like a threat of communism, not as much, but like we're going to see a major fundamental shift in geopolitics.
Oh yeah. And that's that. If I didn't care about Iran, all right, if there were an alternate me that, you know, couldn't care less about Iran, that alternate me would support Trump simply because of that. Because that would be worth anything we do. You know, I watched the Shah fall when I was 12 years old, on camera. And I've been mad about that ever since. So that's why I stuck around on your channel. Is because this is the one place where I can really get out how I feel about this. And, you know, this shaped everything I did. The Beirut bombing, happened. I went to boot camp 51 weeks to the week after the Beirut bombing. And my experience of the barracks bombing in Beirut, my experience of that was helping my mother take care of my brother's kids, because he was in Okinawa at the time. But his wife, who was Japanese, had a friend, and she was Japanese, didn't speak a lick of English, but her husband had been sent TAD, temporary assigned duty, to the expeditionary unit, amphibious unit at the time, that was in Beirut. And when the barracks bombing went off, she had no idea if he was alive or not. And she was beside herself. So Kumi called mom, asked her for help. She said, Michael, get in the car. And we went down to to El Toro, and I helped mom take care of the kids while Kumi sat with her for 3 days until she saw her husband on the news. Back when CNN was actually worth something. Yeah, big old bandage on his head, carrying a stretcher. So I'm kind of a lot more embedded in this than a lot of non-Iranians. So you know, I have very particular views about this, and that the barracks bombing actually did play into it, into my decision to enlist back in the day, and start down the road that I'm on, in earnest. So, you know, that to me, even if you don't know the first thing about Iran, you should support this. You should support what Donald Trump is doing, just because it will obliterate all the funding, 99% of the funding for terrorist groups around the world. And if for no other reason, you should support that. That's my opinion. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No, I agree. And you know, I always, when I speak about what happened in 1979, I always purposely make a distinction between the United States and Jimmy Carter, right? Like I never say United States. I always say Jimmy Carter and the Democrats, because this was a disastrous policy by the Democrats. And I truly believe, as well as the vast majority of Iranians, especially Iranian Americans, that the Democrats are anti-American because Jimmy Carter messed it up. And then Obama sent, you know, planes full of cash to the Islamic regime. Look at what Biden did. And, you know, like, it's just, they're terrible. Like, the Democrats, to me, are the most anti-American people I can think of. Like, they're literally traitors.
I actually phrase it differently, because we're past the point where they're anti-American. They're anti-civilization. And that's my big thing. And a lot of people don't understand really how intensely I feel this. And I've never told you this, so I'm going to say it now. I don't support Reza Pahlavi because he is the Shah of Iran. I don't support him because his father and grandfather were the Shahs of Iran. I support the House of Pahlavi because the House of Pahlavi, for 100 years of rule, consistently stood for justice and wisdom and civilization. And if you're anti that, you're my enemy. Personally, I take that very seriously, and I mean it very seriously. So yeah, I stand with Pahlavi because Pahlavi stands for civilization.
You know, thank you so much for saying that. Like, that's exactly the reason why we Iranians support him, because he, like you said, the House of Pahlavi stands for civilization and justice and modernity and human rights, right? Like, we don't support him just for the sake of supporting him. We support him because the House of Pahlavi has an established track record of building Iran, modernizing Iran, and, you know, human rights and civilization. So thank you so much for that. That really means a lot. And thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I can't wait until Iran is free and you come visit us. You're gonna have a blast.
You know what? I think all members and mods need to be in Iran after liberation. And I said it to Gandalf, and he and I have that plan going on, where we're going to do a beach party barbecue in Bandar Abbas.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we'll have.
I'm all for that, and if he gets his pub open in Tehran, I call for pub crawl Iran. Start in Tehran, make our way to Bandar Abbas, and
Love it.
brisket.
Absolutely love that.
We'll
Oh,
get
wait.
the oil drums, cut them in half, and by God, we'll do some barbecue.
Wow. So the Iranians in the chat are responding to you. So this person says, بهش بگو بیاد شمال ما یک قلیون در سیب براش چاق میکنیم کباب ترش میدیم. Okay, so this person is saying, tell the major to come up north. So the north is like where everyone goes, where it's like, you know, beautiful weather, it's like beaches, and it's just like it's amazing. So he's like, tell the major to come up north. We're gonna like smoke some like hookahs, shisha, but like sorry, not like drugs. It's like just the regular hookah, which is like water vapor, and they're like apple flavored hookah, apple flavored qelyuns. And then they're also gonna make you kebab torsh, which is like it's basically like regular kebab, but it's got pomegranate molasses on it, and it's so good. So yeah, kebab torsh is like amazing. So guys, like you already have an invite to like go party with Iranians all around. Yeah, no, it's tobacco.
Yeah.
The qelyun is tobacco, but it's very mild, and it's just like, you know, it's like the water thing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate it, and you're on.
There we go. There we go. You know what? The major, when Iran is free, okay, oh my gosh, we have to go back to President Trump, but I just want to say, so to all the Americans and Israelis who are watching right now, and all of our allies, but, you know, especially Americans and Israelis, when Iran is free and you guys come to visit, you're going to have a different hostage problem, because people are going to be so appreciative that you're there that they're going to be like, no, you're not allowed to leave. You have to come to our homes because we have to feed you. We have to party with you. So it's going to be like the reverse hostage situation where you guys are still being like held hostage, but only because people are going to be like, no, you can't leave. You must stay. You must come to our house. We must feed you. So there you go.
I am not going to say no to that.
There you go.
I'm not going to say no to that.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. See? The major is invited to the mehmuni. Yeah, so mehmuni is the Iranian word for like party. So you're invited to the mehmuni. Oh yeah, Americans, you guys are gonna be rock stars. You're gonna be rock stars in Iran. We love you guys. We've always loved you guys. All right, okay. We gotta finish this.
Yes.
Wait, is President Trump live right now again? Oh geez. Wait. Is he? Okay, so he's delivering remarks at the Greek Independence Day celebration, so that's fine. This is more important, but we'll go to Greek Independence Day after. But thank you for letting me know.
To help us, you don't
Okay, let's see if we can try to finish this before ARMIN comes back.
have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression. Never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both.
Okay, so I think this is where he gets into like the internal stuff. So let me just like move forward.
Who's
overseas fighting very
okay.
about trade, jobs. I like. So in just a few moments, Treasury prices were over. And I think before a few words about where we are with the situation.
I'll be right
He's
back.
involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations, and then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said Hegseth. He gave you such a nasty hard time. But you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some questions. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation. But the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco? The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the
if Iran gets if the regime gets a nuclear weapon, their first target is going to be Jerusalem.
Of course.
You know, a lot of people don't understand that. Yes, Jerusalem is considered holy to all Muslims. They'll destroy it so that nobody else can have it. That's what they want. If they can't have it, nobody can have it. You know, and I would actually push back on Secretary Rubio here, because it's not that the regime is weak. It's that you had a convergence of events that made this possible. The reason we did this, the reason the U.S. is now at the point that it is because the Iranian people stepped up and tried. And had they not, then had the protests over the collapse of the rial just kind of fizzled out after a week or so, we wouldn't be here right now. But the Iranian people stepped up and said, no, we're done, and we mean it. And Trump said, okay, let's do it. That's how we got here. You know, history is great. I'm actually a history major. History is great, but it's what have you done for me lately? And start with December 28th and come up to today. We are here because the Iranian people stepped up and said, we will carry the burden if we can get help. And Trump said, okay, we'll give you the help. And that's where we're headed. But we can come back to that in a minute.
We also, we also voted back in January 8 and 9, we voted with 100,000 lives, right? Probably more than 100,000 lives. So Iranians went to the streets and they were shot down by the Islamic regime, and President Trump saw that. Guys, it's 30,000. The 30,000 is just for the first 2 days. The number, guys, it's even more than 30,000 in the first 2 days, but it's just that number is just so insane that it's difficult for non-Iranians to kind of grasp that, because a lot of people don't understand how savage and barbaric the Islamic regime is, and that's through no fault of your own. That's just because you have dealt with rational, normal, reasonable governments, right? Whereas we Iranians, we've been dealing with Muslim Nazis our entire lives. So we know exactly what they're capable of, right? We know exactly. And President Trump knows that as well, because every time he speaks, he says, 30,000, 40,000, possibly even more. So President Trump knows the actual number. He's just not saying it because he knows that the mainstream media will go after him and whatever, which is nonsense, right? But the truth will come out. But Major, you're absolutely right. Iranian people voted with their lives, and they demonstrated that we want freedom, and President Trump saw that, and we're very grateful to him for that. We're also very grateful to Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio has always stood on the side of the Iranian people.
Keep talking. I got to step away a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Doing now at their weakest point. This is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's Navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factory so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do. And if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future. And that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. It's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it, but they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it for 47 years, Marco. That's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Witkoff, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following. no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer. No stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meeting,
you know, when even Steve Witkoff is calling out how terrible the negotiations are, you know that it was bad. You know that it was bad.
Meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are
so no, Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Witkoff. They were not miscalculating. You're dealing with like jihadi Durkas who are part of this like Islamic Shia death cult, who are legitimately so insane, right? Like Mr. Witkoff, with respect, you're dealing with like this Durka jihadi death cult that are so insane that they literally believe that they can take on the US military and beat them. And they also believe that they can come to the negotiating table with someone like you and just, sit there and be like, we have enough uranium to build 10 or 11 nuclear bombs. And apparently that's supposed to scare you, when in fact, you're probably sitting there thinking that you're dealing with like reasonable people. So I wish I was a fly on the wall for that meeting, because, Steve Witkoff, when he's sitting there and then like, Adolchi or whoever shows up and he's like, we have enough uranium to build nuclear bombs. Steve Witkoff is probably like, oh, okay then. Good to know. And at that point, Steve Witkoff is probably like, Steve Witkoff is like, we're done, right? So poor Steve Witkoff, probably traumatized from dealing with these like Muslim Nazis, right? Jeez. I don't know, man. All right, let's continue. Poor Steve, right? Guys, I'm telling you, we Iranians, we're used to dealing with the Muslim Nazis. We know how insane they are. You guys now know how insane they are because you've been watching Iran Revolution Live. We've been explaining everything to you. But for everyone else, right? For everyone else who's new to like the Islamic regime, yeah, welcome to the insanity. Welcome to the Muslim. Oh wait. There's like some background noise, Major. Which account do you want on? Because I see two of your accounts here. All right. Okay. Sorry, there's background noise. All right, let's continue.
That was me. Sorry.
All good.
Like 11 atomic bombs.
Look at this. This is crazy.
Throughout our meeting.
So guys, in Persian, we call this like gondaguzi, right? Like gondaguzi, like, well, okay, let me just say something in Persian to everyone, like all the Iranians. من باورم نمیشه چجوری که رژیم اومده عراقچی اومده جلو آمریکا نشسته و داره میگه آره ما we have 11 nuclear bombs و انگار مثلا آمریکا میترسه. یعنی اینا انقدر دیوونن، اصلا باورم نمیشه. They're crazy. Guys, that wasn't my mic. No, don't blame me. That wasn't my mic. That was the Major.
Yeah, that was me. My fault. My fault.
I did not go Durka. The Major went Durka, so blame him.
Yeah, that's me face planting.
All right, let's continue.
With the Iranians, we heard the following from in Iran, turning piling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60.
Wait. First of all, no, there's no such thing as an inalienable right to enrich. That's not a human right. Okay, so that's literally the most, to use ARMIN's terminology, that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. Right? Like, I don't know, Major, but the right to develop nuclear bombs is not like a human right, okay? And I can't even say it anymore.
Inalienable.
Inalienable, right? An inalienable human right is like one of the fundamental human rights, right? So, for example, an inalienable human right is the right to freedom of religion. Okay, like that is a fundamental human right. So the fact that Steve Witkoff is saying that the Islamic regime said that they have like a fundamental human right to develop nuclear technology, it's insane. Like, it's like, what?
They would have been better to try and say something like they have a legitimate sovereign right as a nation to do that.
But
that
even
would be legally correct.
I mean, but even then, Major, they don't, because under the Shah, the country of Iran signed the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. So the Shah of Iran was one of the first signatories to the non-proliferation treaty.
Yeah, but here's the thing about everybody on the regime side. That's a piece of paper, and they can agree to abide by it or not because they didn't sign it. That's their way of thinking. As far as an inalienable right goes, that also applies to freedom of speech.
Yes.
Unless you're part of the left in America.
Yeah, well.
One thing, though, before we go back, my editor is actually watching this right now. Hi, Bill. And he texted me privately and said that if I go to Iran, I have to bring him with me for the party. And I said, okay, cool.
Hi, Bill. Yes, you are also welcome.
There you go.
Ron. You can be the Major's +1.
That he just fell out of his chair laughing. I know that. That's cool. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, let's go back to, but just you can see from Steve Witkoff's expression, he's trying to be very professional, but look at this, bar hopping with Bill.
There you go.
With Bill, I love that. Okay,
that's a party animal. I mean, yikes.
You can see from Steve Witkoff's expression that he's trying to maintain a serious professional face, but literally he's you can tell in his in the back of his mind, he's like, these crazy Muslim Nazis actually showed up and they told me that it's a fundamental human right that they have the right to build nuclear bombs. Honestly, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for normal Americans who now have to deal with these Muslim Nazis, because guys, I'm telling you, the insanity is real. The insanity is real.
When I write articles, for those who don't know, I write for a magazine called Freedomist. It's online, freedomist.com. When I write there, I tend to take the worst case scenario. And I just assume that the worst case scenario is something that I need to make people aware of. The regime in the last, where are we now? 90 days, 100, 100 days.
89.
They have demonstrated to me that maybe I'm overthinking this too much, because these people are dumb. Not Iranians, the regime. These people, my mother would have said they're so dumb, you got to hyphenate the word. Dumba.
Major, but that's the thing. They are dumb. So that's what we've been trying to say. Major, these people are dumb. They're uneducated. But their stupidity makes them dangerous because they're savage. They're savage. They won't hesitate to murder innocent Iranians, and then they won't, and then because they haven't been challenged for the last 47 years, and because other administrations have basically allowed them to just spout their jihadi nonsense for the last 47 years, they actually think that what they're saying is legitimate, and so therefore like they think that when they go and sit down with someone like Steve Witkoff or whoever, that they're going to be taken seriously. And now they basically found out that nope, just because the United States ignored them for the last 47 years doesn't mean that these people are invincible. It just means that
it's actually worse than that. It's actually worse than that. And the reason it's worse than that is that we didn't ignore them for the last 47 years. We explained to them in 1988, oh my God, I was in Japan. Wow, I remember that. I was in Japan when that happened. I was very inebriated. We explained in 1988 that they should not mess with us. You watch that video about us sinking half of the regime's Navy in Operation Praying Mantis. I was the only person in the chat, by the way, that was warning you, don't watch this video without a bleep button. Good video, bleep button, bleep button. We explained that to them, and they just decided to completely ignore that and, just continued on doing what they were doing. Mostly because Democrat administrations kept letting them get away with it. So, it's part stupidity and part willful allies helping them along.
Yeah, and there's also another wait, okay, did I see your super chat for the major? Yeah, but we haven't really gone to the Q&A yet. But okay, Linda, let me bring up your super chat so the major can answer it. But I already know what his answer is going to be. All right, Major. So Linda is asking, do you know if Trump, Rubio, and Hegseth are speaking to, working with Pahlavi and the Immortal Guard behind the scenes?
The answer to that is yes, but you're not going to hear them say that in public, either side. You're not going to hear either side say that in public because they can't at this point. We're not there yet. It's going to be, you're going to see them talking to His Highness when the time comes for him to tell the Iranian street and the Javedan that now is the time to get out in the street and do what's necessary to finish off the regime. That's when you're going to see them talking to him openly. Until then, no. They are going to speak in the most generalized terms, if they even mention His Highness at all. And it's not because they don't like him. It's not because they think he's incompetent. It's just that the way politics works right now, they can't come out and say, yes, this is the person we are supporting. You don't do that.
Yeah.
Idiots like the regime do that. We don't do that.
Exactly. And guys, even be prepared for President Trump to make comments like, yeah, I mean, sure, I don't know, but just be prepared for President Trump to make comments like, yeah, he seems like an okay guy, but he's been outside of the country for 47 years. We don't know, I don't know, right? This is how President Trump communicates. So guys, be prepared for comments like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because President Trump, he's not going to make that determination. President Trump said on the first day of the conflict, he said, when our military operation is done, it's going to be up to the Iranian people to go out into the streets and reclaim the country. And even Senator Lindsey Graham has previously said that it's not up to him to choose who's going to lead Iran. It's up to the Iranian people. And Senator Lindsey Graham said that he will respect the choice of the Iranian people. So right now we are in that critical moment in time where it's now up to Iranian people to let the world know wait چرا اطلاعات غلط میدم؟ من چه اطلاعات غلط دارم میدم؟ چه حرف الکی میزنی؟ چه اطلاعات غلطی دارم میدم؟ به من بگو stop spamming the chat. Tell me what اطلاعات غلط دارم میدم، چون که اصلا من نمیدونم تو کی هستی. الکی میای داری میخوای مردم رو چیز بکنی. Anyway, so like I was saying, Senator Lindsey Graham as well has said it's not up to him. Oh, he's a troller. I mean a troller. Okay, پس بذار banish بکنم. Yeah. There's a lot of like jihadi trolls here. No, it's okay. I banned the guy. Don't worry, guys. The Iranians in the chat, they have it covered. They have it covered. They let me know. All right. So where was I? Right. So Senator Lindsey Graham even said that it's not up to him to publicly say who he supports. It's up to the Iranian people. And Senator Lindsey Graham said that he will support the choice of the Iranian people. So this is very important because, guys, right now there's a concerted effort by the mainstream media, by the woke left, by the jihadis, by the communists, by the Islamists, to try and get President Trump in a soundbite. They basically want President Trump to say that he supports King Reza Pahlavi before the time is right. Why? Because they want that soundbite so that they can then use that against the Iranian people. Okay, so President Trump is not going to say that. So when President Trump says, oh, I don't know, oh, Venezuela model, oh, this, oh, that, guys, President Trump is very smart. Trust the process. Trust the process. He knows what he's doing.
If I can say something about what Senator Graham is saying, who exactly are the people inside Iran? Whose name are they chanting? Reza Pahlavi's name. They're not chanting anybody else's name. All right. That's who the Iranian people decided this back in, March. I mean, March? No. February. Actually, no, I take that back. January. As they were being shot down. You have people literally writing "Long live the Shah" in their own blood. All right. I don't remember the last time I saw that. I don't know if I've ever seen that. And, I was home on leave when the Berlin Wall fell. And I watched the Romanian Revolution live. I don't remember seeing anything like that. The last time we had anything like this was, 1989 to 1992-ish. I don't remember anything like this, ever. That's extraordinary. So, the MEK can suck it. I mean, all the so-called moderates, they can suck it. All right. They're just mad because they know they're not going to be part of the plan. Because they're just a disruptive influence. Victor Davis Hanson said it best: angry puppies biting the teat that feeds them. That's who these guys are. Trust process, trust His Highness, trust Trump. Easy.
And 100% I agree. And something, President Trump is a winner. He's here to win. President Trump already knows that the only way to win is by supporting the choice of the Iranian people, which is King Reza Pahlavi. So President Trump already knows that. Guys, remember, the White House official account literally made a video where they were showing Iranian demonstrators holding images of King Reza Pahlavi. I have never seen the White House account make a video about anyone, any protest with any non-American flag. Major, have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen the White House account make an official White House video where they're sharing the flag of a foreign country and they're saying, you know, these people appreciate us, thank you? Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Not since social media has been a thing. You know, you always see if you got a foreign leader who comes in and they're going to stand there next to the president and you're watching it on the news for those, you know, in pre-YouTube days, you're watching it on the news and yeah, you've got the president of the United States and the, I don't know, the prime minister of Botswana who are standing there and there's US and Botswana flags. But no, I can't recall anything like that at all. It's been extraordinary. The last 3 months have just been amazing. I mean, I really don't have verbiage to really describe what's going on. It's so crazy to see. Crazy in a good way, but it's so crazy to see. And I'm just like, what other country am I seeing this in? You can't say that it was Russia when they lowered the flag of the Soviet Union for the last time. And everybody started celebrating because, you know, now they have the Russian flag, the real Russian flag. It wasn't that, because there wasn't really a lot of fighting. There was the coup attempt, which is what caused the Soviet Union to fall. And obviously people were getting killed in the process, but it wasn't like this. You know, it wasn't, you didn't see the same thing. Same thing in Romania, same thing in East Germany, same thing in Poland. Because, you know, history matters. And when you look back at it through the video morgues of what was going on in that, you know, 4 year span of time, you're not going to find anything that even approaches what's going on in Iran right now and has been going on in Iran since, you know, the beginning of January. I can't really I don't want to include the Bazari protests. For those who don't know, the Bazaris are the merchants and the middle merchants, the small business people who walked out and went on strike at the end of December when the Rial collapsed. That was an extraordinary event. That got me paying attention really close because that kind of thing doesn't happen. But there was a little bit of violence, but not a lot. And then January happens and everything went down, as we all know, because if you've been here long enough, you've been here from the beginning.
Yeah.
Once all that started, I didn't say anything about it because I was slack-jawed. I didn't know what to say because this is outside my experience window. And, you know, I don't talk about it for a lot of reasons, but I've been around the block a few times. And I've never seen anything like this. So it's having the White House do that. It's just one more checkbox along the way. I don't see this stuff. And I challenge anybody to show me where it's happened in the last 40, 47, 50. Hell, I challenge anybody to show me where that's happened in the last 58 years, because that's how long I've been alive. I don't remember anything like this.
Well, so, some people are asking about the video because we've shared the video before, but some people haven't seen it. So guys, here is, just to prove it, this is the official White House account on YouTube. And here's the video. So this is the video that I'm speaking about. Wait, where was it? Here we go. So the video is called "Heard Around the World. Thank you, President Trump." Okay, so like when I say that the White House, the official White House account, uploaded a video of Iranians with the lion and sun flag, right? Like I've never seen anything like this. It's wild. It's wild to me. And Major, you agree because we've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, not in the United States. As I'm thinking now.
Well, yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like we haven't seen anything from the United. Like we haven't seen like the United States government account post something like this.
Well, outside of the United States, the only time I've seen anything even approaching this was a couple of years ago, when the coup happened in Mali, in Africa, and everybody on the street turned out with Malian flags, of course, but they also turned out with Russian flags. And you can say, we can go on for hours about Putin and Russia.
Okay, but that's different. Like they came out to support the enemy.
Yeah, but that was the only thing that even approaches something like this.
Right, but that was still there to like support the enemy. This is okay. So that's the closest thing. Okay, so there's nothing else, guys. So there's literally nothing else where the White House has like shared a video of like people who are waving, a foreign flag and thanking President Trump. This is the first time that it's happened in American history. So watch this video.
President Trump has done something historic. Let's recognize that, regardless of partisan and politics of that kind. As a matter of national security, let's recognize what President Trump has done.
That this is the very moment they've been waiting for 47 years. We're shown.
And guys, this is footage from inside Iran. Like this isn't even American footage. Like this here. This is footage inside occupied Iran. So the White House is sharing footage of Iranians in occupied Iran launching fireworks and celebrating the news of the death of Khamenei. This is on the official White House account.
This is the very moment they've been waiting for 47 years. We're shown photos of the people that were allegedly killed by the regime. There were people here holding those photos and saying that this day is for them. President Trump being thanked by name here in this crowd. But some people are even Democratic voters who are praising the president.
Trump is not just saving America. President Trump is saving the world. The people of Iran are so grateful that President Trump is finally the one who helped us out. After the Clintons, the Bushes, the Obamas, the Bidens, nobody even cared for the Iranian people as much as President Trump.
There you go. There you go.
Honestly, like I can't watch this video because every time I watch this video, I just get tears in my eyes. Like it's just, we're living in such an incredible timeline. And, again, like the Major, 6 months ago, I was trying to raise awareness and I was like, guys, Iranians, we're your friends. We're not your enemy. We're being held hostage by the Islamic regime. Please, Americans, right? And now, like 6 months later, the official White House account is posting this kind of video. Like it's just it's just wild. It's wild. It's unbelievable that this is we are living through like one of the most iconic moments in history, and we get to experience it.
Yeah. Although the specifics are different, I guess the only thing in American history that would approach this would have been VJ Day, the official end of World War II.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of. The image of the sailor kissing the woman in New York City. That's now an iconic image. That's about the only thing I can think of that equates to this at any level in the United States. And that was strictly an American thing back then. This is not. This is the White House actively promoting. I don't want to say foreign citizens. Because they're American citizens doing this.
They're promoting freedom fighters, but the people that they are interviewing, these are American citizens. So these are Iranian Americans.
But I mean, even then, it doesn't. It doesn't even. I can't even think of anything that equates to this, and at least in the United States. I grew up in California. I live in Texas. I've lived in Texas for 30 years, but I grew up in California. And as a result, especially because I have Japanese in-laws, I'm very well versed in the Japanese internment camps in World War II. So I contrast this video from the White House. I contrast that with the Democrats, meaning FDR, who authorized it. And they just said, well, gee, you know, you look funny. And you got a funny sounding name. So we're going to give you an hour to pack your bags, and we're going to transport you to a desert concentration camp. GTFO. And, you know, yeah, your house, your business, yeah, whatever. And then, you know, now we're what, 50, 70, we're now 80 years away from that. And we have the White House doing this. I can't tell you how night and day this is. You know, for anybody that knows anything about history, this is just, it's unprecedented. I've never even heard of stuff like this. So, what says, did you guys?
Sorry. So I actually did see that interview.
John Lennon.
I did see that interview. I just made a note here. I will share that interview later because it is actually hilarious. Don Lemon was shut down. Okay, let's go to a quick President Trump Truth Social update, and then we'll go back to the video because we really have to finish the video because there's so many important things in there. And then I still have questions about like the Marines and stuff. Sorry, Major, I've kept you for like 2 hours now. I feel terrible.
Oh, you're fine. I'm good. I'm actually doing a lot better, so health-wise. So yeah, knock yourself out.
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Okay, guys, so President Trump is on a roll. He is trolling. He is trolling the Islamic regime. Listen to this. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. let me just say something in Persian. ببین دوستان، یادت وقتی که پرزیدنت ترامپ گفت که میخواد بیاد چی میدونم مثلا پاور پلنت ها رو بزنه، بعد من بهتون گفتم دوستان نگران نباشین، پرزیدنت ترامپ داره یه چیزی به در میگه که دیوار بشنوه. یادته؟ بهتون گفتم پرزیدنت ترامپ داره به در میگه که دیوار بشنوه. پرزیدنت ترامپ که نمیخواد بیاد چی میدونم پاور پلنت ها و این چیزها رو خراب بکنه. مگه دیوونه است؟ پرزیدنت ترامپ که رژیم نیست. ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ داره اینجوری با رژیم بازی میکنه، داره باشون بازی میکنه. و حالا ببین همه میگفتن که مذاکره. ببین وسط مذاکره تنگ سیری و گور به گه کردن. وسط مذاکره تنگ سیری نابود شد. خب پس دیگه چی میخواین؟ چی بهتر از این؟ look. ببین گولدی همیشه درست میگه. exactly. ببین این هشتگ باید وایرال بشه. ببین ولی نه اتفاقا به زبان فارسی باید بگین گلسا، چون اسم فارسیم گلسا. باید بگی گلسا همیشه درست میگه. اوکی؟ گلسا همیشه درست میگه. نه گولدی نه گلسا. That's my Persian name. ولی ببین دوستان، ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ داره اینو میندازه عقب چون که داره رژیم رو بهتون گفتم گلسا دقیقاً آره گلسا همیشه درست میگه. That's what it is in Persian. Okay, so that was my brief Persian language explanation. Major and all of our non-Persian speaking followers. Basically, all I said is that, guys, remember I told you. Oh, here we go. What's this? دیگه با گلسا باهات آشنا شدم هر وقت رژیم رفت میگیم گلسا. There you go. آفرین. Golsa. No, guys. My Iranian name is Golsa. That's my name. It's Golsa. But in English, people just call me Goldie, which is fine. So Goldie is my English nickname. But people, like, when they're speaking to me in Persian, they call me Golsa. I'm good with either name. It's fine. Both are fine. Okay, so what I was basically explaining in Persian. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Panta Aziz. Yeah, Gol means flower. Yeah. So guys, my Persian name Golsa, it means like a flower. So my name literally translates to like a flower. It's like an ancient Iranian name from like the Persian civilization. So there you go. Although I tell my parents that I'm more like a thorn than a flower, but that's okay. Okay. All right. Let me go to what I said now, and then we'll go back to President Trump's video. So this is President Trump trolling the Islamic regime because he's made it very clear that he's not interested. Like, guys, President Trump is not interested in attacking the energy plants or the power plants or whatever, right? He's interested in eradicating the Islamic regime. So this extension, right? This extension, it just goes to show, right? Like he's not going to get rid of the energy infrastructure because he doesn't want to do that. President Trump is playing psychological warfare with the regime. He's, pitting them against each other. And this is just going to make things worse, especially since like Tank City is not around anymore. So guys, right? Just keep calm and trust the process. All right, let's go back to the video. But guys, I told you. Everyone is freaking out about President Trump like going after the energy infrastructure, and I was like, guys, it's not happening. Like, just chill. And there you go. He knows what he's doing. Okay, back to the video because we're only like half an hour in and we have a lot more to go. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the beginning of Steve Witkoff, and then guys, I'm gonna take like a we'll just power through this, and then we'll leave all our comments for the end.
President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of the cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs among many other signs, sir. that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in epic fury, we have had multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging.
Oh, wait, this is so funny.
Guys,
this is so funny. They're using Pakistan as the mediator. This reminds me of when they were using Oman as the mediator, and Oman had like no idea what was going on. Guys, so the United States is literally using the most irrelevant countries. They're just using the most irrelevant countries because they know that like when I'm showing my shoulders. Sorry, I know. I'll put my shoulders on, my flag on. But guys, I just want to say they're using Pakistan because they already trolled Oman, so Oman's not going to fall for it anymore. So they have to use Pakistan. That's all I want to say. All right, let's continue.
just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this: we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if the deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing: don't miscalculate again.
Thank you very much. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. Maybe a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parody. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander.
Uh-huh.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Guys, okay, so I'm just gonna say, as Iranians, we are allowed to laugh. We are allowed to enjoy this, even though, you know, like we're dealing with like a horrific situation right now with the Muslim Nazis murdering us. But I can tell you that we Iranians, like, this is our therapy. This is literally our therapy right now. Like, seeing the American administration speak so casually about how they're just getting rid of the people that are responsible for the suffering, rape, torture, and murder of our people for the last 47 years, we're allowed to enjoy this. So if we're laughing or cheering or celebrating, it's because, you know, this is 47 years worth of like oppression. So just, oh my gosh, the way that Pete Hegg said, look at Marco Rubio, President Trump. Guys, this reminds me of like the Marco Rubio meme, because he's like, am I going to be the new IRGC Navy chief commander? Guys, someone needs to make that meme. Someone needs to make Marco Rubio as the new IRGC chief Navy commander.
If you're going to do that, whoever does that, make sure you put Rubio in scuba gear. I'm just saying.
Guys,
I'm not that good with AI, but yeah, if you're going to do that, make sure you put Rubio in scuba gear. Actually, put Rubio in it like an old style diving helmet. We're sitting there with a diving suit with a helmet in front of him. Do that.
I just want to see the Rubio meme with him being like, you know, Marco Rubio as like the new IRGC Navy commander. I just really want that.
With the hat, with the giant bill. You know, like I said in the comments a while ago in the live stream, Donald Duck called. He wants his hat back.
Guys, we need that. And whoever finds the meme, if you can, please add it to the Discord server. The new Discord server. By the way, the new Discord server. The link is it's pinned to the top of my YouTube chat. The link to the Discord server is also in the video description. So we had to make a new Discord server. And when you join, you have to be verified, because we had a lot of jihadis and Durkas who were like attacking people. But yeah, like I need to see the Marco Rubio. Or if you guys find the meme and you have the link, put it in the YouTube chat or the X chat or the Rumble chat. But we need a Marco Rubio as the new IRGC Navy commander meme. We need that in our lives. Because look at his face. I think, you know what? I guarantee you, when Pete Hegseth says that the IRGC Navy commander is gone, Marco Rubio's like, oh my God, they're going to make a meme about me as the new IRGC Navy commander. I guarantee you that's what he's thinking.
Lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander.
Marco Rubio's expression when they no longer have a Navy commander. He's like, "Oh shoot, is that gonna? Am I gonna be the new Navy commander?"
Yeah.
We need this meme.
IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, but we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting. We see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal, and we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means.
One sec.
And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. And we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great.
One second.
Before I ask Scott to say a couple.
The reason I laughed a little while ago when Hegseth was talking, it's not because of what he said. It's because of what he did not say. He referred to how the regime or how the IRGC no longer has a naval leader. He didn't say they don't have an admiral. And that is an open-handed slap at the IRGC. And only people who've been in the military will immediately latch onto that because that's funny. And that's a diss right there. So I thought that was cute.
Can you explain that again for people who might not be as familiar?
Basically, if you're at a certain level wearing a military uniform, it is considered polite to address you by your proper rank. And the proper address for an IRGC naval commander would be admiral.
An admiral, yeah.
Right. He didn't say that. He knows that. He's a former major in the Army Reserve. He knows that. But he chose deliberately not to say that. He just said a naval leader. He didn't even say a naval commander because that's a rank. He said a naval leader.
Love that.
Huge slap in the face. And I think that I think that's great. Good old Hegseth.
So good. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing that. I love that.
Yeah, it's those zingers that really make it happen.
Words. I think same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard. Like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged in the group right here. It's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, could you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want, I'm going to give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, you know, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made
we've been trying to get through President Trump's speech, but the Major and I have been having a fantastic conversation about American military. He's been giving us
wow.
a lot of intel.
Hi. Thank you, Major.
Yeah, and we were going through President, like, listen, like we still haven't even gone to the Q&A.
Oh.
Wait, let's get to the Q&A portion.
Yeah, some of those. What happened to him? Terrible job.
How
little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything.
Oh, it was
And
good. It got
nobody
heated.
sues this guy. And then it costs $1,000. If Sharpie gets a call, he said, $34 extra. But for $5, you'd hand to please. Good luck, Scott.
It was very illustrated. Your economic.
Okay, I think so. Now we're going to get to the part where Scott's speaking about the economic aspect.
Leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security, as you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. The historic Operation Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines through the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We've taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis, even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term 1 and term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being...
Wait, guys, can I take a quick break? Because I did it. Chat, I did it. I did it and I posted it. Major, you know what I did?
Oz, what have you done?
Oh no. Oh no.
That's awesome.
Oh, poor
You know,
Marco.
I'm gonna nerd out for a second. That style of uniform is called the OG 107. It's what the U.S. military wore from, like the 50s all the way into the 80s, right? The only difference is this is a much darker shade of green. That's cool. I don't have any problem with an OG 107. It's all the stuff they put on it that makes it look dumb. Don't do that. But that's funny. I like that. That's funny.
Americans, please don't hate me. Americans, please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. I just couldn't help myself.
Somebody made an AI meme of Rubio as cardboard mullah.
Oh, I've seen the cardboard mullah.
Yeah. They've done everything. It's like the memes last year of JD Vance, and he's got that really round, puffy, pudgy face, and that was like all the rage, and it just like took over the internet. And this is the one for 2026. That's funny.
I'm sorry, guys. Please don't hate me.
That's great.
The White House posted something very weird, Goldie.
What did they post?
I don't know if you guys showed this, but they posted a pixelated image. Do you guys know what the hell this is about?
What?
I don't understand.
Oh, is it like the weird late night post or something from like last night? It's a pixelated image of President Trump, but I have no idea what that is.
I know. Why would they post that?
I don't know. Maybe they're trolling people.
Okay.
You remember on Trump's first term, the whole Covfefe thing? When everybody started freaking out, they were like, what does Covfefe mean? Because he tweeted that. And they played it straight and said, the president's fully aware of what Covfefe means. And that's all we're going to say about it. That was an accidental troll of the media, because for like 3 days, they did nothing but talk about, what does Covfefe mean? This is like a dog whistle for something. And it was like, no, he sent this at 2 a.m. and he was probably tired and he fat fingered it and said, we'll see what happens. And he sent it. I think that pixelated image is the same thing, because everybody's going to be, pretty soon that's going to get picked up and people are going to be talking about it. What does this mean? What is Trump hiding? What is he talking about? And they're gonna leave him alone for a couple of days, which is what he wants.
It could be President Trump just trolling people. All right, let's continue with this, because we still have to get through this, guys. It's so important.
Restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season.
Okay,
44% of tax and the average the standard is a Haskana and
Central casting. I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses like that. That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job. You all have, proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran?
Ooh.
And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer?
Can you accomplish?
Am I going to go?
Why would I ever answer you? Yeah, exactly, every time.
Armin, I don't know how long it's going to take for us to finish to finish this video, because I just opened up my X. Lollybuff is trolling President Trump on X.
Wow. Okay, 2 more ships. You need to send 2 more ships for apology. What?
Look
What the meme?
Okay. So okay, here's the video. This is something that, so we shared this clip earlier. Just listen to this.
1,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. 4,000 kilometers away.
Okay, so you know, Clash Report, whatever, like shares this video. I'm not a fan of Clash Report; they're fake news, but the video is accurate because we've shared the video, we've shared the clip. But now look, what is this? Like, what is he trying to do?
That's like a sure buddy or like whatever meme, like a meme template. Yeah, okay. Is he trying to die?
What is this?
Oh my god.
Remember, Armin, this is the guy that, you know, President Trump was like, is like the most respected leader, right? So listen, President Trump is making the case. When President Trump says that Ghalibaf is like the most legitimate and respected leader that's left within the IRGC, and then Ghalibaf acts like this, like what is this? Like President Trump is literally proving to the world why the Islamic regime just needs to be like destroyed. What reality are we living in, Armin? What is this?
You see, this just shows that the IRGC doesn't know how to use its available assets. Because if you go into the WikiLeaks archive, there's the whole CIA document about mimetic warfare. They should have just read that. And this would not happen. Because this is just dumb.
So stupid.
What is this, Goldie? What is the message here? It's like, I don't know. I'm next on the list. Come kill me because I'm being annoying on social media.
How is what Pete Hegseth said whiny or cringe? Like Pete Hegseth is basically saying that the Islamic regime was lying, and now we have proof because they sent missiles towards Diego.
Yeah. Guys, is this meme template suggest like what is Goldie? This meme template, this image, is it what was it? Is it used to say like sure or like or whatever? Is that's what it means, right? That meme template, guys in the chat.
Yeah.
By the way, how does Ghalibaf know this meme template? Like these people actually know their memes?
I don't know. This is so weird. I think the meme is supposed to be like, this is really cringy. Like it's like cringe. Yeah,
yes.
Like, oh, like this you're cringe. So
you're cringe. Yeah.
So Ghalibaf is saying like Pete Hegseth is cringe. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing.
So Goldie, you know what President Trump said earlier? He said that they moved 8 ships, 8 tankers, and then they sent another 2 extra for apology for what they had to say.
Yeah.
So they like they're basically Goldie behind the scenes. They're like, oh, we're gonna talk to you, but please let us save face in Iran by speaking shit against you. We have to, please. So they're like giving ships to Trump for him to allow them on social media to speak against them. That's so terrible. You're like 2 tankers is the price of a meme. 2 tankers is the price of a meme.
All right, let's continue.
It's so easy to hate. I mean, you know.
We're going to tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
How do you secure Iran? And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What kind of a question? Am I going to go in for the, oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going to tomorrow at 3 o'clock. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting
some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed, and sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine. Mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine, but we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. It's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation. Very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II.
Yeah. President Trump confirms that Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei is gay.
What?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I mean, that's the
CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country, you know? I have to smile to myself when I say people trying to defend the Palestinian regime for women for Palestine, but they kill women if you don't wear a certain if you don't wear a certain cloth all over your face, you have no chance of living. And, you know, when I look...
Well, the first part was the main part. Let me play the first part again.
Does CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that.
Oh, it wasn't just them. It wasn't just the CIA. It was a lot of other people. Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei is gay. Goldie, we need to do the song where say Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, but instead of dead, change Ali to Mujtaba and dead to gay.
Okay, so we listen, we need to find the DJ who made the Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
Dead,
and we need to send this to him so they can make part 2, the remix, which is Ayatollah Mujtaba is gay.
Ayatollah Jr., by the way, he called them Ayatollah Jr.
No, but let's listen to that again.
Okay, instead of saying Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, so we have senior Ayatollah and junior Ayatollah.
Does CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that.
Which puts them off to a bad start. Which puts them off to a bad start.
I'm reminded of that Ugandan preacher who says, "Why are you gay?"
Oh yeah, the Ugandan preacher. Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Very true.
Oh, this 12-second one, there's so much comedic value just packed in this 12 seconds. Just look at the junior, the yes, they tell. There's so many other people are saying, and also like, well, put them off at a bad start. It's just like one more time, this 12 seconds.
Does CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr.'s gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country, you know?
It puts them off. It doesn't help for your Ayatollah career. It doesn't help to be gay. It doesn't. It's not a good start.
Why are you gay?
What a timeline. What a time to be alive. Oh my God. Goldie, did you ever imagine the next supreme leader of the Islamic Republic, President Trump, discussing it on live TV, whether he's gay or not gay, based on the information from the CIA?
You know, Armin, I always said, I was like, President Trump will hold a grudge. you know, and rightfully so, because the Islamic regime tried to assassinate him several times. So of course the man is going to hold a grudge. I would too. President Trump is thoroughly enjoying this right now. Like, baby, یا به زبان فارسی میگم President Trump داره بهشون میرینه. Like, I don't even, I can't explain it any way else. Like,
oh my god.
Like he's using the gear word. داره چه میدونم
خار مادرشونو آره
این کارو میکنه, you know, like
آره
داره نابودشون میکنه, right?
Oh no. Wow, it's spicy here.
I know, I'm just saying, like, President Trump is just like, he's going in for the kill.
آبروشون بغیر از اینکه بکشتشون آبروشون رو داره میبره. مهمتر از جونشون آبروشونه.
That's exactly it. Yeah. So, guys, more important than anything else, Armin just said, and I agree, more important than anything else, President Trump is humiliating them. He's humiliating them like next level, because that humiliation is what's going to really destroy them and destroy their, like, you know, whatever's left of them. Like, they hate humiliation worse than death.
Exactly. This is why this is a meme war. It's not just missiles, it's also memes. Humiliation works within this battle.
Well, I have a perspective on that, and it's that there's a concept in psychological operations where you print out pamphlets, right? And you fly the airplane over an area and you just dump out pallet loads of these little flyers, right? That have cartoons, or they got bullet points or something like that. The memes that you put online are the electronic equivalent of a pamphlet. And you can construct your propaganda, your PSYOP system, using the exact same principles as you do for pamphlets. It's just that you don't need a plane to fly over an area and drop it out. You could put it on all of the social medias and it will be there. And it goes out instantly, you know, with X or, you know, Facebook or whatever. And your entire audience sees it. That's awesome. That's the whole point there. So that just, you know, I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah.
Oh no, 100%. Okay, let's go back to this, because the Q&A, guys, Q&A is so important.
It's a terrible
Goldie,
situation.
after this, you might that clip that I got, we might want to play that entire segment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely want to play the whole segment as well for that.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars, and many of them I think were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our war," about Iran, I said, "Well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war." I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war, and it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that have been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was.
You know something, Armin? President Trump has also realized that he cannot resolve Russia and Ukraine without getting rid of the Islamic regime. So he's realized that now. So when the Islamic regime falls and Iran is free, that's going to help him resolve Russia and Ukraine.
It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, two nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see that your car cabinet going on. Good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down.
Yeah.
Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because they the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said, we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers? Oh my God.
But and
they didn't exist. Russell, can you really hurt it right now? You're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than
deadline given
has really hurt our country too.
Yeah. Mr. President, do you have a new deadline given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. Right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want, sir.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. And I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
Yeah,
please.
Two illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough putting that. The since he helped the president during politics, he's got the fraud from a crook worst countries. They come to our country. It's my what kind of job you can do.
Yesterday you said that you hate mail-in ballots.
Excuse me?
Should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz? They're charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't know. Look, their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago. And with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. President by mail-in ballot. If you're in the old way, By the way, they deserve it. It's a good product.
You gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. If you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think the problem with that's not like you've decimated the military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited. And we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together. But with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this: we've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy, very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job.
Armin, he keeps on repeating, the leadership is gone. The leadership is gone. I love that.
Yeah. We say we got 99%.
So who are we talking to? So who are we talking to if the leadership is gone?
Exactly.
1%. Because 1%.
But Goldie, the regime officials on state TV just confirmed also on state TV that the worst, whenever Trump talks about negotiation, that's when he will attack you. So they understand this. The regime state TV, I have the video. They understand this better than Western media.
So we'll have to play this after that. As soon as this is done, we'll play that for sure.
Okay. This. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So 1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really a little bit, but I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I can just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that, but they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just
beat the shit.
Oh no.
Oh,
Wow.
no, President Trump used a swear word.
Oh.
Okay, you know what, Bibin? As not President Trump. You know what? We have to teach President Trump the gay word, right? Because President Trump could just say, instead of like being like beat to shit, President Trump could be like Goldie.
Oh, Goldie. Oh no. Wow, I like this transformation, Goldie. This is
No,
getting better
I'm
and
just
better.
saying what President Trump could have said, right? Like,
It could have
guys,
said.
someone needs to teach President Trump some Persian swear words so that the next
Wow.
time he wants to say a rude word, he can just use like the Persian equivalent, and then he doesn't have to say beat to shit. He could just say Gaidivish.
Wow.
And Armin, that is not permission for you to say anything.
Wait, what the? Why is it that you get to say it? You're saying the dirtiest of words.
Because this is a dictatorship, not a democracy, and I'm the Ayatollah of this channel, and I said so.
Oh my God. Well, you say that while wearing an American flag. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Deal with
Okay.
Okay. It only works, Goldie, if you're the Ayatollah of rock and roll.
I am the Ayatollah of rock and roll, by the way. Also, Armin, my birthday's coming up, so I'm allowed.
Oh wow. Okay, that's how it works. Okay.
That's how it works. Party bazi, party bazi.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Goldie, what about the children that were watching that you kept on telling?
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm warning you not to repeat it.
Okay.
Pretty quickly.
Okay.
I can just say
double
this. They,
standards.
Okay.
Hashtag save Armin in the chat from this oppression.
Wait, let's listen to what President Trump said again. It's so funny.
So it's really, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I can just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
Are you taking control of Iran's oil?
Like the way the President of the United States just says they've been beat to
poop. Also, Goldie, this confirms your theory as well that I think we just destroyed our little negotiation that we were having here. He derailed it. He completely derailed it by admitting all of this.
You know what's really funny, Armin, is everyone for the last 2 days was like, oh no, Trump mikhad muzakere bokone, muzakere. And then President Trump is like,
yep. There it goes. Wow.
Yeah, so much for ceasefire. They're like, it's just so funny. I'm really, really enjoying this right now.
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. We've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now.
Oh, wait. So this is really important, Armin, because, all like the woke lefty Democrats, whatever, they're like, oh, are you going to steal the oil? Right? But listen to this, because this is very important. This is very important.
Buy the oil. Buy the oil.
Exactly. Buy the oil. But there's someone, I forget like who it is, but they add an addendum. So important. Listen to this.
The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
No.
Are you taking control of Iran's oil?
So the question is, are you taking control of Iran's oil? This is very important.
An option.
Taking control of Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. We've taken in
Venezuela
billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And sort of like a joint venture with the United States.
Right? So
yeah. exactly if Venezuela is an example of what they're going to do with the oil, Venezuela's oil is not being stolen. It's being bought at a fair price, and the Venezuelan people are benefiting from this trade.
And that's exactly what's going to happen to Iran, because guys, for the last 47 years, Iran's oil has been stolen by the Russians and the Chinese through their,
Just the Chinese, not the Russians.
Well, but it goes to Russia through China. I guarantee you, it goes through Russia.
Russia is an oil exporter. They're not an oil importer.
Well, okay.
Right.
But they get other things. Okay, so maybe it's the drones that I'm thinking, but definitely China.
Yeah,
like
drones.
China is a big importer of Islamic regime oil. And this is what actually King Reza Pahlavi spoke about. He spoke about the ghost fleets, remember? So what's going to happen is President Trump is going to put a stop to that, because guys, Iranians have not benefited from Iranian oil money for the last 47 years. We literally have not benefited from our own resources for the last 47 years. So what President Trump is talking about, like this is beautiful news. This is like music to my ears. This is good news. This is exactly what we wanted to hear. So just listen to this.
And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing.
Not stolen anymore. It was being stolen before. It's not being stolen anymore.
And he just said it's being held in a U.S. Treasury trust account or something, right? So that's exactly what they're going to be doing with Iranian oil money.
Talk about that for a second.
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And
where it's collecting interest.
So Armin,
2 months and a whole year. That's a big deal. That's a big difference.
So they're already telling us what's going to happen with Iranian oil money. They're going to do the same thing. It's amazing. But listen to the rest of his answer, Armin. It's so good. Okay, sorry.
And Goldie, any infrastructure getting damaged through these military operations, that extra revenue will help us build them even better than before.
2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. And in other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about.
We love you more even in Iran.
Soon potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they probably like us to stay, but
the concern.
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour. You can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Armin, there's also something else that I wanted to just remind you and all of our viewers. It's not just about the current oil money. It's also about the Iranian assets that the United States froze back in 1979. And these are, Iranian assets and funding that have pretty much been held in trust by the United States for the last 47 years, waiting to be released. Do you want to guess, Armin, how much do you think the total value of Iranian funds globally frozen by international sanctions has been since 1979?
Oh, I have no idea. I know, unfortunately, Obama released some of them to the Ayatollahs. Obama did that.
You know what? There's no wrong answer. But give me a number. Like, what do you think the total number is? Frozen since 1979.
Is it a billion?
Chat, what do you guys think? So I'm seeing 50 billion, 20 billion, 1 trillion.
No, trillion. Don't go like I don't think
No,
it's
I don't think,
what?
No, it's not trillion. It's not trillion or
50 billion? Really? Okay, 50 billion would be very high if that's the case. I would say like something between 1 billion to 20 billion. Anything in between this. 100 billion? That would be a big number.
It's between 100 billion and 120 billion dollars in frozen assets that we have.
What?
Yep.
Just in frozen
in
assets?
1979. Yeah, in 1979, we froze about $12 billion in 1979 dollars. And over time, that is now worth it's worth more than $100 billion. So anything between 100 and 120 billion dollars is a conservative estimate.
Goldie, that's why we don't need a Marshall Plan. We just need our money back.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Guys, we don't need charity. We don't need donations. We don't need GoFundMes. We don't need none of that like jihadi, Gaza, Durka nonsense, right? Like, we just need a free Iran. And then the money's going to come back, and that's going to literally help us rebuild our country. Armin, we literally have at least like $120 billion.
So Goldie, that's exact. Let me read you this. The Marshall Plan from 1948 to 1951 provided at their money at that time was approximately 13 billion around 13 billion to 14 billion, which in today's money it would be roughly 130 to 140 billion dollars. So whatever the Germany got after World War II to rebuild, we already have that in the frozen assets. Almost exactly the same amount.
Yep.
And we have even more resources than Germany.
Yes, and the destruction is not as much as Germany, because Germany, after World War II, 70% of all of its major cities was completely destroyed. All of its infrastructure was completely destroyed.
Yep.
We're looking good, Goldie. We're looking good.
So So this is why this comment by President Trump made me very, very excited, right? Because there, or not President Trump, Secretary of State Rubio, because he's speaking about the funds that are frozen, and like the U.S. It's all the fun economy stuff, right? That a lot of people aren't familiar with the economy aspect of it, but this is so exciting because and that's just a lowball estimate. There's also so many countries and companies around the world that owe Iran money for purchases that were made before 1979, and then after the 1979 Islamic Revolution, they never got it. So all that money's been held in trust, guys. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Guys, Iran is a very rich country. That's why the Islamic regime is trying desperately to stick around, because for the last 47 years, Iran has been the ATM for terrorism. And we Iranians, we are sick and tired of it. That's why the jihadis and the Durkas and whatever are trying so desperately to cling to Iran for as long as they can, because without Iran, their Durka, jihad, Allahu Akbar garbage nonsense goes away.
And there's no replacement for Iran for them. If the regime goes away, there's no one to step up and replace him. Libya's gone. Syria's gone. There's nobody left.
The sugar daddy, the main sugar daddy is gone.
Yeah, there you go.
Every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Iran still has that enriched uranium. Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see, but I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible. I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis.
There you go. We haven't done the grand tour. We can do that at any time, but it's not on the agenda right now, is what he just said.
But I thought he's negotiating. But Goldie, I was told by so many people that it's over, that he's abandoned the Iranian people, that he's negotiating, that it's all over. What happened? What happened?
No, I can't. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. So, former politician, the way that President Trump is speaking right now, like literally no other politician in the world speaks like this. And President Trump is like, I don't care. In fact, there's more targets I want to hit.
We're having a good time here, Goldie. I don't care what other people say. We're just going to continue.
Okay, guys, look at how Pete is looking at Trump, and then look at how Marco Rubio, his head is just down. Marco was like, oh my god. Because Marco Rubio is trying to be so professional. But you know what, President Trump, he's winning right now, right? President Trump is a winner. So he is enjoying humiliating these IRGC. He is enjoying this is something that President Trump has been speaking about since the early 80s. Okay. So President Trump right now, he is just sitting back. He is fully enjoying this. And as someone said, he has no F's left to give. And oh my God. This is like for politicians speak. This is wild. This is wild. I love this.
With the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. Roaming free, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people say that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called? The 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
The question is safe enough to leave the region? Because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So,
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
We're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of.
This confirms what I've been saying, like that this is like President Trump considers this like a more of an issue for the Europeans and the Chinese, and not that much of an issue for the Americans because they're an oil exporter. And in fact, this is a way to put pressure on other countries to get involved in providing global security by showing to them that they need this more than America, so that eventually when the China problem and Taiwan issue becomes a global topic, then he has already set the precedent that other countries need to be involved in global security by showing them right now that this hurts you and it doesn't hurt us. So you better get involved instead of, leeching off of America's military to provide security globally.
100%. You also missed, because you were in the discussion group, but earlier on in his speech, President Trump actually spoke about NATO. And he basically said that when he was calling upon NATO to come and help, that was a test. America didn't actually need help from NATO, but this was a test to see if America could rely on their allies in NATO. And President Trump said that they failed the test. So I don't know what the future of NATO is, but the future of NATO is not looking good right now.
Yeah, to prove his point, because President Trump before this has always said we're there for NATO, and I don't think NATO will be there for us. And then he proved that he was right about that. Yeah,
he said that. Yeah, he said that earlier when we were just starting this. So 100%, your analysis, 100% right. So NATO, guys, NATO, I don't know how long they're gonna last.
Oil,
which is sad for you.
And Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Christian, we don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, that's correct.
Armin. Did you? He didn't just say Russia. He said they have twice as much oil as Russia and Saudi Arabia. Because عربستان سعودی
ببین آرمین ببین عربستان سعودی برای این 47 سال بعد از اینکه رژیم ایرانو گروگان گرفت، عربستان سعودی با نفت آمریکا رو گروگان گرفته. بعد همین جمله‌ای که الان پرزیدنت ترامپ گفت که میگه ما نفت داریم ولی میگه ما نفتمون 2 برابر روسیه و عربستان سعودیه. یعنی ببین پرزیدنت ترامپ داره میگه که عربستان سعودی هیچ وقت با ما مثلا دوست نبوده، میدونی، یعنی اونجوری که مثلا ally باشه نبوده. وگرنه چرا بیاد اسم عربستان سعودی رو توی یه جمله با روسیه بگه؟ بعد از اینکه میگه ما مثلا نفتمون 2 برابر روسیه و عربستان سعودیه، اوکی، اینو میگه، بعد میگه and soon نفتمون 3 برابر میشه. چرا نفت 3 برابر میشه؟ چون که وقتی که ایران آزاد بشه دوباره ایران و آمریکا همون دوستی رو دوباره like they're gonna have the alliance again که قبل از سال 57 داشتن. ولی
نقش
ببین
عربستان کم رنگ تر میشه.
آره چون که خب ببین آخه آمریکایی‌ها میدونن که نمیتونن نمیتونن رو عربستان like they can't rely on them. همیشه اینو میدونستن، میدونی؟ They've always known this. به خاطر این پرزیدنت ترامپ الان اینو گفت like he's putting Saudi Arabia on notice. ببین. Listen.
They should have been up here a long time ago. And you know, they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia. And soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak?
3 times the amount.
Armin, do you want to really quickly explain to people in English what I said in Persian about why President Trump mentioned Saudi Arabia?
So Goldie is mentioning that mentioning that the United States has access to more oil multiple times than both Russia and Saudi Arabia. Goldie is saying that by putting Saudi Arabia and Russia next to each other is basically trying to communicate that they're not as a reliable ally. And also now with Iran being added to a U.S. ally, this is why he's saying, President Trump is saying that we're going to go to having 3 times the oil access than compared to before. And this is a communication. Goldie is saying that this is a communication to us that Saudi Arabia's is basically being put aside as a non-reliable ally and replaced with Iran as a more reliable ally.
Well, listen, Saudi Arabia has always been unreliable. And President Richard Nixon spoke about this actually. But the reason that the Americans had to, work with Saudi Arabia is because ever since 1979, Iran became the bad guy because they were overtaken by the Islamic regime. So, yeah, he's basically putting all of these like Persian Gulf and Middle Eastern Arab countries on notice, right?
Yeah, so
and President Trump is basically saying to Saudi Arabia, I don't know.
Goldie, you know what I think when it comes to Saudi Arabia and the reason why they're unreliable is because they have oil and gas and nothing else. And Iran's main resource is not its oil and gas. Iran's main resource is the Iranian people, right?
I think it's more than that, though, Armin. Sorry to interrupt. I think it's more than that. I think it's also because there have been a lot of studies that have been done that show Saudi Arabia is importing its, ideology into the United States. And they're funding a lot of universities and, whatever with their like Wahhabism as well, right? So the only reason Saudi Arabia, and Armin, maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me, but the only reason that Saudi Arabia looks reasonable is because there's, like they compare Saudi Arabia to the Islamic regime.
Okay. Yep. I mean, I could give do you want me to give a crash course of how we got here? Like really fast, go through it with Saudi Arabia quickly?
In like 2-3 minutes, maybe?
Okay, so Saudi Arabia is the marriage, the literal marriage, not just figurative, of marriage of between the House of Saud and House of Wahhab. House of Wahhab is obsessed with Islamic theology. House of Saud is obsessed with money. House of Saud, the reason why they got united with Wahhabis, even though the House of Saud doesn't care much about Islam, they saw the Wahhabis as useful tools to gain dominance so that they could become rich and powerful. The House of Saud has been trying to divorce the House of Wahhab for a very long time in the 1970s, and they were going through a divorce with the House of Wahhab. But the 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran caused the Wahhabis in Saudi Arabia to think that they could do what Khomeini did in Saudi Arabia, and basically topple the monarch, the Saudis, and bring complete Islamic rule. There was a bloodbath in Kaaba as well, and the Saudis crushed it, but they were so terrified about what happened that they reevaluated and they delayed the divorce, and they went on full on Wahhabi, and they remarried to the Wahhabis, and everything became more and more Islamic. In the 1970s, Saudi Arabia was getting more Western, but then they reconsidered because Khomeini was exporting the Velayat Faqih Ethno Ashari version of Shia Islam around the world, and so the Saudis tried to do the same thing to compete with the soft power of the Islamic Republic by spreading Wahhabism everywhere in Islamic countries. You could see, for example, in Indonesia and Pakistan and other Islamic countries, the number of madrasas and mosques is like a hockey stick. Right around 1979, it starts going up because they were competing with Khomeinism being spread against them, because Khomeini's target was Saudi Arabia. They were trying to, Saudi Arabia was their main target. But the problem is that Wahhabis hated the Saudis more than they hated anyone else, especially when America was liberating Kuwait, like when was fighting. So because Saudi Arabia became a base of operation for the Americans, the Wahhabis became more and more anti-Saudi, to the point that their own monster turned against them, and the Saudis started regretting supporting Wahhabism. And because of the drop in price of oil and gas, and the requirement for investment and tourism, and the fact that endorsing Wahhabism ended up being not such a good idea because it was basically targeting the Saudis as well, they changed their policies into becoming anti-Wahhabi and trying to crush all of their Wahhabi movements inside their own country. They stopped supporting the madrasas and mosques, and they tried to become a center of tourism and investment so that they could diversify away from oil and gas. The problem is that it's not happening as fast as they want, and they're too relied on oil and gas. However, because it's too late, the Wahhabis, and not just Wahhabis but also Muslim Brotherhood, has grown in Saudi Arabia, and because of the oil and gas money is dropping faster than they could diversify. The problem is that the worry is that one day they're going to become bankrupt, and there's going to be an Islamic revolution like we had in 1979 in Saudi Arabia, and it might make Saudi Arabia collapse. This is their fear. This is the number one fear that they're trying to find a way to avoid. So that was the crash course.
Thank you so much, Armin. I actually did a few podcasts about this. Wait, CPAC? Wait. Is who? Wait, what's happening? I don't see anything on CPAC right now. CPAC is not live. Are you speaking about the conservative thing? What's the... Wait. Sorry, Armin.
Yeah, no worries. This is important.
Hey, I don't know who said to go check CPAC. I know CPAC is on, but the Shah is not on. So guys, don't send random messages. That doesn't make any sense. No. The Shah isn't speaking right now on CPAC. So CPAC's live, but the Shah isn't speaking.
Wow, I just got 600 shekels, Goldie.
Oh my gosh, you're Mossad!
I'm Zionist funded. Thank you so much.
Shalom.
Shalom.
The HR heard our complaints.
There we go.
Shalom alaikum.
Armin is Mossad confirmed. All right, okay, let's go back to President Trump.
Thank you.
All right. But what he's saying about Saudi Arabia, guys, is really important. Very, very, very important. Because when Iran is free, they're not going to have to, they're not like when Iran is free, the United States is not going to be bullied by Saudi Arabia foreign policy anymore or their funding.
We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that first?
And soon it will be 3 times the amount because they're going to be making a business deal with Iran, free Iran. I love that.
Second.
And that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. We're the largest.
Pretty good. You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Mr. President.
Anything else you want to say?
Well, and same thing for natural gas. Before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. And we were the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing amazing. We get a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly and very environmental. He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump. And it's not a political statement. It's an actual thing.
So. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like President Trump, like Simon Bolivar, he's the liberator of a country. And this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys. And Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced, it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio Miraflores. And it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years that never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is 1/4 of what it was before. They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So
forget that. When are they going to do the statue?
You've been really honest about how disappointed you are in Sakir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by...
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. And are you surprised by how weak...
I think he's a lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man. But I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us. And maybe in particular that country, we were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great.
Sorry. So yes, I know that there is a huge rally outside of CPAC. We will get to that, but that's not like it. It is important, but we'll get to that. But what President Trump is saying right now is more important. But we will get to the CPAC rally by Iranians 100%.
Surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. We spend trillions of dollars supporting countries. And this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate it. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one. They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore. Why what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there. Or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you.
Armin, he's basically saying that NATO is over. Because he's saying we were always there, but I don't know if we're going to be there anymore. Because the United States has been funding all of these like globalist organizations. And, you know, at the hour where the United States was calling upon their allies to come and be there for them, the allies were like, we're not going to be there, right?
It's not
And
a war.
So President Trump is like, why the hell do we want to be in these organizations? Because the United States is funding all of these organizations. Without U.S. money, without U.S. taxpayer dollars, these organizations don't exist.
Yeah.
No.
NATO is nothing without the United States.
Yeah. No, guys. So someone is saying he's trying to scare them into action. No, President Trump is saying it's too late. He tested them. He tested them a few weeks ago, and they did not deliver.
He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
Right?
Explain why he was reluctant to help.
Why what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran.
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I would have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people.
Yeah, and Goldie, not only they're not there to protect United States, they're getting closer and closer to US's major challenge, which is China, Canada, and Europe. Like they keep asking United States to help them with the Russia challenge, but the Europeans and Canada are not, they're getting closer to China, which is the main thing United States cares about when it comes to their security.
And remember, like, we haven't really spoken about this too much, but like, as a Canadian, I'm so ashamed of the government, like the liberal government, right? Like Mark Carney is going out there and saying that, you know, we have a stronger relationship with China than with the United States. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Right.
So Mark Carney, not only is he supporting communists, but Mark Carney is supporting the communist dictatorship that is funding the Islamic regime that is murdering my people, right? So, you know, as a Canadian citizen, I have never felt more ashamed of being Canadian. And, you know, honestly, when I heard that statement from Mark Carney, if I had a country to go back to, I would have like immediately been like, you know what? I'm getting the F out of Canada. I'm going to go back. But I don't have a country to go back to. Not yet, because Iran is occupied by the Muslim Nazis that Mark Carney indirectly supports, because Mark Carney supports China and China supports the Muslim Nazis. So guys, Canada, we have some big issues here, because it is it is unfathomable to me that Mark Carney is actually saying that China is a better ally than the United States. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And then they have started this like fake war between Canada and the United States. It is shameful. It is shameful, because the United States has always been Canada's biggest ally. And shame on the liberals, shame on the communists, shame on the Marxists. Like, it's insane. I honestly, I don't recognize Canada anymore. I don't.
Wow.
Here's the thing NATO forgot. When you buy on credit, the bill comes due eventually. And when it does come due, it's going to come due with interest. That's what Trump just told them, is that the bill's coming due and you guys can't pay. And there's going to be consequences. And the consequences are going to be, you guys deal with Putin because we're not. That's what he's saying. And that's why everybody in NATO, including Canada, had better watch their back, and they better straighten up, and they better start making a deal with Trump because he wants them to make a deal.
I just feel bad for Ukraine because they don't deserve, the Ukrainian people don't deserve this, but like it is what it is. And I hope Ukrainians, this is why I hope the Ukrainians will be able to help President Trump in their efforts in against the Islamic Republic, so that we have, I don't know, so that we have at least a direct relationship with Ukraine, because Europe is like, the rest of Europe is like abandoning. And also, Goldie, think about President Trump like doing so good in trying to remove the influence of China and Russia in North and South America, from in the south of the United States, like in Venezuela, in Colombia and Cuba, removing these places as the playground for Russian and Chinese and Islamic Republic influence. While this is happening, while all of this cleansing is happening, all of a sudden the Chinese now have more of a influence in North America through the North. Like all of this challenge of making sure that the United States has more control over their own continent is now being challenged by Canada through the North, which is makes the cleansing of the Americas a lot more difficult.
Yeah, Americans, you guys need to close your borders because Canada has become a shit show. Like we don't speak a lot about what's happening in Canada, but it's a shit show. Yeah, like if things get really bad, I think many of us are going to have to like claim, asylum in like the United States. And it's really upsetting for me to say this because I'm literally a former Canadian politician. Like 1 year ago, I was a Canadian politician, right? So the reason I'm saying this is because I'm so upset with the way that Canada is going and the people that are in charge. The people that are currently in charge of Canada and Canadian politicians, they are traitors to Canada. They are traitors to Canada, and they are ruining the country. They're letting in the Islamists. Like, we literally have a prime minister that said Muslim values are Canadian values.
Wow. What?
Really? Mark Carney said that. Mark Carney said Muslim values are Canadian values. So
he said that, exactly that? What the hell?
Wait, is this new? Armin, did you not know this?
No, I'm not following Canadian news. I'm so focused on the Middle East. What the hell?
Yeah, he said it during like a Ramadan event last year at like an organization that's funded by the Muslim Brotherhood.
What the hell?
Are you?
Remember that?
I did not know that. F that guy.
Okay, wait.
Muslim.
Quickly. Before I go to this, so someone is asking how many Iranians in the diaspora do you think would go back to Iran to help rebuild? Even like 90%. 90% of Iranians in the diaspora, we're going to go back. No question about it. 90%. All right, Armin, here you go. This is our Canadian Prime Minister during a Ramadan event.
Muslim so child
carried out.
Wait, that's not the one.
So child RAPE is now Canadian culture. Is sex slavery now Canadian culture? Is wife beating now Canadian culture?
Apparently. Hey, look at this. Look at this.
These are Muslim values. These are Canadian values. For all of us must come together around the values of Eid, the values of community, of generosity, and yes, of sacrifice. These are Muslim values. These are Canadian
Shut up.
values. And I may say it should resonate with all Canadians. The lessons and values of Eid are the same. Canada, our Canada is a diverse country. Proud home to different languages, different beliefs, different cultures. Those are differences that make us unique.
Wow. Wow. Diversity means allowing the most garbage, insane, backward, inferior values of the planet become the values of your countries. That's what diversity means.
And Armin, if we speak out about it, we're Islamophobic. So if we say that, maybe we don't think that 9-year-old girls should be allowed to marry, that's Islamophobic because Muslim values are Canadian values. Yeah. Armin, prepare your asylum application. We might have to escape to the United States.
Unbelievable. Goldie, is that why you removed your Canadian flag from your background?
No. So I still have the maple leaf in the middle. So I just want to make it very clear. I still have my maple leaf because I love Canada. I did not remove the maple leaf for that. Oops. Oh no! I removed the Canadian flag and the Ontario flag because once the United States and Israel started the attack, I put the flag of United States and Israel as an appreciation. But I kept the maple leaf in honor of Canada. But now I have to fix my flag because it fell.
I have to.
What do you feel? What do you? Yeah,
this is what happens. I'm sorry. This is what happens when you import workers and you don't really care where those workers come from or what those workers believe, but you got to keep it happy. That's what's causing it.
Yeah. So the problem is when people do economic analysis and measure the economic value of migration in their calculations, they're not measuring that. There's no way to monetarily measure the value of people's culture and their way of thinking, which will obviously have an impact on your economy as well. The problem is that will be more long-term. It would be less immediate, and there is no model for you to measure that effectively. So when people are looking at the impact, they're not taking that into account, that inferior values will have significant costs. Important inferior values will have important, significant costs to your country, including economic hardship. Like it does even hit you economically, but because it's not measured, it's not taken into account.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why people believed in Keynesian economic theory for so long. Even though if you look into what Keynes wrote, it's never going to work. It was absolutely going to fail, and it did spectacularly, and that's why we had to redo things. And if you don't have a clear idea of what you're doing, you should probably not do something until you figure it out. And that's what Carney has done. And in that, he's no different than the Democrats here. And I mean this, I know how this is going to sound, but in their world, they're importing brown people as donkey labor. The difference between the US and Canada is that the US tends to import people from Latin America. Canada tends to import people from the Middle East. But as far as the people driving the importing, it's the same thing. They're just brown people to lift and carry. They don't care about culture or anything like that. That's considered to be a manageable problem.
For the record, I'm not brown. I'm beige. I'm just saying. Or according to like Iranian, like the Persian language, I'm Sabze. Armin, what's Sabze? Green?
Yeah, well, yeah, greenish. I don't know.
I'm green.
But
I'm green.
Goldie, when I was in University of British Columbia, I was debating some, progressives, leftists, and they were having a hard time accepting me in the crowd because I was Iranian, so I should be on the right. Like they didn't want to talk against me because I was from the Middle East.
Yeah.
But they also didn't like my views, so this is what they said eventually after they couldn't tolerate me anymore. They said Armin is white passing. He said he's white because he's white enough. We could treat him as an oppressor because the way he looks is like a white person. He looks enough like a white person, so we could treat him like a white person. They called me white passing.
Well, yeah, because like we Iranians, we are like we're very Western in the way we think because Western civilization is founded upon the same culture and values as the Persian civilization from 2,500 years ago, right? So there is there's an overlap there. So that's why Iranians integrate very well into Western civilization because it's founded on the values of the Persian civilization. And so that's why these like woke lefties, when they find out that we don't fit into their oppressor versus oppressed viewpoint or whatever, they go like full on racist, right? So they're like, oh, you're not the kind of like visible minority that we want.
Uncle
right?
Tom. Uncle Tom. They call you or porch monkeys.
Oh yeah. So, so then they're like, oh, you're just pretending to be white. It's like, oh, okay. So just because I want, I don't know, freedom for my country, that makes me white. Like that's how insane these people are. It's so stupid, but that's a whole other conversation for a whole other time. But yeah, like Canada's a mess. And guys, yeah, so for all the Canadians here in the next election, vote for Pierre Poilievre. Vote for the Conservative Party of Canada. Vote for Pierre Poilievre. Pierre is an amazing friend of mine. Actually, Armin, did you know Pierre is like my political mentor? I actually learned everything about politics from Pierre because we represented the same riding. I represented the riding provincially, and he represented the riding federally. So yeah, I have Pierre on speed dial. He's a good friend of mine, and I will always support Pierre. Everyone, vote for Pierre Poilievre. Vote for the Federal Conservative Party. There you go. Pierre number one. The only person that can fix Canada and save it from like the hellhole that the Liberals have turned it into is Pierre Poilievre. So yes, vote for Pierre. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know that I'm friends with Pierre Poilievre? Oh my gosh. Guys, I've known Pierre Poilievre since before he was famous. Guys, listen, when I first met Pierre Poilievre, I was like, this man is going to be prime minister one day. And Pierre's going to be the
Goldie, I knew somebody famous before she became she was always a star. But I also know I know this person, Goldie Kamari, guys. This gives me a bigger bragging right than you. I knew Goldie Kamari.
Oh, that's so kind of you. All right, okay. Let's continue this. And then for all the Canadians in the chat, I'm going to find a few Pierre Poilievre pictures from old school Pierre Poilievre photos, and I'll share them with you so that you guys can see that, Pierre and I go way back. Like Pierre and I go back like 10 years. All right, let's continue this.
We're big NATO people. I was never big. It was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, that was great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, does it affect the state visit with the king that you're going to have in April? Are you looking forward to that?
Okay, wait. Let me just share one quick picture of me and Pierre, so everyone knows. So this is guys. So this is from like 2020. This is right before COVID. This was in February, like early February 2020. And I was hosting like my annual like farmer appreciation breakfast. And then Pierre showed up, like, cause Pierre and I, like, Pierre would like, we would always like do like, you know, events together. And whenever Pierre had an event, I would go to his event. And then whenever Pierre came, like whenever I had an event, Pierre would come. So this was like my farmer appreciation breakfast, and like Pierre showed up and we were like, you know, making pancakes together. So there you go. Yeah, it was like a sausage and egg like breakfast pancake thing. So I don't know. Oh guys, look at this one. Look at this one. This is like, oh, this one is so old. This is from 2019. So this is like when we were like, we went to see Santa together. So we went to like a local like community event, and then there's like a Santa. And then, you know, of course, I'm the only politician sitting in Santa's lap, which is fine. And, you know, so guys, Pierre is very serious. Pierre is a very serious guy when it comes to like politics. So he didn't want to take this photo. And I was like, no, Pierre, you're coming in the photo. I'm going to make you come in this photo. And then that's why he's like laughing, because Pierre's like, I've never done this before. But, you know, he was dealing with like a bossy Persian. So even though I was, you know, that's when I was like an elected official at the time. But I was like, no, Pierre, that's the former Ottawa mayor. So yeah, there you go. And then let me find some more. Let's see if I can find anything else here. I have so many pictures with Pierre. Oh, look at this. This is me giving Pierre. So this is after Pierre became Conservative Party leader. And then I hadn't seen him in forever. So when he showed up, I was like, oh my gosh, Pierre, I miss you. And then I just like gave him a big hug. And yeah. Oh yeah, we're big Pierre Poilievre fans here. So everyone vote for Pierre. Every single Canadian vote for Pierre Poilievre. We love Pierre. Pierre's the only one who can save Canada. And yeah, we love Pierre. All right, there you go. I just want to share that really quickly. All right. There's a little bit of like political lore.
With the king? No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. He's gonna be here very soon, as you know. We're gonna have a state dinner. It's gonna be great. But I was very disappointed when the Prime Minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult, because he's a liberal. That's the way they think. And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is a 17-hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, and if not?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years, and also offshore return hubs or detention centers.
Why is she asking President Trump about what the EU did? That's so stupid.
Similar to ours.
Who does which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389. And
she's like, European Parliament. What does that have to do with President Trump?
Good.
Oh, he said good.
I'd vote.
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote with them. Yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now. And They have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people and they have common sense. They wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So we're a party of common sense. The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year, that's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one, it wouldn't have mattered. They're the same thing. Two sleepy people, two stupid people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability. And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president. I mean, you don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech. He can't do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room. And he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing set. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press ever reports it. I'm the only president that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me, but it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough, mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any
Guys, I want to clarify something. I want to clarify something here. So, a lot of people are claiming that, like, President Trump is saying that, you know, he's saying that Gavin Newsom has like a mental disability because of dyslexia. That's not what President Trump is referring to, because if you actually, like, I literally looked it up. Is dyslexia a mental disability? No, dyslexia is not a mental illness. It's a common genetically influenced neurodevelopmental learning disorder. So dyslexia is not a mental disability. So President Trump is not referring to Gavin Newsom's dyslexia. He's referring to the fact that Gavin Newsom is literally stupid and he has some sort of mental disability. Like he's basically just saying that Gavin Newsom is stupid, but then Gavin Newsom is like, oh, because I have dyslexia, President Trump thinks I'm stupid, right? Like that's not it whatsoever, because I know a lot of people who have dyslexia and they're very, very intelligent people. So it's not dyslexia whatsoever. So keep that in mind, guys, because that's really important here. President Trump is basically just saying that Gavin Newsom is like an idiot and just you know, he has a mental disability, which is because he's stupid.
chance of being a president. I would like to see them take a cognitive test, because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you about President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man, highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore. Can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal, because when I told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years, I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, Goldie?
Yeah.
Goldie? Yeah, hey, my phone is dying, so I'm going to drop off for a minute, and I'm going to try to come back in on my desktop.
Okay, well,
And
Major,
I may not use my my camera on the desktop, just because, internet connection there. So I'll be right back.
Well, Major, what I was going to say is that
Yeah.
I know we didn't get to the Marine analysis because we took too long going through President Trump's speech. So I was hoping that we could do the Marine analysis tomorrow at like 3 p.m. Eastern when ARMIN goes to the discussion group, because it is getting a little bit late. We're getting close to the time that we start shutting down the live stream. And I don't want to rush you because I have a lot of questions about the 82nd and all of that. So are you available to join us again
Yeah,
tomorrow?
absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Because I know everyone really appreciated your commentary on President Trump's speech today. And we definitely want you back tomorrow so we can ask more questions of you. Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, amazing. Guys, everyone put a salute in the chat for the Major. Thank you, sir.
All right. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Get some rest. And we really, really appreciated your input and analysis. Thank you so much for being here with us. I can't wait to speak with you tomorrow. I have so many questions.
All right. So, Javicha, Payande Iran.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
God bless America.
Long live America.
Woo. See you tomorrow.
Service.
God bless America.
Long live.
Okay. The Major's fantastic. Super, super fantastic. So yeah. I have a lot of questions about like the Marines that are supposedly showing up. I was gonna ask the Major today, but then this speech by President Trump, like it was just so epic that it just took quite a while to get through. But and I don't want to rush what the Major says. So guys, the Major is going to come back tomorrow when ARMIN does his discussion group, and we are going to go through all of those questions because I have a lot of questions about the Marines and the parachuters and like all the various military groups that are showing up. Right? It's very exciting times. It's very exciting times, guys. So, all right, ARMIN, but I know you have a bunch of updates for us. So the floor is yours.
Oh, I wanted to show you some regime propaganda. Look at this kid in Iran being used by the Islamic Republic, chanting in favor. Like, let me. So they wanted to change our system, but they shouldn't. But they shouldn't change our slogan. Oh, so no, the translation is wrong. He's saying that they came to change a regime, but they couldn't even change my slogan. After Ali the Valiant, peace and security were established. When Mujtaba came, Mujtaba Khamenei, he went to battle and war. The Shia did not lose hope.
Guys, wait. Pause for a second. Go back. Do you see how they're training this little kid? they're not training the kid to be Iranian. They're training the kid to be Shia, right? Like they're training the kid to be part of this Islamic Shia death cult, right? So that's why he's like, the Shia, the Shia. Guys, this is literally child abuse. Brainwashing 101, child abuse.
Exactly. Shia nashod noamid, meaning the Shia did not lose hope and remained steadfast forever. Still, this slogan remains on our lips. Oh, Abul Faz.
That's like the sword.
Abul Faz. the standard bearer. Protect Khomeini. Abul Fazl Alamdar Khomeini or Nagatar. Abul Fazl, basically the flag bearer. Keep Khomeini. But look at the way he speaks. Like it's like look at the way his tone changes. So the reason why I show you this, guys, is because this is what we're like. We're not dealing with missiles and rockets and drones. Okay, the force of the Islamic Republic comes from what I just showed you. A lot of the actions that the Islamic Republic is doing is from these people, is because they need to keep feeding these people the delusion that they're strong, that they're not losing, that everything is okay, and that they're destroying their enemy. This is the sickness that we're dealing with. And this is why the Islamic Republic cannot bend the knee, because if they do, they have to deal with these people. And the Islamic Republic might know how to deal with the Israelis and Americans by just like accepting that their ships and their planes are being destroyed. They know also the Iranian people hate them and they shoot them when they come to the streets, but they don't know how to deal with this. These people demand a victory narrative. These people demand a victory narrative, and they have to feed them.
Armin, can we compare this like jihadi brainwashed kid, guys? So you know when I tell you that the women are even more dangerous than the men, because the women, guys, the women are the ones who raise the men. The reason that this child is like this is because his mother, his jihadi demonic mother, is training him to be a terrorist, right? They're brainwashing these terrorists, these like future Muslim Nazi right here, right? Like they're training him to already have no human empathy, and they're training him to basically be like, just murder anyone who's like an enemy of Allah, like whatever, like, right? Like this is the Durka jihadi nonsense. But I want to compare this with an actual real Iranian child. And Armin, I sent you a link on in the studio chat.
Oh, Kian Pir Falak. This is our Kian. Okay, should I read the caption?
The Islamic regime murdered Kian 3 years ago. He was only like 8 years old, and they murdered him.
Yeah.
They murdered this 8-year-old Iranian boy. And guys, he was so smart. He was so smart. He was so intelligent. So Armin's going to play the video, and he's going to translate this for you.
He was going to be an engineer. His passion was to one day be an engineer, and even at this age, he had built his own little different devices. And his mother would record him making these little devices and show that it works, and he was explaining how they work because he always wanted to be an engineer. But even at this age, he was making his own little devices. All right. Which?
چشمای عرق معروف به چشمای آب خوردنی هستن، آب معدنی هستن. اونا خیلی پاک و زلال هستن و اینکه هیچ املاح اضافی داخل اونا نیست. با 4 تا خودکار و یه لیوان چسب، یه جاکینی و یه بالکن، آرمیچه، دکمه با سیم، یه ربات متحرک خطکش حالا اون روشن میکنیم.
He made this himself.
اونو
Oh.
به گوشی نمیدن که این حالت بشه.
Look, he would come up with these devices to build because his passion was to be an engineer one day. And Goldie, you know what we don't see here that is also part of this? All of these videos were recorded by his mom because she was always so proud of him. Every time he was making a device or he was explaining a concept, his mom would always just grab the camera and come record him because his mom was so proud of him. And guys, the day that they killed him, they brought his body home and they were not releasing his body because they're afraid that their regime forces will take him. So they were putting him on ice in their own home. They were putting his body on ice in their own home because they were so afraid that if the regime forces would take him, they might not get the body back.
And guys, that photo is viral, but we're not going to share it because it's horrific. But yeah, it's his murdered little body on packs of ice because his mother was hiding his little dead body in the kitchen to make sure that the Islamic regime wouldn't take his body away. And Armin, someone sent this to me. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, that's his device.
Tesla engineers made this in honor of him.
Oh, that's one of his devices.
That's one of his guys. This was one of Keon's inventions, right? This was one of his inventions, and Tesla engineers made this in honor of Keon Pirfalak when they found out that he was murdered by the Islamic regime. So.
Oh.
There you go, guys. I mean, that's the difference between Iranian children and, jihadi Islamic Durka children from the Arab invaders, right? Like this, the other child you saw, that's not an Iranian child. That's the child of the invaders, because Keon is an Iranian child, and the Islamic regime murdered him. Guys, they're murdering our best and brightest because they're trying to, not trying, they're genociding us. They want to get rid of the Iranian identity, and they want to replace us with like Shia Islam and all these like terrorist jihadi people. And that's his mother.
That's his mom. That's his mom at his burial ground, and there's always a rainbow associated with him. You can see in Goldie's picture, like if you go back to Goldie here, you can see it's the rainbow. Is because Keon, instead of saying in the name of, instead of saying Bismillah Rahman Rahim, he would start by saying Benam Khuday Rangin Kaman, which means in the name of the God of the rainbow. And that's why his name is always associated with the rainbow. And you can see, like, this is the picture of the device that he built in one of his videos, and that's his mom next to his.
And Sohail is saying that Keon didn't like the sound of the Quran, and at his funeral, his mother didn't want the Quran to be played, so they didn't play it. Quran.
Oh, Sohail, do you have that video? Do you have that video? Because at his funeral, when thousands of people were showing, and his mom said, "Don't play the Quran. My son hated the Quran." That's what he said. That's what the mom said. You're right, Sohail. Remember
and that was, guys, that was 3 years ago. 3 years ago, right?
That was 3 years ago. I remember that. Thank you for reminding us, Sohail. And I'm trying to find the video of him making the device.
I'm trying to find it too. I don't know why I can't find it.
I know.
I know that
There's
I
a video.
shared it.
There's a cute animation of his device going all the way up to heaven. That was so cute. That was so cute.
I know it's cute, but it's just so sad.
Oh, I have the picture with the ice packs. I'm gonna share. I'm not gonna share it.
No, yeah, I see the ice pack picture. We can't do that one. That one's it's too horrific. Wait, let's see if I'm sure I know I have it somewhere. I don't know, but guys, this is the comparison between Iranian children and like these jihadi terrorist garbage.
Shia children.
Yeah, the Shia children, right? Like we're not like this. We're Iranian. Like that child, that's not one of us. That child is not part of us or our civilization or our culture. Those are the children of the invaders, and those children, when they grow up, they're going to continue murdering us, right? Here we go. Oh, I found it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I found it. And it has English subtitles.
Oh, you sent it to me? Okay.
Armin, I honestly, من انقدر برای کیان اشک ریختم. Like it's been 3 years, and every single time I think of him, I just start crying. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need like a minute. I'll be back.
Okay. So this is one of many of the devices that he built, and this one is the one that went viral. And this is it's again, I always wanted to not remember his mom, because what we remember Kian, and Kian is not with us anymore, but his mom was like, every time I see these videos, I also see the mom behind the camera. I don't just see Kian, I also see the mom behind the camera recording all of this. And how, because all of this was being recorded before any of this happened. And because we have so many videos of Kian making these devices, it shows how proud his mom was that she kept on recording all of these videos. And losing Kian is such a great loss to us, but I think it's such a greater loss to his mom, and that's the person behind this camera. Yeah. Oh, here's his famous phrase, "In the name of the God of the rainbows." I made this boat for a competition. Called this is the Jabr ibn Hayyan is the name of the school competition. And now I want to test it for the first time to see whether or not it works. And the result is that it works. The test was successfully completed. Oh, okay. And let me see. Sohail sent me a video too. Oh, Sohail found a video at Kian Pir Falak's funeral. This is from 3 years ago. Look at this, guys. Like, there are other videos of this from the top that shows thousands of people showed up at this funeral. And there's two things you need to pay attention to this. One, what the mom says, but also how the crowd responds. Because remember, this is inside Iran, and there's a crowd of thousands of Iranians inside Iran there at the funeral. Watch this. Like, don't play the Quran for my child. This is at Kian's funeral. My child hated the Quran. But guys, more importantly than what she says, look at how the crowd responds. Listen to the crowd. Guys, this was years ago. An entire crowd of Iranians, when Kian's mom said my son hated the Quran, the crowd cheers inside Iran before even this round of revolution. Years ago, this was the case. Years ago.
And Armin, people still try to correct us and be like, "Oh, Iran is a majority Muslim country." Blech. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea, because you guys have fallen for the Islamic regime propaganda. This is 3 years ago when Kian Pirfalak's mother says, "My son hated the Quran." Everyone cheers.
Look
So
at
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Listen.
We are a country of 90 million Islamophobes. Deal with it. Because
Yeah, Goldie.
I would preserve one strand of Kian Pirfalak's hair over the entire Islamic regime and their garbage ideology that murdered Kian in the first place.
Yes. Or Islam as a whole. And listen to this again. I'm gonna replay it because I'm not gonna interrupt. Just listen to the cheer. Listen to the people responding to the mom saying this.
آیه حفظ نکرد زدمش نگاه کرد گریه کرد ماما مگه من عربم من ایرانیم چرا به میگی قرآن بخون گفتم بابا مدرسه است دیگه چیکار کنم مدرسه است دیگه باید بخونی تو اگه اینا رو نخونی دانشم.
So he said the mom punished him for not memorizing the Quran, and Kian told his mom, like, "Mom, why are you making me memorize the Quran? I'm not an Arab. I'm Iranian." And the mom responded, like, "It's for school. It's school. Like, you have to deal with it. It's school. You have to memorize it for school." But Kian told his mom, like, "Why are you making me memorize the Quran? I'm not Arab. I'm Iranian." That's what Sohail said. No, but that's what Kian says. Oh, Sohail is saying, "Don't tread on Iranians." Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Guys, this video doesn't do doesn't do it justice. If you saw the aerial images from out, the crowd was massive. So, guys, so whenever the regime takes one of us and murders one of us, the people who show up at the funeral is not going to be just the families and the people who knew it. Like, Iranians from all across Iran will come to the funeral to support the families of our fallen. That's why the crowds get so big. All right, Goldie, I know we already shared the fact that the Islamic Republic is now posting is putting posters of Hitler in Iran. But I don't know if we saw this one because they put it next to Mujtaba Khamenei now. This is kind of bizarre. So we have the Hitler quote inside Iran by the Islamic Republic right under Mujtaba Khamenei. So, next to each other. So that was, this is by the Islamic Republic. This is in response to people who call Goldie racist when she calls them Muslim Nazis. They're literally putting his picture next to Hitler.
And first of all, Islam isn't a race. So, oh, you're racist. Yeah, okay, idiots. Islam isn't a race. Anyone can be like Muslim. You don't it's not like a racist. It's not like a ethnicity. So, idiot. First of all, idiot. Okay. Second of all, yes, they are Muslim Nazis. They're literally putting it out there. So, if you're offended by the fact that I'm calling the Islamic regime a Muslim Nazi, but you're not offended by the fact that the Muslim Nazis murdered, I don't know, 40,000 Iranians in 2 days, you're the problem. And I don't know, maybe you're also a Muslim Nazi. I don't know. Just saying. If you're more offended by the fact that I'm calling the Islamic regime Muslim Nazis, but you're not offended by the fact that they murdered 40,000 Iranians, you're a Muslim Nazi too. Deal with it.
And speaking of Muslim Nazis, they're now praying to Allah to the missiles. This was released by Channel 3 by the Islamic regime. Yeah, no, they're praying. Yeah, so this is a video of them praying next to the missiles.
لم يلد ولم
ولم
يولد
يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. I just know
That's
that
good.
part. I just know that
ذلك
part.
الله ربي ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك
Ew, what are they
رحمة
saying, Armin?
إنك أنت الوهاب.
It's Arabic. Well, like Kian said, I'm not an Arab, so why are you asking me? It's it's not Persian.
Because you're ex-Muslim, so you would chant all this. Yeah, no, guys. So for all the Iranians, yes, don't guys. I know a little bit of like jihad here and there. I know my durka. لم يلد ولم يولد لم يكن له كفوا أحد.
ولم يكن كفوا أحد.
Yeah, see, Armin knows. I just know like.
Yeah, but we don't know what it means. We just like when we went through school, all we learned is like, I mean, I know Fataha, like we know what that means.
Oh, I also know Muhammad Ya Salavat. Oh my gosh, Armin, can I tell you a funny story about my childhood? I'll tell you a funny. So, like, you know, when I was younger, before I was politically active, I visited Iran a few times in my childhood. So, one of the times that I visited Iran, you know, my younger sister was with me. Rosie, if you're in the chat, I'm about to expose you. So my sister, being like, you know, the drama queen, you know, like she was the pampered, spoiled, you know, little princess, and I love her. She's still the pampered, spoiled princess. But this was like when she was like 4 or 5 years old or something. And whenever we would like board a plane in occupied Iran, like some random person, like some random guy would be like, Muhammad Ya Salavat, before the airplane would like take off, right? And then someone would say Muhammad Ya Salavat, and then everyone would give like a salavat. Allahumma Allahumma Muhammad ba'ole Muhammad ba'ajam faraj, or like whatever, right? So my sister, being the little like drama queen, you know, shit disturber that she is, she was like 4 or 5 years old. She was like, oh, isn't this fun? Like someone, like a random person yells something and then everyone will like chant in response. So Armin, just think about this. Like whenever we went on a plane, like my 4 or 5 year old sister, she would just like, you know, she's sitting in the plane and then in her like 4 or 5 year old voice, she would just be like, and then like everyone on the plane would start Allahumma Muhammad, like they would start chanting that, and then when they finished it, she would say it again, and then they would chant 5 or 6 times, and everyone in the plane would just chant.
No way. She's like, dance, monkeys, dance.
You know, my sister's like 4 or 5. She has no idea what's going on. All like my sister's literally like, oh, if I just say Muhammad Ya Salavat, a whole bunch of people.
Oh, she's here, Goldie. She's here. Busted, Goldie, busted. Oh no! Oh no, Goldie! Look at this. She's sharing. I'm sharing your red hair. Oh wow, goth photos.
It's
wow.
worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. Oh my gosh, no! But Armin, it was like the funniest thing because my sister would just like this when she was like 4 or 5 years old, right? 4 or 5 years old, but she would just be like Muhammad Ya Salavat. And then everyone on the plane would just start chanting like the Allahu Akbar.
Because you have to. Because if you hear that, if you hear that and you don't respond, that's like a sin. So she was like controlling them. She was like making them dance to her. Like she was like, dance, monkeys, dance, my little monkeys. Right.
She did it like 4 or 5 times, and everyone on the plane. It was so funny. And then finally, my mom had to be like, "Golpad, And she was still doing it randomly, like even like randomly, like in the middle of the plane flight, you would just hear like this like 4 or 5-year-old girl's voice be like, and then like everyone was just like all the mullahs and the jihadis.
Right. Wow, she's like, I have the power to do to make these people do what I want.
Oh my gosh. Okay, anyways, I just had to share that funny memory. But
that was
so
cool.
that's where like, even like my random like, the random like Durka Arabic that comes out, it's because, we did spend some time in Iran, in our childhood. So lam yalid balam yulad balam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. I'm not pronouncing it.
Walam yakun kufuwan ahad.
Kufuwan ahad. There you go. All right. Anyways, let's continue with the Muslim Nazis literally praying to a missile.
Well, yeah, I mean they're praying next to a missile.
Yeah, but this is like end of times like nonsense, right? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
this is like apocalyptic type stuff.
The point is like we're still like we keep. The point is like look at the people who are defending us. They're keeping their faith. They pray like they're praying like look like it's meant to cause the emotion. Like these are the Muslim are faithful guardians of the regime. Like oh my God, look at our warriors. That's what's it meant to. So I'm not going to replay it because that was basically it. It's not working, Goldie, because this is the level of support that.
The major made a good reference. It's like Beneath the Planet of the Apes. It reminds, there's a movie, like it's like the third or fourth or I don't know, whatever. Like one of the Planet of the Apes movies, and it's like a bunch of people that are like worshiping a missile. Did you ever see that, Armin?
I saw Planet of the Apes. I didn't see them worshiping a missile.
Okay, so
I don't remember that.
Share these videos. I'm gonna find that. I'll find that Planet of the Apes video because it's like that's what that was reminding me of.
Oh, but Goldie, you're gonna miss this one. This is a new chant by the regime.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm watching.
Okay, but look at this. They have a new chant. The pro-regime Iranians inside Iran, they're chanting, "Oh, angel of death, every night go to Israel." So, Ya Hazrat Israel, Har Shab Baro Israel. But look at the numbers of people that they showed up. Like, look at how low their numbers are. Watch this. Look at this. It's like, oh. Allahu Akbar. Look, how many is that? It's like 12 people. So this shows that the propaganda is not really effective. Like they're not showing as many as the forces are very low, getting lower and lower in the streets. But again, the chant, guys, is Ya Hazrat Israel. Like, oh, sir, angel of death. Oh, like the glorious angel of death or whatever. Har Shab Baro Israel. Every night go to Israel. So they're basically calling upon the angel of death. So Goldie, here's another video in one of their gatherings talking about the fact that their body of their people is missing heads, and they're making heads. Here, the video published in the state media shows that at a gathering of regime supporters, the speakers point out that not much was left of the Basij member killed in the Israeli and American attacks, and for this reason, a head made out of cotton heads was made for his body. Look at this. Oh my God, he's saying like when they were burying the one of the Basijis, he's saying only this much of the body was left. This much, he's showing with his hand, only this much of the body was left. Yeah, oh no, so sad.
Oh, so sad.
And people are crying, like, oh, people in the crowd going, yeah. Guys, the reason why we're laughing at them is because these are our murderers. These are the people who will hunt us down.
We're literally laughing at Muslim Nazis.
Yeah, exactly. And he's saying, sisters in the crowd, sorry that I have to say this. Like, I'm going to explain something. And he's apologizing for the woman in the crowd. Like, the people, like our people, they fix the body. They fix the body. They, with the cotton, they made his head. So they made the rest of his body with cotton. So only this much of it was left, which is such a weird image to think of. Like, if it was only missing the head, okay, they give it a cotton head, okay? But he's saying only this much of the body was left and the rest was made with cotton to resemble the body. So they put a piece of meat, dead body, in the middle of a whole bunch of cotton. It's like a full cotton man with a piece of a corpse in the middle of it. Like, ew, like what? And also, why did he say, I apologize to the sisters in the crowd for explaining this? Did they also make his private, like, did they also make his dick with cotton? Like, why is he apologizing?
Ew.
Like, like, I'm sorry for the sisters having to listen to him. We made this. Like, was the body so complete that they also made his private parts with cotton? I don't know. Why did he need to apologize?
ARMIN.
Yeah, you brother, you. Okay. All right. So, something, guys. Here's a surprise. Here's a surprise. We don't get this often because every time I play state TV propaganda for you from the regime, it's always a whole bunch of nonsense, delusional nonsense. Durka, Mahdi, end of times, this nothing but a scratch, kind of narrative. This is fine. We're killing them. We're going to be victorious. But we got 16 seconds of analysis from the Islamic Republic, from their state TV, that is more accurate than so much of what you have been seeing in mainstream media from the West, which is an amazing change. Look at what this man is saying on state TV in by the Islamic Republic. He's like, every time President Trump is talking about negotiations, you have to be worried about war. That is true. You got it. Yes, you got it. Like that is so true. That's a correct analysis. And like, it's like, don't trust when President Trump is saying we're going to negotiate. That's the most worried you need to be. That is true. That is true, Goldie. They got it.
ARMIN, okay, continue, and then I have some.
It's only 6. It's only 6.
Okay, yeah.
Goldie, this is golden. This is so cool. He's saying that every time President Trump says that if I'm negotiating, that's the most worried you have to be, which is correct from the state TV. Okay, send this to CNN. And we're saying the same thing now. The Americans have not yet reached their goals. So they're not going to let go. Yeah, they're not. So the Americans are not going to let go yet because they haven't yet achieved all their goals. Correct, sir. You are correct. Thank you.
ARMIN, you're going to enjoy this. You're going to enjoy this. So, right now, CPAC is happening, right? And it's happening in Dallas, Texas, I believe. So CPAC is the Conservative Political Action Conference, okay? And as we know, as CPAC announced, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi will be speaking at CPAC, okay? So
I shared this yesterday. You were here.
Pardon me?
Yeah, I shared this yesterday.
Yeah. Exactly. So, but
Yes.
Here's the news. So,
there's a news. Okay, there's a new update.
Well, I was just sharing the background so that I can share the news with you.
For the news. Okay, there's an update. What is the update called?
ARMIN, Iranians have taken over CPAC.
What? Ooh. Yeah. Oh no. Oh wow. Yeah. Oh, I didn't play this. Thank you, Trump.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump.
You know, I actually have to say the organizers here sent me an email and invited me to come down to CPAC so I could join them and speak. Unfortunately, I got the invitation too late, so I couldn't coordinate. So, you know, I have to send them I have to send them a huge thank you and send them my regrets. But the organizers of this event, ARMIN, some of them watch our channel because they reached out and they were like, Goldie, can you please come down and give a speech? And, we want, you there. So it was such an honor to be invited. I can't be there right now due to security reasons. As we both know, there's like a bounty on my head for $250,000.
Yeah.
But no, Armin, I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Well, fine. Okay.
sorry.
No, that's okay. You know what?
No.
You can share the news now because I broke.
No. This is you. This is you. I didn't know you have that already. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm excited that you're sharing it. But look at this. Wait, but look how amazing this is, guys. The Iranians have taken over CPAC. So there's people there who have and like these people are clearly like they're not Iranian. These people are American, right? And it's like I don't know, some sort of like Trump group. And then all the Iranians are like, you guys need to come join us. So guys,
oh wow.
When I tell you, so to all the Americans, when I tell you that Iranians are literally your best friends, you just don't know this. And when I tell you guys that if you come visit Iran, yeah, there will be a hostage situation, but not in the way you think. The hostage situation will be, we will be so appreciative of you that we will be like, no, you guys come because you are our best friends. We want to feed you. We want to party with you. We want to show you our appreciation. So there you go. Look at this. These poor 5 Americans are like, what is happening right now? So let's watch this again. Cause this is just so wholesome. This is so wholesome.
USA! 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 USA!
The poor Americans are like, wait, is this a hostage situation? What's going on? I love this. This is so awesome. Oh yeah, guys, this is the famous Persian for Trump guy. He's been in all of President Trump's rallies in the background.
Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump!
There you go. All right, Armin.
Thank you, Trump has been the chant that we have been advocating for a long time on this show.
Yeah, I also made 100%. I also made a video last night. I spoke in Persian. If you want, I can share that video really quick.
Yes.
Because that video's gone viral on Instagram and on YouTube as well. Sorry, not YouTube, on Instagram and X. You're gonna have to translate it though. So why don't I just play the video and then you can translate, right? Guys, Armin's gonna do a Durka Jihadi translation of my video. So it already has it has 8.5 thousand likes on X, but I think it has almost 40,000 likes on Instagram or something. But anyways, here you go. This is a video that I made last night.
درود به همه شما. امیدوارم که حالتون خوب باشه. نوروزتون پیروز. یه پیام کوتاه داشتم راجع به همین گرد همایی که قرار یک شنبه مارچ 29 جلوی کاخ سفید باشه. کسی زیاد توضیح نداده که چرا این گرد همایی مهمه. بیاییم با هم این فیلم رو نگاه بکنیم.
They're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them. So much unbelievable death. From Germany too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking and I see my picture. I say, oh no, it's another, protest. I see my, and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be, these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York too, they had a big rally, my pictures all over the place.
من نمیدونم قرار مارچ 29 چه اتفاقی پیش بیاد. ولی بر اساس این فیلم پرزیدنت ترامپ میدونم که یه دلیل خیلی مهمی هست که شاهزاده و تیم شاهزاده دارن میگن که این گرد همایی مارچ 29 یکی از مهمترین، شاید مهمترین گرد همایی توی این تاریخ 47 سال که ایران اشغال شده باشه. پس دوستان لطفاً هر جوری که شده اگر تونستین خودتونو به واشنگتن برسونین که توی این گرد همایی شرکت بکنین، لطفاً این کارو بکنین و فراموش نکنین پرچم آمریکا با خودتون ببرین، عکس پرزیدنت ترامپ و of course عکس شاهزاده رضا پهلوی هم اگه تونستین با خودتون ببرین و لطفاً یادتون نره که به زبون انگلیسی بگین thank you Trump. من خودم شخصاً به خاطر دلایل امنیتی نمیتونم شرکت بکنم، ولی خب من روی لایو استریمم برنامه رو به اشتراک میذارم که همه غیر ایرانی ها هم بتونن نگاه بکنن. به امید آزادی ایران، پاینده ایران، جاوید شاه.
سهیل
Okay,
شما دیگه چرا
No.
ترجمه لازم داری سهیل؟
Guys, that she speaks beautiful Persian. That
No, I
doesn't
don't.
require.
My Persian isn't the best, but here, I'll send it to you
It's-
so that you can translate, my Persian into English. There you go. I sent you the link.
Okay. Goldie, your accent is actually makes it even better. So don't let these people. It does. Okay. All right.
But yeah,
Okay.
so Armin, you're right. Like you and I, we have been constantly saying, like reminding to Iranians, like when you go to these events, make sure you say thank you, Trump. Like that's so
Thank you,
important.
Trump. Yeah, I've been saying that on my Persian channel as well, but when the internet was still on, like
So important.
Goldie, I convinced so many people on my Persian channel to not turn against Trump, because every time we would talk about negotiations or stuff, they would be like panicking or like, oh, he betrayed us. And I would go on my shows and I would be like, guys. And people would be like, okay, Armin. And then again, President Trump would say something else. I was like, guys. And then like I on the Persian channel, I've done so much work and I convinced so many people not to lose focus on this, which is, yeah.
Okay,
Which
I'll
was
let
hard
you
because
translate this. I'll be right back because it's weird to see like Goldie. It's like Goldieception. So I'll be back.
No, it's not weird. It's okay. All right.
درود به همه شما. امیدوارم
Salutations to everybody.
که حالتون خوب باشه.
I hope you're okay.
نوروزتون پیروز.
Nowruz Piruz. Happy Nowruz.
یه پیام کوتاهی داشتم راجع به
I have a short message
همین گرد همایی که
regarding these gatherings.
قرار یک شنبه
The gathering on Sunday,
مارچ 29
29th of March,
جلوی کاخ سفید باشه.
in front of the White House.
کسی زیاد توضیح نداده که چرا این گرد همایی مهمه.
Not that many people have explained why this gathering is important.
بیاییم با هم این فیلم رو نگاه بکنیم.
Let's watch this video together.
They're evil and they're bad.
So we guys watched this part. So this was President Trump basically talking about how he appreciated, like he saw Iranian people celebrating him, and he was surprised and happy about that, right? So let's go back to Goldie because that part was English. You guys already heard that part.
All over the place.
من نمیدونم قرار مارچ 29 چه اتفاقی پیش بیاد.
I don't know what's going to happen on March 29th.
ولی
But
بر اساس این فیلم
but based on this video
پرزیدنت ترامپ
from President Trump,
میدونم که یه دلیل خیلی مهمی هست که
I know there's something very important
شاهزاده و تیم شاهزاده
that Princess of Pahlavi and Princess of Pahlavi's team. By the way, Goldie is smart to mention Princess of Pahlavi and Princess of Pahlavi's team. A lot of you might think this is like not that important, but it is very important because there are some people who pretend like they support Princess of Pahlavi, but they don't support his team. They don't support Amir Etemadi or Saeed Qasim Najad, but Princess of Pahlavi has constantly been asking us to support his team. So, by some people are trying to cause division by saying like, "Oh, I support Princess of Pahlavi, but his team is a problem and everything." So, it's very important when you hear us Iranians mentioning that Princess of Pahlavi and his team and the IPP plan is we're trying to make sure that we're all united and we're all supporting not just Princess of Pahlavi, but his team and his project.
And
So this
and
is-
Armin,
yeah.
at this point, anyone who attacks Prince Reza Pahlavi's team or the IPP team or anything, anyone who attacks Nufti, the IPP team, or King Reza Pahlavi's personal team, they are the enemy. That's how I see it.
Traitors.
Because if
They're
you
traitors,
if you attack the IPP, if you attack Nufti, if you attack King Reza Pahlavi and his team, you are not supporting the Iranian people. It's as simple as that. Simple as that.
And Goldie, not only they're our enemies, they are actually the most dangerous of enemies because they look like allies because they say Javid Shah, they have like Princess of Pahlavi's pictures and everything, and they're trying to cause division, and they don't look like our enemies, so they are actually very dangerous. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why we're just we do not tolerate them whatsoever. IPP stands for Iran Prosperity Project. That's the transitional plan. We've spoken about it before. We'll speak about it in the future, but just look up Iran Prosperity Project.
Yes. All right, let's continue with the translation.
که
By the way, Goldie, this is very subtle. Like the fact that you add that's very, very smart. So I just wanted people to know that you're very clever when it comes to including that.
Thank you.
میدونم که یه دلیل خیلی مهمی هست که شاهزاده و تیم شاهزاده
So we know that there's something very important. There's an important reason for why Princess of Pahlavi and his team
میگن که این گرد همایی مارچ 29 یکی از شاید مهمترین گرد همایی توی
So this is the reason why they're saying that this gathering on March 29th is one of the most important and maybe the most important gathering
این تاریخ 47 ساله
in this 47 year history
که ایران اشغال شده
of Iran being occupied.
باشه. پس دوستان لطفاً هر جوری که شده
So my friends, please, in whatever way possible,
اگر تونستین خودتونو
if you can, please get yourself there.
به واشنگتن برسونین
Get yourself to Washington, D.C.
که توی این گرد همایی شرکت بکنین
so that you could participate in this gathering.
لطفاً این کارو بکنین و فراموش نکنین پرچم آمریکا با خود
And don't forget, bring the U.S. flag.
ببرین عکس پرزیدنت ترامپ
Bring the picture of President Trump with you.
و of course عکس شاهزاده رضا پهلوی هم
And of course, the picture of Princess of Pahlavi.
اگه تونستین با خودتون ببرین و لطفاً یادتون نره که به زبون
And please don't forget that in
انگلیسی
in English
بگین thank you Trump.
Say thank you Trump. No, Goldie, it's not thank you Trump. It's thank you. It's thank you Trump.
Thank you Trump. That's true.
Thank you Trump.
Thank you Trump. Because if you go back to the video, right?
Yes.
If I go back to the actual video now, guys, now you can properly translate this when they say thank you Trump.
Trump.
USA! You know what? Can I just say this is one of the most wholesome videos I've ever seen. The Trump Americans here. they're like, oh my gosh, we're on our knees, we're surrounded by Iranians. What's gonna happen? And then the Iranians start chanting USA, and they're just like, oh wait, we're friends, right? Like this is just the most wholesome thing I've ever seen. Like, wait, look how happy this guy got. Like, look at this guy's expression when he hears everyone behind him chanting USA. Like, he just gets so excited. Seriously, like we need some like wholesomeness in our lives right now, right? Look at this. USA! USA! Oh, look, he starts to chant. He says USA, and then everyone joins in, and then he gets so thrilled. USA! 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 Oh wait, look, when he's Armin. Okay, I'm totally analyzing this video. So when this guy says USA, this woman, it's like she panics for a moment. And she like looks behind her and she's like, oh my gosh, how are they going to react? Armin, look at this. Like she's literally like, wait, what? How are the Iranians going to react? And then when all the Iranians start chanting USA, she's like, oh, thank God we're with the right people. Look at this.
I mean, they're holding the American flag.
She did it so quick. She's like, oh, wait, she's like, quick double check. Is everything okay? Oh yeah, everything's okay. Oh my God, this is so wholesome. USA! 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 USA!
Thank you, Trump.
Oh my God.
Oh, so wholesome.
There you
So
go.
wholesome.
All right, show me the other videos because right now my timeline is full of these videos.
Yeah, look at this. Neil Bunny said this to me. So look at this, guys. The flag of Iranians right on the way to CPAC. You can see that all around that area, Iranians came and put the flags of U.S. and the Lion and Sun flag of Iran all over that area. Watch this. What, Goldie, this is how you do it. I'm so proud of Iranians. This is how you do soft power. This is how you show your alliance. This is how you show to the Americans, to the most influential Americans in American politics today. If you go there and you do this, this is how you make it undeniable that the Iranians and the Americans are allies, and this is worth investing in. We are worth it. And this shows to all of these politicians and all the important people that show up there that freeing Iran, liberating Iran is going to gain United States a strong ally as another Israel. There's something like another Israel in the Middle East. I'm so proud of you guys. You look at this video. Look at this. This is another video. Iranian support as well as for Trump and Pahlavi at Dallas.
Can you share the other one again?
Okay.
One more time. No to Islamic Republic. Yes. Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
And
Okay,
watch this
one.
one.
Oh, that's the Persians for Trump guy. I love that Persians for Trump guy. Like, he is epic. Wait, there's like so many posts of him.
Oh my god.
Like, he was in like all of President Trump's rallies in like the background. Like, look at this. Okay, wait, let me share this one. Like, this guy is like hardcore. We need to find out who he is and give him like, I don't know, some sort of like badge or medal or something. Look at this. This is him.
The shirt that says Persians for Trump, meant to represent my ancestral heritage along with my patriotism for this United States of America. And so far, I'm wearing it because, like, the fact that I stand with President Trump in his tough, hardline, aggressive stance, maximum pressure against the Ayatollah and the Islamic regime in Iran. And pretty soon, I pray and I hope that Iran will be free once again and that we'll have fair and democratic elections in Iran.
What do you say to the Trump Republicans who believe that we shouldn't get involved in these sorts of things?
I think ultimately, like, they're not the ones who make the call. I think President Trump is the commander in chief. He's the one who has the final word. And I believe that he is the man for the job, and that he was elected by the majority and won the popular vote for a reason, and especially among the Iranian community, because we knew that he would handle Iran well.
What would you like to see Trump do next right now?
I hope he bombs the shit out of them.
And specifically, you want him to take out Khomeini, or?
I would love to see him destroy Khamenei.
The person for like, what do you want? What do you want to see him do? I would like to see him bomb the shit out of them. To the point. Very simple.
and destroy Khamenei. Right, guys. So, Armin, this was January 10. This is January 10. Wow. The video you just, January 10. So the video you just showed, can we go back to the video you showed? Because that's the same guy, and he is so happy. Like, you can see in his hand, he's holding.
His dream came true.
His dream came true. That's why he's just like, he's losing his mind from happiness, and he's holding like a Statue of Liberty torch in his hand or something too. Like, he's like, guys, like, Iranians right now, like Iranian Americans who voted for President Trump, they're like this is next level celebration. So if he's intense, it's because he's been waiting for this.
Waiting for this. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
So let's watch this again, because this is the guy.
Okay. Ah.
It's like, that's him. Oh, he's so happy.
He's so happy. Yeah.
He's so happy. Armin, I sent you a few links.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
It has to do with CPAC.
Oh my god.
I'm sending you all the links I'm seeing. Guys, Iranians, we have taken over CPAC. CPAC is conquered by the Iranians.
Yeah, but not in an Aloha Akbar kind of way.
Oh no. The pro-freedom Iranians. We've conquered CPAC with our pro-Trump, pro-America chants.
Oh, guys, the caption says the shouting of the Shah Reza Pahlavi in the CPAC conference, gathering here. Look at this. Wow, Goldie, look at this. They're making it so difficult to ignore Princess of Pahlavi, like in the most important place possible. That you guys are amazing. So proud of you guys. So proud.
Okay. Armin, I'm sending you all these links. Just go through the links one by one as I send them to you.
Okay. Okay, CPAC 2026. Let's watch this.
There's a Persian for Trump guy. You see him?
Who?
The Persians for Trump. Go back. He's
Oh,
go
yeah.
back to the beginning of the
Oh,
video.
is he there? Oh, I see him. I just saw him. You're right. That's him. He's
Armin,
everywhere.
we need to find this guy. We need to find out who this guy is and like bring him on our live stream.
Oh. Yeah, I know. We should invite him here. If you're watching us, please reach out to us. Wow. Good job. Amazing. Wait, hold on. That was the last one, right?
No, I sent you a few more, I think.
No, that's the ones I got. I'm just seeing a Planet of the Apes video that I didn't play.
Oh, the Planet of the Apes video was just I wanted to compare
Yeah.
the Islamic regime. No, I think I sent you one more. Check. There's one more that I sent. It's like a different angle.
Oh, got it. Got it. One more here.
Okay.
This one.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, that's the same place from a different angle.
USA! 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 Thank you, Trump! 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 USA!
Amazing. Good job, guys. Oh,
I
there
sent
he
you
is.
another one.
That's- Sent another one. Oh.
I really want to. I want to hear. We got to hear.
Okay, this lady doesn't seem like she's like saying we're gonna have to continue the talk, guys. It's good that you're chanting, but also be careful not to not to interrupt.
Like they're pissing off the Americans because the Americans are like, what the hell? They're like, what is going on right now? Because all the Iranians are like, King Reza Pahlavi, right? Like, oh my god.
Guys, be respectful though. Don't interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, they're interrupting. Oh no.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, Goldie, make another video saying like, do your chanting, but don't interrupt the speaker.
Oh, no, you know what? I'm not going to make that video because let me tell you something. The reason that Iranians, guys, so the reason that Iranians are interrupting, it's not because we're rude. It's because this is 47 years of oppression coming out, right? Like this is 47 years of being silenced by the Islamic regime. And it's just been like suppressed and it's been bubbling. So the only reason like we're so loud about it is it's think of like it's like a volcano. So the volcano is erupting, right? So we can't hold it back because we have been holding it back for 47 years. And after 47 years, we're so close to victory. So that's where this is coming from, right? This is like we feel like it's like our last chance. So we're not trying to be rude. I promise you. It's just 47 years of oppression. 47 years of oppression.
Yeah. Goldie,
we
I am.
found the guy. His name is Nima Pursohi. Okay. Oh. Okay, we need to find this guy.
Nima.
For Trump. Thank you. Okay, Nima Pur Sohi. Okay. Thank you so much. We will find him. We will find him. We will track him down. Armin, we will bring him on this show.
Okay.
All right.
Goldie,
I sent you
before-
more videos.
Oh, okay. Okay, fourth one. And then third one as well. Thank you for numbering them. That makes it easier.
Yes. Look at the crowd! Armin! Pause for a second.
Yes.
Now I can understand why like the 5 like, Trump people are looking kind of nervous, because it's not just the people behind them, it's like the crowd of like 300 Iranians in front of them, right? They're like, we're surrounded by Iranians. What do we do? Iranian woman! She's dressed like the Statue of Liberty!
Yeah, that was.
I love that! Look, the Iranian woman's dressed like the Statue of Liberty! Oh, I love that!
And then there was this one. There's already a huge Iranian presence at CPAC in Dallas. Reza Pahlavi will be one of the speakers. Guys, they're doing all of this without Prince Reza Pahlavi even being there. So imagine when he's arriving.
We actually don't know what day he's going to be speaking.
Oh.
Like we're trying to find out, but for security reasons, they haven't said which day he's speaking. That's why Iranians are just there every day. They're like, we're just going to chant King Reza Pahlavi every day at CPAC.
Until he shows up.
No. Is it tomorrow? Oh, it's tomorrow. Oh, he's speaking tomorrow. Oh, guys, what time? What time is he speaking tomorrow? Let us, if you guys know the date. Wait, is it Saturday? All right, just give us the date. Give us the date. All right, here's the other video.
Oh, look at him! That's a Persian.
Yeah, and he's holding the like Statue of Liberty torch in his hand, and he's the one that's saying Javid Shah. Like he's so excited. He's so excited because he wanted President Trump to bomb the poop out of the Islamic regime and destroy Khamenei, and that's exactly what President Trump said. That's exactly what President Trump did, right? So I'm telling you guys, Iranians, we're so thrilled. We're so
bomb
happy.
the poop. I like how he said bomb. Poop. Okay. Amazing. All right, Goldie. Is it okay? Do we have more? Because I'm getting close to.
That's pretty much it. I mean, it is getting late, and
Can I just share something fun really quickly? Because this proves one of
as many fun things as you want to share. I'm here for it. I have all the time in the world.
Okay. Just one fun thing, because this proves my theory. I'm joking, by the way. Look at this. Just like I knew I knew it was being taken. Look at again, guys. My theory was that Pezeshkian has been taken hostage by IRGC, and he wants to resign, and he's not allowed to resign, and everything he's saying is he's being forced to say it. And whoever made this AI video had the same idea, which is like, yep, pretty much this is how it is, I think. Anyway, by the way, guys, I don't know if I'm just guessing that this is what's happening. Well, not literally just like exactly like that, obviously, but I'm just guessing that Pezeshkian is is being forced to remain a president and just keep repeating the IRGC talking points. And we'll see. Once Iran is free, we'll see if my guess about this was correct or not. By the way, Goldie, what do you think? Do you think this is like Pezeshkian is now a hostage in a hostage situation right now?
I mean, I have a feeling that Pezeshkian is fearing for his life because Pezeshkian, when Khamenei was still alive, Pezeshkian probably thought that he was like a relevant person, even though we always knew that Pezeshkian is an idiot and he's just basically a tool for the Islamic regime. So yeah, I think Pezeshkian is finally realizing that he's not as important or relevant as he thought he was. And so, yeah, I do think that he's worried for his life because he's realized that he's expendable because the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps don't answer to him. He's basically just like a puppet. He's a monkey. He's like a monkey for the regime. But I also have a feeling that some of this propaganda that's coming out of Pezeshkian, this could be, I mean, I could be wrong, but this could be like a psyops from, Pezeshkian or the IRGC to make it seem like he is like, a hostage and he is moderate because they could be like keeping Pezeshkian alive to use as a backup plan, right? So let's say like, right? So I don't know, but it just seems very weird. Okay, guys, we're going to go to 2C. We'll go to 2C. Thank you for letting me know. But that's my theory on Pezeshkian. I have a feeling that the Islamic regime is keeping him alive as a way to like maybe have a backup plan. And that's why they're portraying him as like a hostage, right?
Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So let's go to 2C, guys. Guys, I have all the proper flags now for this because I have my Iranian flag, tiny Iranian flag as well. And I just want to say, Am Israel Chai, long live America, Javid Shah, Payande Iran. See you guys same time tomorrow.
See you guys. All right, we're going to 2C TV.
Welcome back to 2C TV. This is your global news channel, Amal 2C, and we come to you guys with some breaking news coming from the Middle East and also Washington, D.C. Actually, over the last 2 minutes before we were getting ready to come live to you guys, we just got confirmation from Pentagon that 10,000 additional ground troops are being considered to be deployed towards Iran. There is also the main update that we're going to talk about, which is a new strategy being discussed in Pentagon and the White House in terms of which Iranian island to seize. There's a plot twist. It's not the Khar Island. It's a different one. There's a lot happening tonight. We're going to get your reaction live. Also, just a quick heads up. Thank you so much to all of you guys who have joined 2CTV Plus in recent days and weeks and months and years and decades, especially the lifetime members. I was busy earlier tonight having a conversation with a number of you. Of course, if you become a member of 2CTV in a lifetime membership, you will get a welcome phone call. If you haven't received your welcome call from me, don't worry, it's going to happen in the next few days. It's just there's a lot of people to go through, so bear with me. We will also bring back the lifetime membership as a special treat. Every now and then it comes and it goes. We can't have it on all the time. All right, let's talk about what's going on. First things first, big news. President Trump was on Fox News. He said a couple of interesting things, but just as a reminder, this is what we have. All in less than 4 weeks of this military operation, the leadership of the IRGC eliminated. Of course, earlier today, we reported the biggest one, which was the head of the IRGC Navy, Tang Siri, who was hit a couple of times and he got paper cuts and all that, but he's finally dead. And just as a reminder, I thought this whole thing would be lasting months, up to a year, in order to achieve this level of success. President Trump did warn us during the election campaign that we're going to be winning so much that we're going to get sick and tired of winning. Let's firstly go to Tehran. The latest footage we have received from the capital, heavy strikes by the US and Israel. Another one. Anyway, so while this is going on, President Trump has given another final ultimatum. President Trump gives final ultimatums every day. It's like the Houthis in Yemen. Have you noticed the Houthis in Yemen? Every day they wake up and make an announcement. We are ready to join this war against the Zionist entity and the Americans. We are still waiting for the Houthis to join the war. But President Trump has given another ultimatum. Meanwhile, the military spokesman of the Islamic Republic has now come up with a new suggestion. In case you guys don't know, everybody takes the IRGC very seriously, and everybody takes their advice and guidance and their orders very seriously. They are now giving orders to the Persian Gulf Arab countries like Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, to expel the Americans from their bases. Yeah, I'm sure the guys at the UAE and, Bahrain, everywhere else, they're saying, yeah, sure, sir, absolutely. We weren't really thinking about this, but you've been attacking our civilian buildings, residential buildings, and all of our people. But yeah, we should probably listen to you. Let's go to the IRIB. This is the military spokesman giving his suggestion to the Persian Gulf countries.
راه ندید بذارید تو این پایگاه‌ها بمونن تا ما آسیب بیشتری بزنیم.
The people of the bases, for whatever reason, don't seek refuge with the Americans. Your land is respected by us. Your national sovereignty is respected by us.
و با احترامتر از سرزمین شما و حاکمیتتون مردم ما برای ما. مردم شما برای ما هستن. نه مردم مسلمانن. ما یک امت واحده هستیم. ما بنا نداریم خون از یک بینی یک مسلمان ریخته بشه.
Okay, in case you couldn't read the subtitles, I'll translate. So, suggestion to the Persian Gulf Arab countries, expel the Americans. We are on your side. We are the IRGC, we're on your side. And we don't want to attack you. We don't attack you. We don't kill you. We don't harm you. You are our brothers and sisters. The Islamic nation, we're all basically part of the same Islamic nation, coming from the same people who have officially killed more Palestinian Arab Muslims than Israelis in this war. They've sent more missiles and drones towards the UAE than the whole of Israel. Yeah. Who are they trying to kid? I mean, obviously they're not really addressing the Arabs. They're not actually addressing you or President Trump. They only have one job left right now. These channels are only being watched by their own IRGC supporters in Iran and by me, because I have to. And they are trying to keep their base secure. That's the only thing. They've lost the Arabs. They've lost their proxies. And they've lost Steve Witkoff. They've lost J.D. Vance. They got no one else left. And so they have to do this. Anyway, meanwhile, speaking of their proxies, northern Israel, 20 rockets were fired earlier on by the IRGC's Hezbollah wing, and most of them were intercepted. Some of them did land, but in the middle of nowhere, in an open area, towards Haifa. This is what we had. You can see the interceptions by the Iron Dome. And the only ones that landed, they basically were just in open fields and outside of cities. Not much of a threat tonight, and everybody went back to sleep in and around Haifa in Israel. So, meanwhile, the Israeli Defense Forces have also released this latest footage of what they've been doing. They have been ramping up the strikes on Iran's weapons production. They have successfully hit over 1,000 industry targets so far. 1,000 industry targets. So the primary goal is not really just about the military leadership or political leadership. There's not much of them left anyway, or even just the missile launchers, for example. This is the next big thing, because obviously if they are continuing to produce drones or weapons or whatever else tiny missiles, whatever they have, then it's going to be problematic. So you're going to have to keep hitting them at source. That is the best way to bring down the enemy. And you can see this was in the eastern parts as well. Now, going to the United States and what Pentagon are now considering, which is quite fascinating. I didn't see this coming, but it's one of those things where in hindsight you could say, oh, of course that makes sense. But even I didn't think about this. I was so busy with the Kharg Island as a strategy to seize, but invading and occupying Kharg Island is not really about, it doesn't do much in terms of the military strategy. It does paralyze the regime because the oil export is happening from there. And symbolically, it's very important. But the issue of the Strait of Hormuz is different. And if you want to reopen that, you can't just use the Kharg Island as a leverage. There's another thing you could do, and this is where the Americans come in. Based on the latest intelligence given to Pentagon, we got 3 islands right in almost by the entrance of Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. The one in the south, closer to the United Arab Emirates, is called Abu Musa. Now, Abu Musa is controlled by Iran, although the Emiratis have always said this should belong to us, not you. It's literally called Abu Musa. It's not really an Iranian Persian name, but it is an Iranian territory now. And the United States military are now planning to seize this island because it's located in the eastern parts of Persian Gulf, right near the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz. About 40 miles away from technically both Iran and the UAE. It's right in between the two countries. So technically speaking, whoever takes it wins, right? So the Iranians took it ages ago and they still have it. But the main problem here is that the IRGC, they don't have the naval capabilities to control or to prevent this from happening, right? They can't control it. What they have is the power to disrupt. So, as I explained earlier, the Strait of Hormuz is not closed in a sense that the IRGC Navy are basically everywhere in the water with a literal toll, like a toll road. No. The issue is that they have a couple of obviously big vessels there, but the issue is from the mainland Iran, from their ports, they are threatening to launch rockets at vessels. That's why everybody's terrified from actually crossing it. Unless you're Chinese or Russian, people are scared to cross it. They don't have sea mines. They were talking about sea mines. Everybody was terrified of mines everywhere, but they didn't do it because they wanted to actually allow their own vessels and the Chinese and the Russians to go back and forth. So technically, the Strait of Hormuz is open and nobody's manning it, but everybody's scared to go through because obviously there will be rockets or drones being launched at you. If the Americans go and take that, there will be actual heavy presence by the US Navy because there's no other Navy actually controlling it. So this is a very fascinating situation, but it's still not going to take, it's not going to be a quick operation. That's why I'm going to go to what President Trump has said, where another deadline, another ultimatum, because you have to wait for the ground troops and the Marines to arrive. Now, we will talk about President Trump in a second, but in Iran, the Iranian people continue their guerrilla campaign warfare against the Islamic occupation forces. They have been setting fires to checkpoints, to the temporary IRGC besieged tents, and also the banners and posters of Khamenei and all the other weirdos. This is in Razavi, Khorasan province in Iran. and no one's there to stop them. This is so good. It's a bit of a mistake by the IRGC. Obviously, they're also terrified to actually be on the streets because Israeli drones are very, very hungry right now to eat them up. But this doesn't really send a signal of confidence for the regime, because the only thing they have right now, apparently, is controlling the streets, right? Because they can't control the airspace. They've lost the skies to both Israel and the US. They're losing the Navy and the military, the actual military bases. They don't have control over that. But the streets, because they have a lot of IRGC members, Basij members on the streets living in Iran, right? They can't even stop this. So not really sure where they are. But President Donald J. Trump posted this earlier. I'm going to explain why I'm laughing. As per Iranian government requests, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, the 6th of April at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Talks are ongoing, and despite Iranian's statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they are going very well. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, few things here. When he says the Iranian government, what does it mean exactly? Secondly, he made it, everybody panicked earlier because the way he worded this, saying that I am pausing, people thought, wait, he's pausing the strikes, but he's pausing something that's not actually happening. So, he's talking about basically giving a deadline to a threat. So he said he's going to hit the power plants, right? He's not hitting them now, but he made it sound like he's pausing it. But it's like, oh, the plan that I had, I'm going to basically extend it because we are waiting for the ground troops and the Marines to arrive. That's the main reason. Also, the instant reaction from the Islamic Republic government in Iran was the senior official from the IRGC said, President Trump is not being truthful. We have not submitted any requests regarding potential US attacks, and we are not talking to the Americans. Now, the issue with this is that they have to say this because there's no official mandate from the IRGC to discuss with the Americans, right? But somebody's talking behind the scenes, and every time President Trump says, we're talking to someone in Iran, they all panic because they all say, who's talking to him? Is it you? Is it the other guy? Who's talking to Trump? Because we're not talking to Trump. He's basically just stirring the pot. And he's not even there, just sitting in his office tweeting. And then everybody in Iran are panicking. So also, I love how the deadline was very specific. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time. So what do we expect? 8:01, the power plants are going to be destroyed. Let me guess. Something else is going to happen, but not that. Obviously, don't take him literally, but take him seriously. So it's highly unlikely at 8:01 p.m. Eastern time on the 6th of April, the power plants are going to get hit, but take the deadline seriously because something is about to happen. Also, during his interview with Fox News, he said something absolutely fascinating. I'll go to that in a second. A couple of people here. Albert says, sorry if it's dumb, but what do you think about Professor Mohammed Marandi? I don't know if I spelled that right. He's a terrorist, jihadi member of the IRGC. What I think of him is that as a member of the IRGC and somebody who believes in jihad, which means that he wants Christians and Jews and atheists and Buddhists to either die or convert to Islam, I believe that he's slightly a dangerous man and he's the enemy of humanity. And I'm just being diplomatic, obviously. I'm being moderate about this, but yeah, I mean, why do we have to have opinion on IRGC members? What do you think about Khamenei? Do you think he's a lesbian? Depending on the night and depending on what drink he's having. Maybe if he's having a Cosmopolitan, he could be a lesbian sometimes. Maya, do you think Iran will be free by the end of 2026? I don't do predictions, but 2026, well, it is March, so it depends how you mean, what you mean by free, because there's a whole step by step, because the problem in Iran is a constitutional problem. So when people say regime change, for example, in Venezuela, you basically had a bunch of idiots with Hugo Chavez and then Maduro taking over, using democracy, but taking over and say, we're not going to leave. So that is now a regime in Venezuela. So you remove the people in charge and then someone else comes in and then have an election. That's technically regime change. In Iran, there was a constitutional change. So they got rid of the king, they changed the constitution, they introduced the Islamic Republic constitution. So when people say regime change in Iran, it's not necessarily, oh, well, we're going to remove this guy and that guy. The regime has changed. That's not regime change. The regime will change when the constitution changes. So when the referendum happens and when people decide to basically remove the Islamic Republic constitution, then that is officially regime change. And so when we say Iran will be free, it's that moment. It's not even when, for example, the IRGC lose power and people are on the street celebrating. That's still not really Iran being free yet, because these guys are going to cling on. You're going to have to go on the streets and wipe them out. Then they're not going to give up. And I'm talking about the minions, you know, the fanatics, not even the powerful ones, not even those who are actually in charge. So the change of constitution, that's going to take some time. That's going to take another year since the moment. There was a whole plan, obviously. There's a blueprint presented by the opposition and the opposition leader, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, which we showed you. And that's going to take another few months from the moment that the IRGC are being dragged out until the referendum itself. Watching you is like watching World News, Comedy Central, and the History Channel all at once. I'm going to put that on a merch. Brilliant. Let's go to President Trump. He did a live phone interview earlier with Fox News, and he was asked whether Mojtaba Khomeini, the son of the former supreme leader, is gay. He called him gay again. He keeps calling. By the way, it's funny because it's true. But yeah,
you kind of suggested that we'd knocked out Ayatollah Jr. Have we? And did the CIA tell you that Ayatollah Jr. is gay?
Well, they did say that, but I don't know if it was only them. I think a lot of people are saying that, which puts them off to a bad start in that particular country. You know, I sort of have to smile to myself when I say I see people trying to defend the Palestinian regime for women for Palestine, but they kill women if you don't wear a certain if you don't wear a certain cloth all over your face, you have no chance of living. And, you know, when I look at gays for Palestine, but they kill gays. They kill them instantly. They throw them off buildings. And I'm saying, who are the gays for Palestine? And they have a significant amount of gays for Palestine. Now, I think when I did very well with the gay vote, okay? I even played the gay national anthem as my walk-off, okay? For my and I think it probably helped me, but I did great with no Republicans ever gotten the gay vote like I did, and I'm very proud of it. I think it's great. Perhaps it's because I'm from New York City. I don't know, but the gay national anthem was my walk-off, and I think it probably had. But think of it, gays for Palestine, but they kill gays in Palestine. So when they hear that, I think probably we can talk them out of it. It shouldn't be too hard.
Now, you might be confused because 2/3 of that answer was about gays for Palestine. You were, wait, what? How did we get to that point? It was because there was one tiny sentence he mentioned. That's why he had to go on this rant about gays for Palestine. Because he said, yeah, Mojtaba is gay, they told me. And but that puts him in a difficult position in Iran. Because obviously, if you're gay, you're going to be in trouble. That was the whole point why he had decided to go on the rant about gays for Palestine. Because he just subtly mentioned, yeah, he's gay, but you know, it's very tough being gay, and Ayatollah, obviously. Also, I love how they keep saying Ayatollah Jr. as if it's his name. Oh, it's like Anthony Jr. Soprano. Anyway, the Israeli Defense Forces have given us the latest info on what they've been doing as well. Look at this beauty. They are identifying the terrorists and taking them out. They said in recent days, more than 30 of the IRGC Hezbollah militants have been killed, including around 10 from the Radwan Force Unit. They have done this using the Mossad intelligence as well as the IDF intelligence to identify where they are, who they are, and send drones and also precise attacks. Beautiful hit. Beautiful hit. That's what happens. If you choose to be a jihadi, yeah, you might be in trouble these days with President Trump in charge and Prime Minister Netanyahu. These guys are not effing around. Now, in terms of the situation with the US and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, this weekend we have CPAC and in the US, and the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi is going to be speaking tomorrow. I don't know what day it is anymore. He's going to be speaking. Of course, we're going to show you his address. He's going to be speaking at CPAC. CPAC is the Conservative Political Action Conference, which is the largest conservative annual conference in America. And obviously, we have the huge support for the Crown Prince outside and inside the venue. Beautiful. There we go. No to the Islamic Republic. And I am also proud to announce that at CPAC this year, we also have, what is happening here? Hang on. I'm failing with tech again. Okay. We also have, I'm proud to announce 2CTV and our team at CPAC. We got the head of marketing, Sarah Rabiani, on behalf of 2CTV, who is at CPAC. And of course, we will get more updates from her and our team at the conference. But the Iranian Americans, absolute crazy people, this is what they're doing right now at CPAC. King Reza Pahlavi. King Reza Pahlavi. King Reza Pahlavi. King Reza Pahlavi. King Reza. Shah! 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 Iran! 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 Huge support for Reza Pahlavi. There was also an Iranian speaker at CPAC, a survivor of the Islamic occupation. I'll go to her in a second. And what is this? Someone says, I think it's funny your dad got arrested because of you and I support PA. That makes no sense. Let me read that again. I think it's funny your dad got arrested because of you and I support PA. Fair enough. Not really sure what he's drinking. Let's go also to one of the speakers at CPAC. Her name was Mercedes Shahin Kar, who was one of the survivors of the Islamic occupation in Iran, and she was shot in the face by the IRGC. She lost one of her eyes, the vision in her right eye, and when she went into hospital, they still came looking for her, but doctors and nurses in Iran in that hospital risked their lives and protected her, and she escaped. She's now in the United States, and today she made a statement on stage at CPAC.
When police forces shot me in the face with the paintball gun, I lost the vision in my right eye. I remember the sound of my eye popping. I remember the heat and the smell of blood on my face. I remember that deadly pain and fear. I remember terrified looks of my mother and the people. They came looking for me at the hospital, but the brave doctors and nurses that were taking care of me put their own life in danger to protect me.
Wow. Well, there have been many survivors over the last 47 years, and there have also been many who didn't manage to survive, and they sacrificed their lives for a better and brighter future for Iran and the rest of the world. Now, there is a couple of things to also cover. There have been a lot of rumors again today, which is absolutely fascinating, by the way. Rumors about imminent, well, not imminent in that sense, but like ongoing ground invasion, which was absolutely fascinating. Again, social media hacks who are self-appointed experts have been saying a ground invasion is happening right now. Like, calm the F down. There is no evidence of the ground. We're still waiting for thousands of the Marines and special forces, ground troops. Who is going to go take over the Iranian islands without any personnel? That's just crazy mentality. But the Pentagon did say earlier, as I said, that 10,000 additional troops will also, ground troops will also be deployed. But we will get the confirmation on that at some point. And Bill says, do you think we should invade the Kharg Islands? I've already explained that. People's for the IRGC. And Carter says that the US and Israel wiping us out cries the Islamists. What are we to do? Surrender and flee. Why don't Israel ask Ukraine for help against the drones? That's already been discussed. The Americans and the Israelis and the Ukrainians have already provided support, also in terms of drone expertise and specialists, not expertise, specialists. So the Ukrainians have already done that. Ron Mushtaba, Ron, got my t-shirt and cup from your store. Thanks, bro. Keep up the good work you're doing. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, that reminds me, I should do a plug, right? Yeah. So get your own Make Iran Great Again merch from our 2cstore.tv. If you don't want Make Iran Great Again, it's okay. What you could also get is the funny ones. Ayatollah Lol, Run Mushtaba Run, or Mushtaba. Again, in case you don't know, Mush in Persian means mouse. And he's basically hiding like a mouse, right? Supreme Squeeze.
Okay, so 2C's pretty much going to the super chats. So let me just replay a few of these CPAC videos, and then we're gonna call it a night. So guys, like this is wild. This is wild, and guys, all the Americans are sharing the videos now, and they're like, "Whoa! Look at all the Iranians here at CPAC supporting President Trump." Oh my gosh! To all the Iranians, درود به شرفتون. واقعاً گل کاشتین. دست تک تکتون رو میبوسم که واقعاً گل کاشتین. Like this is incredible. Oh my gosh, look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Oh my gosh. There's the Persians for Trump guy. Wow. This is in Dallas, Texas right now. Guys, look at this one. Look at this one. This is outside CPAC. Oh, wait. Apparently I lost audio. Wait, I lost audio. Give me a moment here. Let me reshare my screen. Look at this. Look at this. This is outside CPAC. And you see all these Iranian Americans there, and they're waving like, the Trump flag and American flags, and then the Iran flag. Look at this.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you.
Oh, look, this guy's holding. Oh, this guy's holding the image of one of the American soldiers who lost his life. Look at that. Do you see, guys? Your heroes are our heroes. Look at this Iranian guy. He's got the lion and sun flag, around his shoulders. And then he's holding a giant, flag of America, and he's honoring one of the fallen soldiers. Look at this.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you. Thank you, Trump. 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 Make Iran free again. Make Iran free again. Make Iran free again.
Oh my gosh, look at that. Wow. Oh guys, okay, this is the Persian for Trump, guys. This is March 1. Oh man, okay, so this is March 1. This is right after President Trump attacked the Islamic regime, right? Remember, this is a guy who back in January was saying, I love President Trump, I support President Trump, and I hope he bombs the poop out of the Islamic regime.
The people of Iran will forever be grateful. We are so happy to taste freedom after 47 years. Thank you, Trump. Johnny Shaw.
What do you think's happening next?
Next, the people are going to take over their country and reclaim their land. We're going to bring the Shah back. Long live the king.
Oh, now they're chanting for Prime Minister Netanyahu. They're like, BB, BB. BB, 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 BB. Now they're cheering about like Larry Johnny being gone. Wait, someone is saying, I think they like Trump. I mean, you know what? That's a very educated guess. Yeah, like, you know what? I would agree with that assessment. I have a feeling that, yeah, Iranian Americans probably like Trump. Guys, so to all the Americans who are watching right now, is this bubbly? Yeah, this is, tonight's bubbly is grapefruit flavored bubbly. So, but to all the Americans, if you want to go to like a pro-America rally, just find a bunch of Iranians. Just find a bunch of Iranians and it'll be automatically a pro-America, pro-Trump, like super patriotic rally, right? Oh man, I love this. I love this. All right. Let's find some more. I want to find the pro. Oh, see, this is him. This is him. So this is November 2024. And this guy has literally been in the background of the vast majority of President Trump's speeches. And we always see him. Look at this one. Look at this one. So someone caught him on his TV. Someone caught the Persians for Trump guy. And this is like, you know, from years, like a few years ago. This is during like when President Trump, you know, leading up to the election, and he was always in the background. He was always in the background, and you can see him here. So as President Trump speaking, that's the Persians for Trump guy. So oh yeah, he's like an OG.
Who's the woman with that great hearty laugh? That's a woman that likes. Who's the woman with that great hearty laugh? That's
Persians for Trump guy spotted. All right, let's see if we can find more of him. Because I know there's more of him. Where is he? Where is he? There he is. Here's here. Oh, look, here he is behind JD Vance. Look, there he is again. See? This is November 2024. And there he is again. There's the Persians for Trump guy. And he's standing behind JD Vance. Guys, I'm telling you, Iranian Americans voted for President Trump in the previous election. Oh yeah. He's a legend. He's a legend. So that's why he is now like super excited, right? So he's so cute. He's so cute. And you know what? Like, guys, we've earned this. We've earned this, right? I mean, after 47 years, yeah, like this is our victory. This is our victory. Look at this. Okay, I'm gonna share this one again, and then we'll end the live stream here. Just look, like the Persians for Trump guy shows up, and he's just so thrilled. He's so excited.
USA! 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 USA!
Look, there he is. He shows up. So look, he shows up here. Okay, so you see him show up. Wait, let me remove the chat screen here so you guys can see him. He shows up. He shows up like right here.
Thank you, Trump! 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 Thank you, Trump!
There you go. He's just super thrilled. Oh, here's another video. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Stand up because they're afraid. And look, I was a law partner at a big firm in New York City.
Oh no.
And when I said I was representing President Trump, they said, "You can't, but don't worry, you'll get other big cases." And I said, "Yes, I can."
Oh my gosh. Honestly, like, this is what I mean. Like, Iranians are like invading CPAC. But it's like a happy invasion, right? It's the guys, this is not like an angry protest, right? This is like a happy gathering. This is like Iranian Americans showing up because they're so thrilled, they're so happy, they're so grateful to President Trump, right? So like, these are not shouts of anger, these are shouts of like excitement, right? Because after 47 years, President Trump did what no other president would do. Yeah, there you go. It's a family reunion invasion. There you go. It's a family reunion invasion. The Iranian Americans are showing up and they're like, "We're your best friends. We're your best friends, and you don't have a say in the matter. We're best friends, and that's it. You have no say in the matter." Look at this crowd. Oh my gosh. Look at the guy. His name is Nima. Look at the Persians for Trump guy. And you can see him. He's holding like a Statue of Liberty torch as well. Like, people are just so happy. Look at him. He's just like, yeah. Look at him. Like, his excitement is just so palpable. Look at him. Man, oh man, oh man. What a party. What a party. All right, Sohail. Yeah, I mean, I will share this. I mean, the White House is doing some interesting things. No idea what it means. I think, I don't know. Here's another photo that the White House put out. I mean, it looks like President Trump is giving the thumbs up sign. Who knows what it means? Who knows what it means? But President Trump is giving the thumbs up sign in a pixelated image in the White House. The White House is trolling the world. Here's another one. Here's another one. President Trump, it looks like he's wearing his MAGA hat. And yeah, someone responded with the screaming leftist. Yeah, someone responded with this. The screaming lefty, I know. It's kind of funny. But I don't know. I don't know what's going on. We're just seeing a bunch of pixelated. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I know, so I've only shared clips of President Trump on like Fox at 5, but I have the whole thing. Let me pull it up. Wait, YouTube. Okay. Let me bring up the whole thing. Okay, I don't know how long this is because I haven't watched the whole thing. So, okay, let's watch this together. And then after this, I'm going to call it a night because it is getting late and I do have to go to sleep. And I have a long day tomorrow.
The phone live. Hey, Mr. P, it's your favorite talk show host. How you doing?
Well, that's true. That's true. Greg, how are you?
I'm doing great. It's always good to hear your voice.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations on beating all of those frauds that try to compete with you at a certain time of the evening. You're a little earlier, but I will tell you, the numbers are incredible. Your numbers and their numbers are incredibly bad.
Yes.
And they deserve it. They have no talent, but congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we all have a bunch of questions. I'm sure we'll get to one of them. I want to ask you, like, how do you deal with people who might be disappointed because they voted, let's say they voted for you on the assumption of no wars, and then this happens and it's inconsistent with their wishes? What would you say to them?
Well, I have to do something in terms of making America great and keeping America great. And when you have lunatics with nuclear weapons and the power is beyond belief, I will tell you, as a president, I get to see it. My uncle was a great professor at MIT, and he knew more about nuclear time than anybody. He told me stories that were horrible in terms of the power, both beautiful in terms of putting it to good use, but really bad for destruction purposes. And his statements from years ago were, you know, he really got it. He really got it. He was a highly respected man. He was there for 41 years at MIT as a great professor. And he told me about a thing called nuclear. And at the time, nobody knew too much about it. And he said exactly what it was all about. And you can't let a madman, or you can't let a mad ideology have a nuclear weapon. And we hit, as you know, we hit 50,000 in the Dow. Everyone said it would be impossible in 4 years. I hit it in my first year. We hit 7,000 in the S&P, and everyone said that would be even more impossible. We hit it in my first year. And I said, we have to take a little bit of a detour. We have to take a little journey to a place called.
Can I just say, I love how he's trolling the Islamic regime by basically saying that they're not even important enough for him to like consider them like a main destination. It's basically a side quest, right? Like destroying the Islamic regime is a detour. It's an excursion. It's a side quest. Like I love how he insults and humiliates them like that.
Impossible. We hit it in my first year. And I said, we have to take a little bit of a detour. We have to take a little journey to a place called Iran, where these mad people were going to have a nuclear weapon, and they could do tremendous damage, not only to the Middle East and Israel, but also to our country, because we would be next. And I said, we're going to take a little detour, and we're going to go and we're going to knock them out. And that's what we've done. We have the greatest military in the world.
Detour.
And it started with the B-2 bombers, which made it impossible for them to do the nuclear. They would have had, if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers like 8 months ago, if we didn't do that, they would have right now a nuclear weapon, and they would have used it by this time. And it also happened with Barack Hussein Obama, if you've ever heard of him. Barack Hussein Obama, terrible president, absolutely a divider and a terrible president. And when he did the Iran nuclear deal, he gave them a path to a nuclear weapon within a short period of time. They would have had a nuclear weapon a few years ago, and they would have used it on Israel. They would have used it on the Middle East. And you saw that when this all started. They had no tremendous problem with Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and you take a look, and UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They had no problem with them. They were doing fine, and yet they hit them with, in the case of UAE, 1,400 missiles, ballistic missiles. And what they were going to do is they were going to hit the Middle East, and they would have hit it with nuclear if they had it, because they're stone cold crazy. So in order to keep our country great, I said, we're going to take a fairly short detour. We're going to show everybody that there's nobody even coming close to us militarily. Nobody even comes close. We have the greatest weapons. We have the strongest military. And I rebuilt it. I built and rebuilt our military in my first term. And I got to use it a little bit more than I would have liked to be able, because we had Venezuela and now we have this. But
No,
we're going to keep
I'm
our
Team
country
Horde.
safe.
I'm
We can't
Team
let
Horde.
this
For the
happen
Horde.
to us
No
or,
alliance.
frankly, anybody else in the world. We're doing a big service to the world.
Mr. President, Kayleigh McEnany here. I do want to ask you about the breaking news. You just put out on Truth Social that you will be pausing energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, we're going to end it here because I do have to end the live stream. It's getting a little bit late, but we're going to start Iran Revolution Live tomorrow with this interview, and we're going to go through it all. We're going to go through it all. So, because Armin should be here for this as well. But guys, it has been a fantastic day today, and lots of good news. So thank you, America. Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Iranians, especially Iranians who went to Dallas, Texas, and did us proud. So there's strong momentum. Guys, freedom is around the corner. And I don't know. I feel good. So having said that, love you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And before I go, I will play some songs because I know I haven't played the usual songs because we started a bit early. So I will end the live stream by playing some of your favorite songs. So see you all tomorrow. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. Payande Iran and Javid Shah.
Shadows cut from the light, sirens and gunfire in the dead of night. They took our voices, they shut the net. The not our will, not our regret. Now here without any apology, America, send your angels of liberty. Angels of liberty.
Khamenei is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead.
شما نتونستید بچه ها. حضرت امام خامنه ای ملکوت اعلا پیوست. شما پیروز نشدید. انا لله.
حالی میدی میکشیمتون بالا 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 تر عالی میشه. ماشین پر میاد خالی میری. جانی دیگه ساقی کی همه چی که قاطی میشه. خشبامون داره خالی میشه. جنازه بو قاضی میده بله بلی میزنیم با زمین یکی بشی. جای لاستیکا روت بری بری به درک میمیری. زر تو جعب تلی بری نمیدونی جای ما رو. میکشیم زامنا رو میزنیم رو زمین قاسما رو. آماده ایم میچکونیم ماشا رو. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. پی کار میریم همه بالا. شله 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 آزاده شده خودت کسته تو کجه مجه. زمین های شهر پر سوسه داره آتیش میگیره. حوزه موزه انگا همه کنکوری رشته تنها به ملت تو رو دوره کنه. مال مای شب لگت میزنیم باشه درا زیرت میزنیم که بری هوا. چشات سیاه میرن چشم پوشی کن لباس عزا. میبینی دیر نیست ببینی میریم و تیغ میغ میگیریم. میکنیم تیز میز میشینیم میکنیم ریز ریز میمیریم. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. چقدر سر حالم از من تک شما همه با هم. کت تا چقدر تر تا زن جمع ما جمع همه پاین. صف میکنیم تنوارم رفیقاتم همه پک و پارن. فواره کر رگ پارت برو خونیمونی نشه پاچه. میکنیم شب و صفا میگیریم شب و عزا. میریم سر تو بلا بعد نمیشه از سر و سوا. دوا موا چی عدا مدا مپا مپا ساس فتا متا. باجا ماجا ناجا ماجا بسیجی و برادرم میرن همه هوا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت میرقصم حالا حالا میزنیم و میری سر بالا. به این کار میریم همه بالا. روی جنازت روی جنازت میرقصم. روی جنازت روی جنازت روی جنازت میرقصم. جنازت روی جنازت روی جنازت میرقصم.
Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead. Ayatollah Khamenei is dead, 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 Iran's former supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead, 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 dead. Iran's is dead. Dead, 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 is dead. Dead, 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 is dead. Is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Ayatollah, Khamenei is dead. Is dead. Is dead. Is dead.
ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سینه گرما گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام. تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت کنون ادامه دارد. در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از من بالین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیه خاران، نه کاسه لیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل می‌کنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان ماسک دلقتان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریگ